Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 15T Chapter 373. Qualifying Battle. Although the Ryujin around Zaraki Suya was no less than Ace's, his Ryujin was so low that he couldn't stand still and take his punch. Ace just felt a little pity. He had a chance to catch the opponent, but now the opponent has returned to Zaraki Suya, and there is no chance. I don't think even Kenpachi Kuriyashiki gets this treatment. Stop bragging. Doesn't the master need to take action to deal with you? Said Yinkun Zancheng angrily. You said it well, didn't you? Ace waved at Yinkun Zancheng and continued, but don't hide behind your master. Come, watch me kill you in one move. Yinkun Zancheng rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight with Ace. Zancheng Shuangye put his right hand in front of him and shook his head at him. Back off, Yinkun. Ace's strength is not something you can deal with. Ace raised his eyebrows at this time. The meaning is too obvious. Did you hear it, weak guy? Even your master said that you are not qualified to participate in this battle? Yinkun Zancheng looked at Ace's expression and was itching with hatred. But the master had already said that he knew he was definitely not Ace's opponent. He had to jump onto the surrounding stone wall and wait for the family to deal with this despicable Ace. Is it necessary to be so harsh on the tribesmen you value? The person who attacked Ace was Zaraki Suya, Zaraki Fuya said, pressing his right hand. Yinkun, but before Ace could fight back, a word from Zaraki Suya not far away stopped Ace. Ace twisted his neck and said with a smile. A faint wind sounded from behind, and a chill rose from behind. Someone attacked. Zaraki Suya still remembered the hatred of being seriously injured by Ace's sword. The plan of the head of the family also failed because of Ace. But this sneak attack didn't seem to let go. Ace came to the ground and, CFDC, immediately pressed forward with a knife. One knife cut, only a few barbs were broken, however, only Zaraki Suya was jealous. Advertisement. The portal behind him slowly sank into the ground. Facing the blade, Yishu's only role is to reflect part of the power and Ryujin to cut it. If it was really destroyed by Ace, it would be a headache. At this moment, the enemies were particularly jealous when they met. The mask disappeared, and Ace's upper body was covered with thick armor. The surface of the armor was covered with dense barbs, looking like a black hedgehog. So, you two want to fight me? The fourth form of the ghost, the thorn armor, was designed for defense. The barbs on the thorn armor can be infinitely regenerated under Ace's Ryujin. Although it looks terrible, it can only hurt unarmed enemies in theory. Ace looked at Zaraki Fuya and smiled. This was their only way to go to the real world. Woo, ghost. The attack behind him is not that powerful. Ace took the opportunity to create a few more barbs, which collided with the opponent's blade. Then he turned hard and fell to the ground. That's the truth. I won't give you a chance, Ace. Fortunately, Zaraki Suya didn't seem to want to chase him, which allowed Ace to think relatively steadily, but only relatively speaking. Chapter 374. Countermeasures. Ace's eyes flashed when he saw the action of Zaraki Futsuya, but he did not move. To destroy the portal, he either had to attack by surprise or take advantage of the chaos of the battle with Zaraki Futsuya. For example, he could use Kido. Zaraki Futsuya did not know his Kido strength yet. But unfortunately, Zaraki Futsuya was as confident as he said. Even without the ghost mask, Ace knew that the portal was buried deep underground. Most importantly, this land was full of high-intensity Ryujin. Even with the mask, Ace could not determine the location of the portal. If Zaraki Futsuya escaped to the real world, it would be almost impossible to catch him. In the real world, it is almost impossible to deal with a captain, and even old man Yamamoto has to think carefully. Therefore, there is only one choice left. That is to defeat Zaraki Futsuya at this time. The opponent also knew this. He hid his escape route and cut off Ace's escape route. It seems that things are going to develop unexpectedly. Your Zanpakuto is very interesting. That mask can see Ryujin, right? This is the best weapon against me. Advertisement. Zanpakuto said, shook his head and continued. At the critical moment, Ace's fist turned into a palm. After all, your ability is very useful for my next plan. A stone knife stabbed out from the ground and pierced Ace's chest. I didn't think of this, but if I said I would help you, would you believe me? But this is not a reason for Ace to bear the attack, nor is it a reason for the enemy to stab him in the back, unless they really can't avoid it. He did a backflip and used his toes to pick up Zaraki Futaba's wrist. Please give flowers, shouldn't you be so tasteless and try to persuade me to give up? Ace's mouth twitched. I just want you to understand the reality and listen to my next suggestion. Bang. The huge force on his feet pulled Ace's body made Ace turn over again, and his chest collided with the tip of Zanpakuto's sword. Advertisement. The relief on Ace's shoes opened its mouth, as if it wanted to bite off the slender arm in front of it. Zanpakuto was stunned for a moment. He shook his head and smiled. With this force, Ace turned right in midair and successfully avoided the danger. Ace leaned back to avoid this non-fatal stab. About Yinkun? However, Zaraki Futaba was able to defeat Kuyashiki Kenpachi, relying not only on the ability to cut off the soul. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he deserves the title of Kenpachi. He raised his right hand and slammed the hilt heavily. However, Zanpakuto didn't seem to let Ace go easily. But the other forms look too ordinary and cannot coexist with the mask. You should know that you have no chance against me like this. You are very cunning, but I always have a way. But first, you must pay for Yinkun's pain, said Zaraki Futaba indifferently. Before the voice fell, Zaraki Futaba's figure would appear in front of Ace, and he would stab Ace's chest with the Zanpakuto in his hand with an indifferent face. Zaraki Futaba's knife was not to take Ace's life, but to avenge Yinkun in the past. The black fist hit the blade of Zanpakuto fiercely. Ace replied coldly. Chapter 375. Ace's Bankai, bang. The stone knife was smashed with a slap, and there was another whistling sound behind him. It was the air blade created by the Ryatsu of Zaraki Fuya. Ace was not flustered, slightly turned sideways, and then used Shunpo to leave. Along the way, Zaraki Fuya always managed to grasp Ace's foothold and release the stone knife and air blade in time. Ace had to deal with these things, and at the same time, he had to pay attention to the main body of Zaraki Fuya. We can only defend for the time being. If this continues, then the initiative will always be in the hands of Zaraki Fuya. What's more, the entire mountain is full of the opponent's Ryatsu, and it will be disadvantageous for Ace to drag it on. Bakudo 21, Red Smoke Road. Black foam appeared on Ace's right hand. With a loud bang, the foam instantly turned into a thick black smokescreen, covering Ace in it, and quickly moved to Rongchung Fuya not far away. Zaraki Fuya smiled and shook his head. This is to cover his eyes. Is it useful? At this time, every corner of the cave was infused with Ryatsu by his ability. It can be said that every inch of land here is his eyes, his hands and feet, and his sword. At that moment, he could clearly feel that Ace had released his Shikai and was suppressing his Ryatsu. This kid was walking towards him little by little with the help of smoke, almost without any movement. If Zanpakuto didn't have Yulu's Alu, he might have been defeated by this kid. But if he didn't have Yulu's Alu, Zanpakuto wouldn't have let the smoke cover him. It's good to use Kido, but it also depends on who to use Kido at what level. Rongchung Shuangye suddenly turned to the left side of his body, the sword in his hand shone brightly, and a sudden strong wind blew around his body, tearing the black smoke around him. Ace's masked figure was exposed. A cold blade was placed above Ace. Even if Ace switched to ghost form now, he would be cut off by the Ryatsu attached to Zanpakuto. But this is exactly what Ace wants, Bankai, advertisement. Jicheng Shuangye didn't know if he was dazzled, but it seemed that a gust of wind suddenly blew from Ace. It was a thin black shirt. It was not a death suit, but a larger piece of clothing. Ace's long sleeves can cover the entire arm, even the excess part. Zaraki Fuya gathered enough Ryatsu and hit the thin sleeves, but heard the sound of metal collision. It did not threaten Ace's arm hidden under the sleeve. At this time, Ace was wearing a wide black robe. The chest was connected by a dark red rope. The long hem was separated from the knees, and the sleeves covering the hands naturally hung down. The somewhat bulky clothes made Ace's dress look a little unnatural. However, the originally inappropriate robe, coupled with the mask on Ace's face that seemed to show a weird smile, made 5.5 Ace look different. It was chilling. Ace kept the movement of his right hand extending unchanged, and the sleeves intertwined without wind, turning into a short spiral sword less than 1 foot long, and stabbed Zaraki Fuya's chest fiercely. The strange changes in Ace did not make the store city Fuya stunned. He turned his body to the side and avoided the knife. Then, Zaraki also launched a counterattack. Advertisement Chapter 376, Weird Defensive Method. I saw Zaraki Suya turn his wrist, and the blade passed through Ace's right hand and slashed towards the opponent's neck. This was the only part of Ace's body that was not covered by the hug. He could find the enemy's possible weaknesses in the blink of an eye. Even Ace, who was fighting with Zaraki Suya, had to praise Zaraki Suya's judgment from the bottom of his heart. However, praise does not mean giving up. The Ghost's Bankai has solved the problem of being unable to attack and defend at the beginning due to the change of form. At this moment, every part of Ace's body is a solid shield, and it is also a weapon that can take people's lives. Ace raised his elbow and blocked Zaraki Suya's knife. At the same time, Ace's cuffs loosened and the entire sleeve opened. Ace's right hand instantly turned into a broad-bladed giant sword, trying to cut off Cheng Suya's right hand. Although Diancheng Suya is called Jinwei, he can't escape in an instant. Advertisement of course, there is a difference. The difference is that he either loses his forearm or a hand. But at this time, he may have forgotten that sometimes hiding is not necessarily his own action. As long as the enemy cannot hurt himself, he has avoided the opponent's attack. Boom! The ground under Ace's feet suddenly tilted. Although Ace, wearing a witch mask, can always detect the changes in the surrounding Ryatsu, Zaraki Futsuya does not allow the Ryatsu on the ground to gather and disperse at all. They only allow them to change the shape of the ground, and Ace temporarily lifts up. Although Ace reacts quickly, he still stands hard to restore his balance when his body tilts. Then, Ace waved his hand. At this time, Ace did not expect to be able to cut off the arm and hand of Katsuki Futsuya, but only hoped to cut off a few fingers of his opponent. However, Yingcheng Futsuya would not control the ground like a fool. The blocked Zanpakuto moved quickly and began to protect himself. The Ryatsu turned into a slash and swung out. Zaraki Futsuya slightly tipped his toes and pulled away from the rushing Ace. Even though the ground tilted, Cheng could not clearly see the trajectory of Zaraki Futsuya's Ryatsu political attack. Advertisement however, Ace still crashed into him uncontrollably. The blazing white light was directly imprinted on Ace's mask, and Hanya still had that weird smile, as if he didn't know how to face his own danger. But the scene that happened next made Cheng Shuangyi's pupils shrink suddenly. Bang! This Ryutsu slash that even Kenpachi didn't dare to block was actually knocked away by the boy in front of him with his head. Swoosh! Then, Ace's speed increased instead of decreasing, and he rushed towards the mole Cheng Shuangyi. The wide black robe fluttered in the wind, like a black ghost, wreaking havoc behind Ace. What's going on? This kid's Bankai. Zaraki Su also frowned. He expected Ace to be able to block the spiritual slash just now, but he didn't expect Ace to do it this way. According to his reasoning, Ace's Bankai can only combine various forms of Shikai at the same time. Of course, it is stronger in defense. But is the mask that can detect Ryutsu also defensive? Zaraki Su was also a little unpredictable. The machete in his hand moved frequently, and more than a dozen crescent-shaped Ryutsu slashes were launched, slashing at various parts of Ace's body. Chapter 377. Absolute Immunity. At this time, Ace also came in front of Zaraki Futsune, allowing those Ryutsu slashes to fall on his chest, shoulders, and even the mask on his face, as if it was not a fatal blow, but a Ryutsu. These attacks hit Ace, breaking into light spots one by one, and Ace's movements did not change at all. The sleeves on his hands sometimes turned into spiral daggers, and sometimes turned into soul-catching sickles, trying to harvest blood as Ace stopped moving. Ace's elbows, knees, shoulders, and even back. As Ace moved, the black robe on his body seemed to be alive, always moving in accordance with Ace's wishes, turning into black spikes, making Kongcheng Futsune a little embarrassed. Ace's movements were very chaotic, and he didn't care about his movements. Many times, Zaraki Futsune took the perfect opportunity to attack Ace's vital parts with Zanpakuto. And the price he had to pay was just a few injuries. However, with so many opportunities, his Zanpakuto could not penetrate Ace's body at all. Moves like air blades do not hurt Ace. Zanpakuto, which gathers high concentrations of Ryutsu, cannot penetrate the black robe, or even the opponent's mask. Advertisement Zaraki Fuya realized that Ace's Bankai is actually a whole, including the mask, and the black robe he wears also has certain characteristics. At the beginning, Zaraki Fuya felt that this characteristic was protected by the high intensity of Ryutsu. But no matter how high the Ryutsu is, it is not wasted on casual resistance. If Ace can really see the Ryutsu, then he should know that this consumption is meaningless to him. Ace certainly knows that this consumption measurement is meaningless to Ace. Through the mask, Ace can clearly see that after the opponent's Ryutsu dissipates, it will reintegrate into the air and return to the body of the erectile dysfunction. In other words, Zaraki Fuya's Zanpakuto can be simply understood as absolute control over his Ryutsu. The Ryutsu in his body is very low, but the Ryutsu around him can help him in time. From this perspective, it can be understood that he was still in good health during the entire return period. The reason why Ace can achieve the current defense is that Ace's Bankai can be immune to the first attack he endures, and any attack below this Ryutsu will be directly immune. Advertisement at that time, in order to ensure that Ace could be severely injured, Zaraki Fuya concentrated all the Ryutsu around his body on his Zanpakuto. Seeing this scene, Ace can naturally control this level, and any attack below this Ryutsu can be ignored. So at this time, Ace has no scruples and fights a life and death battle with Zaraki Fuya, but in fact Ace is extremely safe. Hado 7. Burning Beads, Zaraki Fuya suddenly shouted at this time. He raised his finger, and dozens of orange, promised, beads suddenly appeared, with Zaraki Fuya as the core, shooting in all directions. Hado 7 Burning Beads, condense the flame into beads, and then shoot them out. The more skilled you are, the more beads you have, and the faster you shoot. However, this is only one of the most basic methods. Ace didn't understand why Zaraki Fuya suddenly used such a Kido. Not to mention whether it could hurt him, even a few burning beads flew in the wrong direction. Chapter 378. Cremation with one knife. But then, Ace found something wrong. This burning bead was not aimed at Ace. As soon as this thought came up, black light lit up around Ace, and Cheng Shuangyi's figure also appeared clearly in front of him, but the voice came from all directions. Hado 96, One Knife Cremation. The ground under the feet of the Zan Cheng Shuangyi in front of him suddenly split into two, and the whole person seemed to fall into a bottomless abyss. The red light instantly illuminated the cave. The giant flaming blade that once appeared in the Jinglingding is now back, but this time 10 giant blades appeared at the same point at the same time, and Ace is the only one. Bang! Bang! 10 huge flaming knives collided with each other and turned into a towering pillar of fire. The originally heavy mountain body, as if it was a piece of paper, turned into black powder in less than a second, as if the giant pillar supporting the world was rising into the sky. At this moment, the Shinigami stationed in the Luhai area were more than 100 miles away from Ace and Zan Cheng Shuangyi. Even so, they could still see a pillar of fire as thick as a thumb and feel the faint fluctuation of Ryutsu in the air. At this moment, these Shinigami looked at the distance with horror on their faces. Advertisement being able to feel the terrible Ryutsu at such a long distance, one can imagine what terrible battle is happening in that distant place. Is it a captain fighting with some Manos Grande? However, the latest order did not say that Captain Yu entered the Luhai area. But there is a captain-level fugitive who seems to be hiding in the Luhai area, that is Zaraki Fuya. Thinking of this, the team members quickly sent a message through Kido. However, they did not dare to go forward to investigate. Even the captain of the 11th Division, 7th Generation Kenpachi, Kuyashiki Kenpachi, fell into this person's hands. They, like ants. Not only ordinary team members, any vice captain of Seredi, Jillian and Manos Grande, are completely unqualified. As for the captains, if CFDA are really involved in such a battle, I am afraid that few people can survive. At this time, even if Ace used Bankai and gained absolute defense, the Ryotsu brought by the 10-1 sword cremation was far greater than the Ryotsu brought by his direct attack from Fuyazaraki. Once hit, I am afraid that the part of his soul cut by the soul fruit will dissipate. Advertisement therefore, before the one-sword cremation was completely completed, Ace rushed directly to the ground, and Fuyazaraki also chose to hide underground. Through the mask, before the one-sword cremation was formed, Fuyazaraki's Ryotsu that permeated the entire mountain quickly retreated underground like a tide. So, dodging is one thing. Ace is more concerned about not letting Fuyazaraki go. Bang, 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 the rumbling sound spread throughout the ground. Every time a stone was smashed, Ace would perform Shunpo to the next layer of the rock, and then hit the terrible attack again. As Ace quickly went deeper into the ground, Fuyazaraki's Ryotsu was not far ahead. Another punch was thrown, and the rock in front instantly turned into rubble. As the punch was thrown, the figure of Zarjo Suya appeared in front of Ace again, and in front of him there was a burning humanoid creature. Hado 96, one knife cremation, deep underground, Suya and Ace performed one knife cremation one after another. Chapter 379. Kido's fight. Zan Cheng Shuang did not give in. While blocking Ace's arm, he slashed with a sword. Black represents Ryotsu, and the darker the color, the higher the density of Ryotsu contained in the opponent. There was no way to avoid leaving the attack range of the one-sword Crimson at such a close distance, and this was beyond the level of Ryotsu that Bankai was immune to. Ace could not allow Futatsu Zaraki to perform one-sword Crimson at such a close distance. However, at this time, because Ace in the Shinigami world only used part of the soul cut out by the soul fruit, his body is no longer a flame man who ate the Mera fruit. Bakudo 31, Chaotic Shadows. First, he used the 6-pillar light prison to block himself, used the light of Bakudo 26 to cover the tenant's vision, and used the shadow of Bakudo 31 to create a short shadow and chaos. It was very obvious that this kid wanted to retreat temporarily. 6 paths of light appeared out of thin air, and Cheng Shuang was also surrounded by them. Ace's reaction was not slow either. At the same time, Ace's figure suddenly disappeared in the cave. Then hundreds of figures flashed in different directions. And because he ate the Mera fruit and became a flame man, Ace can release 10-blade cremation without any cost. Advertisement. The sparks illuminated the dark underground for a moment, and Futatsu Zaraki's pale face flashed in the firelight. The corner of the mouth of Jicheng Shuangye was raised with a smile. 0. How can I let you go like this? The charred body was blown to pieces by Ace and Futatsu Zaraki. Immediately, he exerted force on his feet and dodged sideways. At this time, there is only one sacrifice, and all Ace has to do is grab the sacrifice. Just like the strange light emitted by obsidian, the world of black and white ink seemed to be outlined by it and turned gray. So releasing one blade cremation also requires a burnt sacrifice. Ace turned his body to the side and dodged the knife on his heart. At the same time, Ace's left sleeve tightened and turned into a short blade, cutting towards Yang Cheng Shuangyi's neck. Please give me flowers. 0 Hado 96, one blade cremation. Advertisement. This is far beyond the Ryotsu level recorded by Ace Bankai. Bakudo 26, light. In Ace's perspective, Zanbakudo was different. In fact, this Ryotsu is more exaggerated than the previous one-sword cremation. Perhaps only Hado above number 98 can reach this level. When stabbed in front of Ace, Futatsu Zaraki's Zanbakudo, the entire blade of the rain and dew pomegranate became crystal clear, as if it was cast from the purest crystal. Neither of them could successfully release the one-sword Crimson, and it was a draw. This is a very special Hado that requires burning the body to complete. Even old man Yamamoto, who has the strongest flame-type soul sword, needs to use his arm as a price to release it. And Ace is too familiar with one-blade cremation. When he was in the pirate world, one-blade cremation was Ace's trump card. At the moment he turned around, he stopped the sword in his hand and swung it towards Zanbakudo, tilting the hilt upwards, using the time of Zhang Ai's cut. Jicheng Shuangye looked at the blood on the blade and smiled. It seemed that this little guy also knew that it was not good to face him at this time, and began to think of ways to escape. Also disappeared was the Zanbakudo in his right hand that was slashing towards Ace. Bakudo 61, 6 Pillars of Light Rate, Chapter 380, Want to Talk? Boom. After temporarily dispelling the Ryotsu and opening the 6-pillar light prison from the outside, Zaraki Suya began to feel the Ryotsu he left in Ace's body. This was the Ryotsu he left when he slashed at Ace just now. He didn't intend to let this kid go easily. In fact, Ace didn't move at all. Ace released 3 Bakudo in an instant to make Zaraki Suya misunderstand that he was running away, and then sneak attack him when he was not prepared. On the surface, the plan went smoothly. Ace watched Zaraki Suya leave in front of him. Just when Ace was looking for an opportunity to make a move, he saw that the other party didn't even turn his head. He slashed directly at his right wrist. The sneak attack turned into being sneak attacked, and a stream of blood shot out of Ace's right hand. The gushing blood brought a warm feeling of 473, but also brought severe pain. At this moment, the body's instinctive killing instinct has lost its effect. Ace's legs seemed to be petrified, motionless. Didn't I say that? You can't beat me. Suya Zaraki said, and slowly walked in front of Ace. And Ace looked at Suya Zaraki expressionlessly. Suya Zaraki looked at Ace's expression and said with a smile. Your Bankai is to completely externalize the high concentration of Ryotsu, so as to achieve the effect of attack and defense. Unfortunately, you are too young. If your Ryotsu is stronger, you will be the greatest servant of my new Pacto. But now, you are bound by me everywhere. Suya Zaraki finished speaking, and used the sword in his hand to open the chest robe slightly along the neck, revealing the strong upper body inside. At the same time, a figure gradually rose behind him. It was Yinkun Zaraki, who was looking at Ace with a ferocious face. I still have something to say to him. Pay attention to controlling your emotions, Yinkun. Suya Zaraki said, and stood aside shakily. Advertisement. I understand, home. Yinkun Zaraki nodded to Suya Zaraki. Yinkun took out the Zanpakuto hanging from his waist and pressed it against Ace's heart. Then, he tilted the handle of the knife, looked at Ace, and said slowly. Did you seriously injure me from this angle at that time? Ace looked at his opponent's Zanpakuto, which entered his chest little by little. The voice of Yinkun of Zancheng echoed in his ears. You are not asking me, but Captain Yamamoto behind me, right? Zanpakuto waved his finger and said jokingly. However, Ace looked at Yinkun as if nothing had happened, which made Yinkun of Zancheng look even more ferocious. But these smiles fell into the eyes of Zanpakuto, but they were ironic, even more hateful than the smile of the other party when he was stabbed. Then I am really lucky. If you really find me, I will be in trouble. Zaraki Shuang also understood what Ace meant. Maybe the other party is more talented than himself, but he is not a person who is willing to cultivate talents. Therefore, if it really fell into his hands, it would not be possible to achieve today's achievements. Forget what you did to Yinkun. I can pretend that nothing happened, Zanpakuto said, while gently controlling his Ryotsu with his fingers to stop Ace's bleeding. Thinking of this, Zaraki Shuang also shook his head helplessly. Some people may not be destined to be together, even if there are thousands of changes. Zaraki Suya saw the doubt in Ace's eyes, and a stone chair rose up. Sitting in front of Ace, he said slowly. Ace answered calmly. Originally there were 50, but now there are only more than 30 left. Speaking of this, you still owe me something. Although these refugees will be different at this time 5.2, but he just gave up the order just now. He can't take Ace as seriously as old man Yamamoto. But Ace's face was full of smiles, as if he had accomplished something great. Zaraki Suya pointed at the people lying on the ground. Judging from their clothes, those people were all homeless people on the street. But Ace doesn't understand, what does Zaraki want these people for? Advertisement, however, it was also a great loss that I didn't notice you at the time. On the contrary, our enemies are the same, so why don't you listen patiently? But Yinkun of Zancheng not only had this trick, but also took the Zanpakuto out of his chest little by little under Ace's gaze. The dark underground changed again, and a stone chair appeared from behind Ace rose. Ace bent his legs and sat down. Laugh, I won't let you laugh again. Zanpakuto was angry. He raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and stabbed Ace in the face, but was stopped by a white hand. Of course, if Zaraki's family hadn't encountered such an accident, he might be that kind of person, but he didn't plan to become a Shinigami at that time. Death is a topic we can't avoid, especially for them. Zaraki Shuang also leaned back in his chair, put the Zanpakuto in his hand on the ground, and continued. However, unlike ordinary homeless people, these people have Ryotsu, which may be equivalent to the level of the middle and lower level members of the Godate 13. Counterattack Seirei? Ace said with a smile. Finally, the Zanpakuto was completely pulled out by Yinkun of Zancheng, and the sweat and blood mixed together, dyeing the ground red. The gate that had sunk into the ground reappeared, and there were about 30 ragged people lying beside the gate. You are very strong, I want to see how long you can hold on. Moreover, he seems to want to bring these people back to the world. Do they lack servants to serve them tea and water? They all come from the poorest places in Rukongai. If I hadn't intervened, they would have died long ago, either at the hands of their own kind or in the mouth of the hollow. I'm sorry, head of the family. Zanpakuto bowed to Zanpakuto, glanced at Ace fiercely, and then retreated behind Zanpakuto. I never target Seirei, nor do I consider Shinigami as my enemy. I picked these people before you were born in Rukongai. They are the sacrifices used for the one-knife cremation earlier. Now I want to ask you to do an unpaid action, boom. I said, I still have something to say to him. Zanpakuto frowned and blamed. Chapter 381. Hidden Past. But I don't think they want to die at the hands of the Shinigami who brought them here, how ironic. Ace said lightly. Now I understand why you can be friends with the Quincy. Zaraki Suya smiled, his eyes suddenly became fierce. You're right. We brought them to Soul Society, but we don't care. We let them be attacked by hollows even in the Shinigami's base, Soul Society. Ace drew, his eyes moved. But it was such a person, at the moment of being torn apart. Zaraki Futaba took a deep breath to stop his voice from trembling, and he continued. There are often hollows there. In their opinion, what Shinigami did may be more irresponsible. This image shows a piece of black land with 2 or 3 jillions on it, and countless ordinary hollows sticking their heads out from left to right, as if they were looking for something. Advertisement Zaraki Yinkun, who was next to him, was now sitting on the ground, with his head down and his body trembling. Although he didn't hear any sound, Ace thought he should be crying too. I will never forget the Shinigami on the high wall. I will never forget the ugly masks, and their laughter, as if telling me that Shinigami are incompetent. It's these bastards. My sister died in the hands of these bastards, which is the biggest insult to the identity of Shinigami that she revered. So, after I became a Shinigami, I joined the 11th Division, which is the main combat force that has invested the most in the killing wish. But the corners of his eyes were somewhat crystal clear. Was this a sentimental person, or was it the ice-cold Zaraki Futaba he had seen before? I don't think you have experienced it, but I feel as if I have experienced it myself. You left Seirei in your 20s, but compared to you, I am actually much luckier and happier, because I have a family, I can do what I like. I can be a coward who doesn't want to be a Shinigami. She was a gentle and strong person. She took care of her 2 unambitious brothers and thought this was the best thing that happened to her. I will never forget her desperate expression. Zachung Shuangye waved his hand. An image appeared in the air in front of Ace. Advertisement, have you ever felt the despair of being bitten by a hollow? A warm smile appeared on Yuki Fuya's mouth. This was the first time Ace saw him like this. Zaraki Futaba raised his head and breathed a sigh of relief. If Shinigami are compared to angels who take people to heaven, but the people they bring are placed outside the 60 districts of Rukongai, then soul society is not heaven. Such lowly and ugly beasts should not exist at all. Ace was suddenly stunned. Isn't this a Shinigami problem? Is this a manifestation of Shinigami's incompetence? Let those beasts that shamed my sister be completely exterminated. I swear that one day, with the 11th Division entering Hueco Mundo will be completely destroyed, and all the hollows will be killed. Hateful people must have pitiful aspects. Perhaps as Zaraki Futaba said, people will change without a home. He must have not expected his current appearance. Zachung Shuangye stood up from the stone chair suddenly. As Yuki Fuya said, his eyes softened. Chapter 382. Differences in Concepts. As Zachung Shuang said this, he waved his hand and shattered the screen in front of him. At the same time, a stone spike suddenly rose above their heads, piercing all the voids here and turning them into powder. It turned out that the place on the light screen was the mountain where Ace and Zachung fought. But even if we attack Hueco Mundo, it is impossible to eliminate all the voids. Ace said, and seeing that Zachung Shuang did not riot, he continued. Even if Hueco Mundo is completely destroyed, they cannot be extinct. After all, their roots come from the real world. From humans, and even all living things in the real world. I understand, and Uratii also understands. This is why attacks on Hueco Mundo have become less and less since 1,000 years ago. There has not been a large-scale attack since I was born. Yuki Futaya turned his head, and his old face rarely showed a mountain color. That's right, I understand. The role of Shinigami is to maintain the balance of the soul. If this balance is sufficient, then the Shinigami will be satisfied with the current situation. This pervert situation of, friendly, with the enemy. Advertisement, either I take the initiative to change, or I will let Seirei and Shinigami change. Zaraki Futaya still pointed at Ace and continued. The latter is because you failed, so I have to go back to the original plan now, and I will change. In the real world, the soul of a dead person, if not discovered by the station Shinigami, always wanders in the real world. During this time, if they are bitten by a hollow, or see something that triggers their negative emotions, they will become the most common hollows. Most people will lose their memories and consciousness, and a few will have memories of being alive, but their personalities will also change. Therefore, the appearance of hollows is ultimately related to negative emotions in humans. It is possible to clean up the hollows, just as the Shinigami did before the establishment of the Seirei. But it is almost impossible to completely exterminate this creature. This is not that the Shinigami are satisfied with the status quo, but a kind of helplessness. But have you ever thought that even if you can wipe out all the humans in the present world, even if the Seirei don't stop you, human life will definitely reappear? After all, this is the meaning of existence. Ace looked serious and warned. 1. And the Seirei will definitely not allow you to mess around in the present world. This is the bottom line, so your plan will not work. Even if you defeat Kenpachi, don't forget, there is also Captain Yamamoto Fung. Your strength is not enough to defeat the captain. Destroy all living things in the world? Zashiro Suya shook his head. Even the cold-hearted 46 Chambers can't do this. I don't think I'm colder than them. Jishiro Suya also knew that Ace had some misunderstandings about his plan. Zhao Hao, after all, this was the only real way on the surface, so he didn't block Ace. I told you that I have the same dream as the Quincy, which is to completely destroy Hueco Mundo. Zashiro Suya said, spreading his hands, looking helpless. It's just that through their guidance, they want to spread the noble spirit of the Quincy to humans, so that all humans can become great. This is a good idea, but it's just a daydream. Chapter 383. How to break the impasse. So you also understand that this is a fantasy? Ace said helplessly. I thought you thought chanting could stop people from killing. Of course I don't think so, but it's a good idea. As long as it's more direct, it can be done. Zanpakuto pulled out from the ground and continued in front of Ace. My Zanpakuto, Yulu Jelly, can integrate its Ryotsu into all objects containing spirit particles and manipulate it. Souls are made of spirit particles. Ace heard this and his eyes were drawn. The composition of the soul is spirit particles, and the structure is the same. For example, if you have a brain, then your brain will also have a soul. If Zanpakuto controls and changes the brain of a dead person through Yulu Jelly, theoretically, what the other party will become depends entirely on Zanpakuto. Such souls will naturally not become hollows, because they will become machines without distinction. Then the next words of Zaraki Futaba made Ace realize that the other party's plan was even crazier than this. But humans themselves don't have spirit particles, but maybe the Soul King wants me to do this, so I found 073 a gift. Roba Paramaya, this is an Ajuka's level Manos Grande that Kuryoshiki and I have encountered. Her ability is the assimilation of the mind. Zaraki Futaba said, his voice getting louder and louder. In the real world, we can enter Hueco Mundo through the black cavity opened by the invading ordinary hollows. With your ability, you will find Menya Paramaya very quickly. Then I will turn her into my ideal state through the rain and dew, and through the assimilation of thoughts, I will get rid of the possibility of all people in the real world becoming hollows. This is a gratuitous action, but we can take a big step forward in the real world. From now on, there will be no hollows. The real world and soul society will be the most beautiful paradise. Zaraki Futaba said, putting the Zanpakuto in his hand behind him, and stretched out his left hand and said, "Come and help me, Ace." Ace looked at the smiling Zaraki Futaba, and the expression on his face under the mask was indescribable indifference. "Is your target only the hollow?" Ace said lightly. "That's all." Zaraki Futaba nodded seriously. Advertisement. Ace took a long breath and said calmly, "Then why do you rely on the power of the hollow? With your arrogance, would you treat the beast you mentioned as a gift?" Zaraki Futaba's smile gradually disappeared and returned to his original expressionless face. He was more indifferent than before, staring at Ace without saying a word. Let the world move forward a step. Although Ace was also expressionless, Ace's tone made Zaraki Futaba's face change constantly. It took humans an unknown amount of time to develop various complex emotions. They may not be perfect, but if they lose all their emotions, they are not moving forward, but moving backward. You should know that Shinigami and Hollow are two sides of the same coin. No, you must be very clear about this. Ace said. "So," said Zaraki Futaba coldly, "what's your conclusion? Shinigami are your real target, aren't they?" Ace stared at Zaraki Futaba and said lightly, "Back then, you hated Shinigami more than the Hollows who killed your sister." Clap, clap. Zaraki Futaba didn't answer either, just smiled and clapped his hands. "Just like 100 years ago, I underestimated you. You're right, it took a long time for humans to develop complex emotions, but this is not progress. The best example is us." Zaraki Futaba stretched out his hands. "We?" Ace looked at Zaraki Futaba. Zaraki Futaba nodded and continued. "We Shinigami have a long lifespan, which is enough to make our relationship stronger, but think about it. What has this relationship created? It's not getting better. Instead, it oozes dirty pus like an unhealed wound. This is ridiculous, even for me. What irony." Zaraki Futaba smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly thought of Kuyoshiki Kenpachi. That ridiculously simple man. Maybe he is the only exception, but in the case of most people being like this, he is particularly special. So, what you want to see is the tragedy of the Zaraki family being staged again in Seirei, and it will continue to be staged. Ace said lightly. "Without emotions, there are naturally no hollows, but without hollows, what is the meaning of the existence of Shinigami?" Zaraki Futaya laughed. "Advertisement, internal fighting, pleasure. No matter what it means, Shinigami is doomed to perish. Isn't it the same for you?" Ace sneered. "The moment my sister died, the Zaraki family no longer exists." Zaraki Futaya roared. Ace didn't know how many people in the history of Seirei had suffered the same fate, or if they were still alive, would they have the same idea. It is undeniable that the 46 Chambers, which claims to be dominated by 46 sages, did many wrong things. Perhaps if they were more serious, many such tragedies could be avoided, but their vision was too high. But think about it, there has only been one Zaraki Futaya in so many years. It can't be said that they are wrong. "So, do you accept this invitation, Ace?" Zaraki Fuya thought for a moment and said again. "Of course, you still have a reward, such as your life." Ace was surprised to hear that Zaraki Fuya invited him again. No, this should be a threat. After saying so much, didn't Chungshuang think that he would help him? "Do you think that I will agree if I know that you are so crazy that you want to destroy yourself?" "Why not?" Zaraki Fuya asked back. "There are infinite possibilities when you are alive. My plan will take some time to realize. You can do something during this time." Ace's eyes condensed. Zaraki Fuya's purpose is completely contrary to his purpose of coming to the Shinigami world and achieving immortality. "Then what will you do? Let me guess." Ace's voice is long. "Are you using Kido to restrict my Ryotsu, or using your Zanpakuto to control my body?" "This is a necessary means." Zhou Shuang did not hide his thoughts and answered frankly. "Then go find the Ajukas named Luigia. After finding Luigia, I will be one of your experimental subjects, right?" Ace said lightly. Chapter 384, The Greatest Relief. No, it takes too much time to assimilate a captain-level Shinigami." Zaraki Futaba shook his head and continued. So you won't be the first, but you will start assimilation after the experiment. You don't have much time, but it's definitely not a small amount. But I don't think I have a chance to turn myself into an emotionless machine. Death is better than becoming like this. I doubt. Zaraki Futaba said calmly, but such a life is actually not as satisfying as death. People like them, staying in the Seirei, can't get what they want. They often force themselves to do things against their will. It's better to be a person without emotions, so there won't be too many troubles. Advertisement. Zaraki Fuya raised his head and sighed softly. Zaraki Fuya thought that this might be the greatest relief. As he said, he did not expect to become like this. And he, including Zaraki Yinkun, might have been a walking corpse after the virtual torture. What supported them to this day was the persistence of letting everything in this world return to nothingness. But Ace was different. The two people made him cherish everything he had now. He absolutely could not accept the lack of self and even the instinct of life. Perhaps on the surface, it was a good choice to temporarily accept Zaraki Fuya's invitation and follow him to the present world in Hueco Mundo. After that, either wait for the rescue of old man Yamamoto or find another opportunity by yourself, which is also the best chance of survival. However, the Mouth Station is actually a suicide mission. After Zaraki Fuya was born, although he made a big move, he was actually silent. According to the code of conduct of the 46 seats and the character of old man Yamamoto, he felt that it was almost impossible for these people to send a large number of captains to the present world without causing a big sensation. And even at that time, he could not use his restricted Bankai, threatening Neza Cheng Shuangye again. So the only one who can save him is himself, not in the future, but now, when his Bankai still exists. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. 0. Neza Cheng Shuangye raised his head and sighed. A crisp sound came from Ace. Ace, who was controlled by Yulu Zalu, had Dong Zong. As Neza Cheng Shuangye said, Ace's Bankai is indeed for the embodiment of Zanpakuto, further compressing his inner Ryotsu to the death hegemony. Therefore, Neza Cheng Shuangye can easily control his body. Point 0. However, these Ryotsu Ace can quickly transfer to and from his body. However, in order to avoid alarming the snake, Ace did not transfer these Ryotsu back to his body this time. Instead, he directly used Ryotsu to control the death hegemony on his body, allowing his body to move. The sound just now was the sound of his leg and arm bones breaking. Enduring the severe pain, Ace's left sleeve rolled up into a black short blade, and he rushed towards Yinkun on the side of Zancheng like an arrow. Master. Before Yinkun could blink, Ace's short sword was against Zancheng Yinkun's throat. Yinkun had no time to react, and could only subconsciously call Zancheng Fuya's name. Chapter 385. Comeback. However, before Zaraki Yinkun could say the second word, the short sword in front of Yinkun flew up. The crystal-like Zanpakuto in front of him was none other than Zaraki Futaya's Zanpakuto. An orange-red fireball was imprinted on Ace's left hand through the channel of bloodline Madara Madara. The 7 burning orbs of Hado were the Hado that Ace released when Zaraki Futaya rushed out. Hado 96, 97-3, 1 knife. 2 naive. Ace's left hand was still burning, and the sound of a cremation knife echoed in the ears of the 3 people, but the crimson flaming sword did not appear. At this distance, with the slashing skills of Zaraki Futaba, it was not difficult to hit him before Kido was finished. Ace's body slowly fell from Zaraki Futaba's side, and there was nothing on his neck, proving the possibility that this body would never stand up. Jicheng Futaba saw Ace's head, wearing a mask, rolling over from his side, letting the blood it carried fly onto his captain's haori. This may be the person represented by this name, the last aforementioned in this world. Advertisement. It seems that even if there is a reward, you will not agree to this action. Yingcheng Futaba shook his head and said to himself, "It's a pity that I have to spend more time." As soon as the voice fell, Zaraki Futaba's face changed drastically. The coldness behind him was instantly replaced by severe pain. A white hand penetrated the hole in the haori and directly grabbed his heart. "Yes, you do need more time," a cold voice behind Suya Zaraki said, "because you need more time to reincarnate." Behind Suya Zaraki was a body with only the lower half of the face. It was the voice he made just now. Suya Zaraki was also very familiar. It was Ace who was beheaded by him. At this time, Ace's nose and eyes looked like a puzzle. Finally, Ace's face reappeared completely, but the mask on his face was gone. Head of the family? Yinkun Zaraki also noticed some strange things about Suya Zaraki. Turning his head slightly, it was not difficult to see Ace's figure. However, his body was still strong and did not look like he had just been beheaded. Yinkun Zaraki subconsciously twitched Zanpakuto to chop at Ace, but Ace did not even turn his head, and raised his left hand to hit a Ryotsu fist seal, knocking it away. Bakudo 61, the garden pillar light seat. Bakudo 62, 100-step railings. Poor Zanpakuto Yinkun fainted, but his body was still locked by the 6-pillar light prison, nailed to the ground by the messy white long sticks, like a lamb to be slaughtered. "I also thought you were an ignorant fool, but now I am a self-righteous fool." Zanpakuto Shuang also knew that whether he cut off his opponent's hands or cut off his opponent's head, these were not illusions. But this kid Ace 5.0 was reborn. He actually did such a thing. However, Ace is still standing here unscathed at this moment, which can only mean that his Zanpakuto has extremely strong healing ability and can transfer certain important organs. Even if he uses Yulu jelly to control Ace's body, it is futile. His heart is under Ace's control, and life and death are not decided by him. Chapter 386. Winner, Ace. Anyone in the situation just now would think that victory is in their hands. It's not your fault. Ace said lightly. Zanpakuto is indeed a respectable surname. I'll give you a chance, leave your last words. The experience of dominating the pirate world has taught Ace that you are the winner only when the enemy takes his last breath. Before that, don't let that kind of certain arrogance. As for Zanpakuto Suya, he did nothing wrong. Before cutting off Ace's head, his Zanpakuto was always in a state of liberation, and he never relaxed his vigilance against Ace. It is true that death is the end of life, but it always represents the loss of something, such as losing a head or a heart, which is the biggest mistake, at least for Ace who has a ghost. The essence of the cross is the ability to record static, recording the immunity to Ryujin at the first attack on me. This is also the embodiment of this ability. The moment Ace's Bankai is released, the Ryujin of the first external attack will be recorded on Ace's body. Attacks below this Ryujin will not destroy the complete state of Bankai, that is, complete immunity. Similarly, Ace cannot release more attacks than this level of Ryujin through the death hegemony, rather than the ghost's Bankai is both offensive and defensive, or rather, a thorough offensive and defensive Japanese body. At the same time as the external recording, the host's body and Ryujin will also be recorded internally. At this point, the host will be in a static recording state, and any physical damage may disappear, and even if they are blown to pieces, they will return to their original state. If the Bankai is not released, there will be no death. Advertisement. So when facing Ace's Bankai, trying to attack a common sense weakness is ineffective, because at this point, Ace's real weakness is actually the Bankai on his body, but it is difficult to imagine anyone whose weakness is completely exposed. It is also because of this ability that Ace can face Zanpakuto. In addition, seeing the body of Kuyushiki Kenpachi, the opponent's Zanpakuto is still there, and the cause of death is stabbing the heart. It can be seen that Shiro Suya has not deviated from the basic Shinigami combat mode. Shiro Suya's Zanpakuto is very likely not as capable as his ghost. Therefore, from the beginning, Ace did not hope to rely on the ghost to a certain extent. Ryujin's ability to be immune to attacks wins. Instead, Ace tries to block Zaraki Suya's slash at his neck, hoping that his opponent will focus on the defensive ability of his own Bankai. After that, everything went according to Ace's plan, except that Zaraki Suya also cut open the carrier behind Ace's Bankai, the death hegemony, which was the moment when Zaraki Suya came close to actually hurting Ace. If the opponent is not careless, Ace knows that with his current strength, the chance of winning is very small. Even if he brings another Zanpakuto, it will not be much better. It is extremely stupid to leave all victories and defeats to the opponent, even if the conditions are the opponent's carelessness, which is also created by himself. Death is the safest way, but there is only one chance. Fortunately, Ace is capable enough to seize this fleeting opportunity. Except for the terrible pain in his head and hands, everything else is fine. Chapter 387. The curtain falls. Jicheng family, last words? Jicheng Shuangye smiled at this time. You said that since your sister died, the Jicheng family no longer exists. Ace said coldly. Jicheng Shuangye was stunned, turned his head to look at the fainted Yinkun, and said slowly. This is a request, give Yinkun a way out. Impossible, I can't let go of someone with family hatred behind him. Ace flatly refused, turned his head, looked at Jicheng Yinkun again, and changed his words. I can take him back. Whether he is dead or alive, I will leave it to room 46. Ha ha ha. Jicheng Shuangye suddenly laughed in a low voice, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, but he said unconsciously. Leave it to room 46? Ha ha ha. At least, Yin will live longer. Advertisement. Ace continued. I can only do this. Zashiro Shuang did not answer, but just laughed alone, like crazy. However, the injuries at this moment were not enough for his weak body to withstand a chuckle. Blood gushed out of his throat, and the violent coughing finally stopped the sad laughter. I don't understand you. You have your own ideas, and you know that it is impossible for Seirei to put them into action. Backquote. Zaraki Futaba panted and spoke intermittently. But you can still accept it. Why do you accept it? Zaraki Futaba's voice also echoed in the air, Ace thought, and didn't know how to answer him for a while. He has his own ideas, such as studying the Quincy and exploring the Invisible Empire. And then find the possibility of immortality. And the price is to accept Seirei Fei's current situation, because Ace knows clearly that he is the only sane person in the world except for a group of drunk people. For his own comfort, this is the last resort. But he also tried to change in a way that both parties can accept, and put his ideas into practice as much as possible, but I don't know if this method will succeed. At this time, Zaraki Futaba's voice also sounded again, more exciting than before. Advertisement. One day, you will despair of all this, just like me 100 years ago. Zaraki Futaba raised his trembling right hand and placed it on the captain's Haori of the 11th Squadron. When the time comes, put it on, let your 1,000-year-old dead city, don't forget, the 9th generation, Kenpachi. On a plain in Shiryu district, a piece of charred land with an area of about 5 or 6 square kilometers, there are some depressions and cracks that are out of tune with the relatively beautiful scenery around. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and several charred stones flew into the sky, breaking the deathly silence here. A man with ragged clothes but clean clothes walked out from the ground. It was Ace who had just killed Jicheng Shuangye with his own hands. In fact, it is not right to say that he killed him with his own hands. Money is good. After Jicheng Shuangye reminded him, he only left one sentence and shattered his heart. Even Jicheng Yinkun was killed by Jicheng Shuangye. I am also worried about Yinkun going to the 46th room alone. This was the last sentence left by Jicheng Shuangye. Ace sighed softly, and the hand holding the light rope exerted force, and 2 stone coffins drilled out from the ground, with the bodies of Yangcheng Shuangdi and Jicheng Yinkun inside. Chapter 388. Yunohana Retsu's Choice. Although Ace and Zaraki Suya stood on opposite sides for various reasons, Ace had no hatred for this person in his heart. Zaraki Suya and Zaraki Yinkun, after all, were just 2 poor guys, and their bodies would be respected to the last degree. But even so, the bodies of these 2 people could not be buried in the graves of Yulingting, and it was even difficult to bury them, especially for the members of the 11th Division who had lost their captains. They might want to cut Zaraki Suya and Zaraki Yinkun into pieces. Here, the place where the classmates were together. 737 Ace looked back at the 2 sarcophagi. Maybe this was the best for them, but if he didn't take their bodies back, the battle would be in vain. Looking down at himself again, the originally spacious Death Tyrant suit was now full of knife cuts above the abdomen, and the sleeves on both sides were much shorter, like an interesting little vest. There were only a few thin lines left on the handle of the short sword, and the blade in the scabbard was even uglier. It was less than 2 feet long, and there was a broken part. The rest of it was not much better. The blade was covered with fine lines, and the originally sharp blade looked like it had been chewed by a dog. This was the Bankai. Once damaged, passes by level 2. It can only be released after it is completely repaired. However, this time, almost a quarter of the blade was damaged, and it would take half a month to repair it. It's not easy for me either. In the world, not many people have an easy life. Ace said softly to the 2 sarcophagi in front of him. Advertisement, so I had to take you back to Seredi. After that, I can't be blamed for what happens next, please understand. Whether this works or not, Ace turned around, picked up the 2 sarcophagi, and ran towards the direction of Seredi. However, a green manta-like creature was floating in the sky 8,000 meters above Ace's head, AIDB. A woman with disheveled hair stood on it. Ace's every move fell into her lifeless eyes. The creature under her feet was Meat Ray, the captain of the 4th Division, Yunohana Retsu, or at this moment, she should be called Yunohana Yachiryu, 1st generation Kenpachi Yunohana Yachiryu. She had just arrived, and under the order of Old Man Yamamoto, she should now rush down, knock Ace unconscious, and then return to Seredi. However, it is not difficult to guess who is lying in the sarcophagus behind Ace. The person who can create such momentum must be the jumping Zaraki Su-in who took away the title of Kenpachi. Unexpectedly, Ace actually killed Cheng Shuangye. Such an unexpected situation made Yunohana Retsu a little embarrassed. Watching Ace's figure disappear from sight, Yunohana Retsu has not made a decision yet. However, there is a time limit for returning home. You have been in contact with me a lot. Have you also been infected by my misfortune? Ace. Yunohana Retsu held the scabbard at his waist. The thumb of his right hand rubbed back and forth in the air, as if holding an invisible knife. But the misfortune that started with me cannot end with me. Let me see how far you can go, Ace. Can you reach the level of that person at that time? Yunohana Retsu murmured, stomped his right foot lightly. Minazuki smiled foolishly, then turned and flew westward. Chapter 389. Unprecedented Prestige. 2 days later, outside the Seredi, Katetsu looked ahead and saw Ace carrying 2 pairs of sarcophagi, his face full of excitement and admiration, unable to hide. When Ace came back, he did not deliberately cover up his whereabouts. Naturally, his whereabouts were discovered by the Shinigami stationed in the Ryukai area. At the same time, there was also news that Zaraki Fuya had been executed by the vice-captain of the first team, the vice-captain of Ace. Because of the death of Kenpachi Kuriyushiki, Shinigami both in and outside the Seredi knew how powerful Zaraki Fuya was. This was even more true for the members of the 11th team. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they knew that the person who killed their captain might be a stronger Kenpachi in terms of single-round strength. They wanted revenge, even if they knew their past, they were just sending themselves to death. However, they were also confused in their hearts. If Zaraki Suya was not defeated by one person alone, wouldn't the title of Kenpachi, which is the symbol of the 11th Division, have completely disappeared? Revenge or wait for someone to appear? Of course, the latter is also revenge, but they are also afraid that hatred will dissipate over time. But at this time, the news that Ace killed the fugitive Zaraki Suya and Zaraki Yinkun reached Seredi. Advertisement: the death of Kenpachi Kuyushiki seemed to fall into a long night, because the sun disappeared in the hearts of the members of the 11th Division. And now, the night is finally over, and a man named Ace is like the birth of the sun, sweeping away the yin in their hearts. Only Ace Katetsu Izan returned to Seredi from Rukongai, but since they entered the East Rukongai District 1, they have been surrounded by more and more people. They are members of the 11th Division. Every 100 meters, there is a member on both sides of the road. They will bow deeply on both sides of the road. Only when the 2 people leave completely will they get up and follow them silently. However, Katetsu Izan knew that this salute was only for Ace. These members of the 11th Division, who were usually arrogant and irritable, were either grateful or respectful at this moment, and it was only for Ace alone. Katetsu Izan did not expect that she would be as respected as Ace in the future. 0. Advertisement. But she only hoped that one day everyone would think that she was very reliable, but it was obvious that she was far from this goal now. At the beginning of the journey, she was still shoulder to shoulder with Ace, but at the end, Katetsu Yudo had consciously followed behind Ace. She knew that she could only stay in this position at this moment. Point 0. Before reaching Seirei, the outer periphery of Seirei, which was usually empty, now had 2 rows of Shinigami standing side by side, forming a black road. At the left end of the road, there was a short man with tears all over his face. On his left arm, the armband had a piece of black sawgrass printed under the word Kairi. This is the flower that represents battle, and it is also the team flower of the 11th Division. This person is the vice captain of the 11th Division. Asterisk. As soon as Ace stepped into the territory of the Great Seirei, the vice captain of the 10th Division trembled and said a word. He took a deep breath and forced himself to hold his breath. Then, the vice captain of the 11th Division roared. Welcome to 9th Generation Kenpachi Beggar, Chapter 390, Hot Yam. Salute. The members of the 11th Division on both sides and behind Ace pulled out the Zanpakuto from their waists and put their hands in front of them. Welcome to the 9th Kenpachi. The voices of many Shinigami of the 11th Division were deafening. As if they were going to crush Seirei, they only said one sentence. Welcome to Ace Kenpachi. Welcome to Ace Kenpachi. Welcome to Ace Kenpachi. Ace Kenpachi. On the roof of a house in the distance, Yoruichi was waving her fist at Ace, and Ace was welcomed by all the members of the 11th Division. Urahara Kazuki, look at this man's calm expression. I guess he's almost floating in the sky now. Yoruichi patted Urahara Kazuki beside him and said with disdain, but the smile on his face couldn't be concealed by 913. It can only be said that the 3 of them have been best friends from the beginning. Although Ace's face was expressionless, if he had a face in his heart, the corner of his mouth might reach the back of his head. This feeling of being the center of the world is really wonderful. There was even a moment when he forgot that his original intention was just to exchange the body of Tsuya Zaraki for the Quincy, but to avenge the death of Kenpachi Kuriyashiki and prove his honor. Is this what it feels like to be an idol? Just when he was secretly happy, Yoruichi in the room was shaking his head. He always said that her father Shihuan Shuzo was always arrogant. When it was his turn, wasn't it the same? The man was full of lies. Advertisement. Ace may be very busy next, we don't have to follow him anymore. Urahara Kazuki pointed to Ace who was walking towards the direction of the 11th Division building and reminded Yi Shishang. After completing Bankai with the Tenshintai, Urahara Kazuki spent some free time. However, the good times did not last long. Yoruichi's basic theory of Shunkai was also sorted out. Ace was not there, so he was caught as a coolie. During the time Ace was away, he had been assisting Yoruichi with his Shunkai training. Let him have some fun. When he finishes his work, grab him and help me. Yoruichi glared at Ace in the distance and turned around. Kenpachi, why didn't you think this title was so cool before? Whether you can become the 9th generation Kenpachi is still unknown. Urahara Kazuki glanced at Ace, muttered to himself, turned around and left with Yi. His training was not so easy, it was about talent, but more importantly, it took a lot of time. Ace didn't know that he had just returned and Yoruichi had booked him as a coolie in advance. At this time, he was worshipping the Kenpachi of Kuriyashiki in the 11th Division. The Godei 13 Division's barracks occupy a large area and each has its own characteristics. For example, the 1st Division where Ace is located is built on one side of the center of the bipolar hill, like a temple suspended in midair. The 11th Division building has the characteristics of simple attributes. There is a large open space in the building for the daily training of the team members. There are even separate rooms for the team members to practice privately, therefore, the fighting spirit of the 11th Division can be seen. Behind the captain's house, there is a deep pit filled with various Zanpakuto. Advertisement however, all of them are shrouded in a layer of light mist. Although there is no rust at all, there is a feeling of lifelessness. These knives have lost their owners. Their owners are the members of the 11th Division. This place is called the Sword Tomb, which is the mausoleum of the 11th Division and the members who died in battle. There is a stone platform in the center of the tomb, with only a square stone tablet on it. In front of the stone tablet, a Zanpakuto lies quietly on the stone shelf. This is the tombstone of Kuyashiki Kenpachi. Except for the captain of the 11th Division, only his own Zanpakuto can be left after death. The captain can leave a tombstone on the stone platform in the center. However, this also appeared after Kenpachi Kurayashiki, so there are no other former captain's tombstones on the platform. However, although there is a tombstone, the remains of Kenpachi Kurayashiki are not here. All Shinigami, including captain-level Shinigami, will be cremated after death and reincarnate as the most basic spirits. Therefore, this can only be regarded as the cenotaph of Kenpachi Kurayashiki. But even so, Ace still put his hands together, bent his body slightly, and stayed motionless for nearly 20 minutes. Unlike when he was welcomed, Ace had no distractions in his mind at this time. He just respected this Kenpachi who had made great achievements in battle and treated people kindly. Although Zaraki Tsuya did something wrong, he is not a shameful person in essence. He did not humiliate you, nor did he humiliate the title of Kenpachi. After saying the last sentence, Ace bowed deeply in front of the tombstone and then turned and left the stone platform. As soon as he left the sword tomb, the vice captain of the 11th Division came forward and said with red eyes, thank you for revenge for the captain. Ace waved his hand, indicating that you are welcome. The vice captain of the 11th Division saw this and pointed to the two sarcophagi next to him and continued. And please give instructions on the treatment of Futaya Zaraki. When Ace heard the news, he didn't know what to say. Although he defeated Futaya Zaraki and theoretically inherited the title of Kenpachi, the 11th Division was not Kenpachi's private division. Otherwise, from the moment Futaya Zaraki defeated Kenpachi Kuriyashiki, the entire 11th Division should have betrayed Seirei and followed Futaya Zaraki. So in Seirei, the title of Kenpachi is intimidating, but to use power, Ace can only use the identity of the vice captain of the 1st Division. But this is the matter of the 11th Division. Before the next captain of 5.4 is officially inaugurated, it is reasonable for the vice captain of the 11th Division to make the decision. But now the vice captain of the 11th Division has kicked the ball to him, isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Ace looked around. As expected, some of the team members around him clenched their fists, and it looked like they wanted to bite the sarcophagus in front of them. Some people's eyes were erratic. They closed their eyes, shook their heads, and then looked at Ace. These team members with different expressions did not think that Ace was not qualified to handle the internal affairs of the 11th Division. They still respected Ace, who avenged the captain and inherited the title of Kenpachi. It's just that it's difficult for everyone to adapt. Even if Kuriyashiki Kenpachi said something, not every word could be accepted by the whole team. Chapter 391. Checks and balances. This kind of troublesome matter, falling on Ace's head, really gave him a headache. You know, Ace is the person who is most afraid of trouble. Zaraki Shuangye did commit a serious crime, but it is also a fact that he defeated Kuriyashiki Kenpachi. Seeing that the players around him were restless, Ace raised his hands and pressed them down, stopping the restless trend and continued. Of course, I know you can't accept what he did to Kuriyashiki Kenpachi and want to cut him into pieces. However, despite being a fugitive, he still earned the title of Kenpachi with his own strength. It is also something that Kuriyashiki Kenpachi considers as an honor. Of course, this is also related to the nature of the 46 rooms. Once entering the 46 chambers, these names will completely disappear from the history of Seirei, and the severity of their selection is even more cruel than that of the captain of Gode 13. The Zanpakuto rotated in the air for a while, and finally stuck firmly in front of the tombstone of Kuriyashiki Kenpachi. After Kenpachi died, he couldn't even enter the 08th tomb. Isn't the title of Kenpachi very embarrassing? Advertisement, however, if these 46 people are singled out, they will have no rights. In the 46th seat of Seirei, old man Yamamoto has been here for a long time. After Ace finished speaking, he looked around and found that the team members around him had calmed down. They are even more cruel than Gode 13 ordinary members are inferior. These are the rulers of the 46 chambers, the 46 sages. Then, Ace's food digged gently, and Futaba Shiro's body suddenly burned in the stone chair, and as the sparks ignited, it quickly disappeared. Like the captain of Gode 13, these 46 sages have changed over the years, however, there is no record of them. But they can have only one voice, and there is no so-called whole 997. In the empty and simple hall, behind the wooden boxes leading up the stairs, sit people whose faces and genders cannot be seen clearly. So, they must do it, both abandoning all emotions and monitoring each other, so that most people feel at ease. Advertisement: even these people in the 46 chambers do not know each other's identities. Only the two leaders of the Divine Word family, the Miyoshi family, know who the members of the 46 chambers are. He must confess his mistakes in the face of the roughness of endless years. Ace pulled out the Zanpakuto of Futaba Shiro from the stone coffin and threw it upward without looking back. As the decision-makers of Gode 13's internal affairs, if necessary, they can even interfere with all the decisions of the Gode 13 division. The handle of the knife leaned forward slightly, as if to worship Kuriyashiki Kenpachi. The Gode 13 division, which represents the Seirei's military power, is actually on par with the 46 rooms, and the only connection between Wei 40 meter is the Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The two are also in a relationship of mutual supervision. Of course, most of the time, the two have no disagreements and they get along well. Ace said as he slapped the stone coffin in front of him to death. Of course, what he did is not worthy of being named in the sword tomb. They are a whole, and only through 46 mouths speaking together can it become an order in the Euradii. Chapter 392. Room 46. At this time, in the 46th room, even if there was no tense atmosphere in the hall, if there were other people there, it could be seen from their conversation that they were arguing over one person. Ace can't be the captain of the 11th division, this is the bottom line, Yamamoto. Of course, more than one sage said this here. The old man Yamamoto in the center of the hall narrowed his eyes, with no expression on his face. He raised his chin and asked softly. When did the 46th room take charge of the appointment of the captain? Gode 13, the appointment mechanism of the vice captain and below positions can be decided independently by the captains. For example, the current vice captain of the 11th division has been with Kenpachi Kuriyashiki since childhood and was directly appointed as the vice captain by Kenpachi Kuriyashiki. The appointment of the captain, or evaluation, is generally carried out in three ways. The first is to pass the captain's examination in the presence of three current captains including the captain-in-chief, and when the captain's position is vacant, serve as the captain in the 2nd, 6th, and 10th divisions. Frankly speaking, the captain's test is a test of the candidate's experience. Whether or not to Bankai is the key link or the only key point. In theory, one can pass the strength test without Bankai, but Seirei has never had such a person who can pass the captain assessment without Bankai. The second method is to be nominated by 6 captains. Among the remaining 6 captains, at least 3 approve the individual. Under the witness of the captain general, this person can become the captain of the Go-Day 13. Advertisement. This method sounds simple, but it is very similar to the 46th chamber. The Go-Day 13 is not of one mind, and it is even more serious. Each of these 13 captains has great power in Seirei, and there are no restrictions on their style and attitude towards people. If the 46th chamber can only make one voice, then the captain of Go-Day 13 can make 13 different claims. In addition to their different backgrounds, including 3 of the 5 nobles who are fixed in charge of a fixed squad, their attitude is even more unpredictable. In this case, it is extremely difficult to obtain the joint recommendation of the 6 captains, and it is also extremely difficult to obtain the approval of at least the remaining captains. Without the approval of the captain general, it is more difficult than achieving Bankai. Therefore, becoming a captain in this way is even more rare. As for the third and final way, it is to win the battle with the current captain in the presence of almost all the members of the squad, then this person can replace the current captain and become the new captain of the squad. But this method is most used by the GN team, and even to a certain extent, it is developed to cooperate with the inheritance of the title of Kenpachi. No matter which of the 3 methods becomes the captain, the interference of the 46th room, Lily Howe, is extremely limited. Of course, this is normal. The Go-Day 13 and the 46th room are originally at the same level. If the captain nomination in Go-Day 13 is also completed by the 46th room, it is simply ridiculous. This time is different. Old man Yamamoto heard an emotionless voice from the roof, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. Slowly straightened up, his eyes slowly opened, and his eyes were sharp. Chapter 393. The Captain's Deterrence. What's the difference? Ace killed Zaraki Fuya. He is the 9th Kenpachi. He is also the captain of the 11th division. This is the ancient rule of Go-Day 13. Old man Yamamoto's eyes were sharp. The 46th chamber's judgment on Zaraki Fuya is to capture him live first. Ace disobeyed the order first. Whether it is an advantage or a disadvantage still needs us to discuss. You, Yamamoto, should know better than anyone whether a person with impure thoughts and conceit can become a captain. One voice after another, not only did they erase Ace's contribution this time, but they also described Ace as someone who was not up to the task. Old man Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes, and slammed the cane in his hand heavily on the ground. The ground made of murderous stone was actually hit by this cane and 10 dense fine lines were left. The fugitive who killed the current captain should be executed on the spot. He is not pure, he is arrogant. This is ridiculous. As old man Yamamoto spoke, his voice became louder and louder. The 46 sages behind the wooden table on the high platform, although protected by the invisible Kido, still felt their ears numb due to the vibration. You use such flowery words to perfunctory the old man. Do you think you have lived in this position for too long? Old man Yamamoto shouted angrily. You? A sage on the left of old man Yamamoto just opened his mouth and saw old man Yamamoto looked cold and stern. The second word in his mouth turned into a silent breath. He couldn't say the next words. He was obviously hidden by Kido. How did Ben find him? Not only this sage, but the other people in the 46th room also felt the same way. Although old man Yamamoto didn't look here, they all had a feeling in their hearts that they were being stared at by a beast hiding in the dark. The 46th room fell into a deathly silence. Old man Yamamoto stood motionless with a cane under the stage. Advertisement. The 46 sages on the stage were counting their heartbeats and in great pain. Finally, a soft sigh came from the air, breaking the silence that was more terrible than death. Let me give you a reason. 0. Tsuneyashiro, wearing a dark blue kimono, stepped down from the platform step by step and came to the opposite of old man Yamamoto in the center of the hall. As one of the leaders of the priest family, it is not surprising that he appears here. However, with the appearance of Tsuneyashiro, the other figures on the platform disappeared silently. In the huge room 46, there are only 2 people in song, Namiyashiro and old man Yamamoto. If you have any reason, tell me, kid. The cold eyes of old man Yamamoto were hidden under his eyelids again. Although his tone was calm, the displeasure in his heart was even more terrible when he called Tsuneyashiro a kid. Tsuneyashiro's face suddenly changed when he heard the old man Yamamoto's address, and even turned pale. His fingers rubbed back and forth subconsciously under his wide sleeves. Seirei knew Yamamoto's strength very well. As one of the 5 nobles and the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, although he had only heard about it, Tsuneyashiro had a deep understanding of the old man in front of him, respect, but more of fear. Seirei was established more than 2,000 years ago, but the current written records are less than 2,000 years old. Even the 5 nobles cannot guarantee that they have inherited all the history, but the old man before them has personally experienced this history. Seirei was not called this name at the beginning, and it didn't even have a name. It was just a home of Shinigami in Soul Society. At that time, there was no difference between nobles and civilians, only the Soul King and ordinary people, Shinigami. It was not until 2,000 years ago that the Soul King led the Zero Division to open up the Soul King Palace and establish the 5 great nobles. The families related to the 5 great nobles once again became the so-called nobles of all levels, and the name Seirei also appeared at that time. It was at this time that Yamamoto succeeded his predecessor and became the captain of Seirei. Perhaps it is not accurate to call him the captain, because from then on, the Godei 13 appeared. Advertisement. The 46th chamber was slightly later than the appearance of Godei 13. After the Soul King left, the system changed, and many families that were no less than the 5 great nobles chose to leave Seirei. And with the expansion of Rukongai, a large number of hollows entered the Soul Society. Coupled with the war that the Quincy later started, the headquarters of the Shinigami, which was renamed Seirei, experienced a long period of turmoil with the Soul Society. If the Soul King created the Soul Society, then even including the present world in Hueco Mundo, then Yamamoto is the stable existence of all this. It turns out that Godei, although the 13 is named after the Godei, they are actually a cold-blooded killer organization that will immediately kill anyone they deem a danger to the Seirei. Under Yamamoto's leadership, as long as they do not succumb to the existence of the Seirei, there will be no possibility of surrender or imprisonment. Being completely buried by the Shinigami of the Godei 10 main team is their only fate. During this period, the 46 chambers had no real power at all. All the creatures of Soul Society live or die according to Yamamoto's words. It can be said that Yamamoto's power at that time was almost equivalent to that of the second-generation Soul King, and his power was unimaginable to the Shinigami. In order to eliminate rebellion and foreign invasion, he even launched no less than 3 battles against Hueco Mundo. In this way, under the leadership of Yamamoto, Soul Society became what it is today. The streets of Rukongai also developed towards the 80th district, and Suilingte became the only supreme place for Soul Society. The captain-in-chief, who holds unparalleled power in Seirei, selflessly transferred power to the 46 chambers after stabilizing the situation. The Godei 13 became worthy of its name and became the highest force to protect Seirei. The 46th chamber became the brain that enforced the law and managed internal affairs within Seirei. Since then, Seirei has existed for 1,000 years. Until now, there are no more than 10 people in Seirei who know about that period of time. And less than 5 people who have personally experienced this history, not including Tsuneyashiro. But Tsuneyashiro knew that the reason why Seirei has not changed for 1,000 years is because the old man in front of him has never changed his original intention. If Yamamoto is in chaos, then the chaos of 1,000 years ago will definitely repeat itself, even if he is only one person. Chapter 394. Captain General Candidate. Although there is a so-called Zero Division that is stronger than Seirei with the strength of a division, isn't Yamamoto the same person now? After Yamamoto got furious, Tsuneyashiro knew that he had to be careful. You are indeed my elder. This is what my father said to me when I took over the Tsuneyashiro clan. It was not Tsuneyashiro's usual ethereal voice, but a hoarse and old voice that sounded suffocating. Then you should know that you are not qualified to test me like this. Even if it is the intention of the 5 major families, you have to give me a reasonable explanation. Yamamoto said coldly. That's why they don't allow Ace to become the captain of the 11th division. And his concept of justice happened to be to protect Seirei, which is why he gave power to the 46th chamber. Old man Yamamoto leaned on his crutches and looked at Tsuneyashiro in front of him expressionlessly without speaking. This power that completely destroys the souls of the hollows makes old man Yamamoto worry about its consequences, but for most Shinigami, it is more like a fear. Advertisement. As for the test, since you know everything, you must also know the reason. Communicating privately with Naritai and conducting research on the Quincy is enough to make people feel uneasy. Even if it is to destroy the Quincy, Ace will first collect evidence, and then decide whether to start a war with the 5 heads of the 5 major clans who can represent Seirei. A drop of sweat flowed down Tsuneyashiro's temple. Although the 46 talents of the 46th room were selected by Tsuneyashiro and the other 5 nobles, they are not the servants of the 2 families. Although old man Yamamoto did not do anything special at this moment, his words made Tsuneyashiro feel like he was carrying a mountain on his back. His talent and wisdom also satisfy us, it's just that he is different from you. Behind this man stands the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuniku. 0. This is indeed the suggestion Ayane made, and the Kuchiki family also agreed, and the other 2 are still considering it. You have decided that Ace is the candidate to take over as the Captain General. Advertisement. However, as a member of the Miorisho, even if he has impure thoughts, once he takes action, there are still many people who can deal with him. The reason why old man Yamamoto was able to let the 5 nobles recognize his position as the Captain General for so long was mainly because of his strength, but more because of his good character. They will not just issue orders on behalf of Tsuneyashiro. The power of the Quincy is different from that of the Shinigami and the Hollows, so even if the Quincy and the Shinigami have the same goal of destroying the Hollows, the Shinigami must destroy them. It has been a long time since Kuretsuchi Mayuri wanted to study the Quincy. Yamamoto has his own ideas, but these ideas are based on the good of Seirei, or what he calls justice. But as his designated successor, is Ace such a person? 0. But Ace is completely different, at least, this is the intention of Tsuneyashiro and the other 5 nobles. According to the equal status of the 5 nobles, the 2 should have talked to the families of the other 3 major families. Of course, if they let Tsuneyashiro be a lobbyist, the 46th room would not have this ability. Tsuneyashiro waited for a while and felt that he was about to suffocate to death, then he continued. Chapter 395. Yamamoto's persistence. As such a man, Ace's participation in Quincy research is completely different from Kuretsuchi Mayuri. This is the first time Tsuneyashiro has seen the so-called ambition in him. Later, Ace hunted alone and fought with Zaraki Suya, which made Tsuneyashiro even more afraid. If Ace were here, he would definitely be in tears. As long as he is willing, it is easy to make the first team change for him. Not everyone is like you. Once a person has the ability to pursue something, his inner persistence will not disappear. Tsuneyashiro shook his head and continued. But in the Gode 13 division, the 11th division is the main battle team of Gode 13. Ace's method is to put his ideas into practice and let Uratii change according to his ideas. We are all the same, and he is no exception. Advertisement. On the other hand, Kenpachi Kuyashiki is already deeply supported in the 11th division. The voice of old man Yamamoto made Tsuneyashiro feel relieved. The other party was willing to explain to him and things were under control. Although Ace's actions are all for immortality, they have nothing to do with Tsuneyashi's so-called ambition. According to the rules of the 11th division, there is nothing wrong with him becoming the new captain of the 11th division. But just like Ace can't read Tsuneyashiro's mind, in the eyes of others, Ace is not a person who likes to explore like Urahara Kazuki, who first thinks of chasing the power of the Quincy. If Ace was just an ordinary Shinigami, it would be fine, but he was recognized by Yamamoto as a genius and was kept by him to train as his successor. He promised me that he would never betray the Seirei. Even if he becomes a Kenpachi, I believe he will not lose himself. The fact is that in less than 200 years, Ace has the ability to kill Josuya. Even among the captains, he is an absolute strong man. It can only be said that Yamamoto's vision is not a problem. What he disagrees with even more is Ace's method, which is different from Yamamoto's method of opening their minds to them. Ace, who avenged him, inherited such support and his prestige is unimaginable. Advertisement in terms of strength, Ace is indeed qualified to be the captain. In addition, he is really too young. But these things can change slowly. This is not a reason not to let him be the captain. Maybe it's for Seirei, but once it's researched, there will be too many uncontrollable factors, which is not what Tsuneyashiro or Seirei want. Apart from the factors of the captain and the vice-captain, the combat effectiveness is unparalleled. He has his own ideas, but I know this kid's nature, he does everything with justice in mind. Old man Yamamoto said, pausing. Maybe he is still a little impatient and can't take over the captain's duties. There may be many geniuses, but Ace is the only one treated like this by old man Yamamoto. 5.6. I think he can't control himself after he has more power, so what? Even if he leaves me, he is still my disciple, I can wait. When he finds what he insists on, when he can control his own thoughts, I will give him the scepter in my hand, said the old man Yamamoto in a deep voice. I have been waiting for more than 2,000 years, what is this little time? Chapter 396. The core of the contradiction. The hall was quiet again. Tsuneyashiro bowed his head and smiled bitterly. What he was most worried about had happened. This captain, who was like a lonely mountain in the desert, had changed because of a young man, just to see that young man could support the world one day. His heart, which had been dry for 1,000 years, was filled with emotions for the first time. The most important thing was that after completing his lifelong pursuit, he actually had a new pursuit. Perhaps he himself did not notice that he had gradually separated from his original self. Before, Tsuneyashiro was only worried that Ace would become the captain of the 11th division. In the future, if Ace took on the position of captain again, this man would have two important divisions in his hands, the 11th division and the 1st division. By then, no one could stop Ace from doing anything. Was Yamamoto like a father to that young man? Tsuneyashiro did not know, but he now hoped that Ace was a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. Otherwise, once Ace took over the 11th division, Yamamoto and Ace would have two important divisions in their hands, divisions that were almost completely under their control. Whether it is the identity of son, or Yamamoto's identity as father, it makes Tsuneyashiro extremely afraid. Ace must not be appointed as the captain of other squads, absolutely not. In the past, you would not say such a thing. Your complete trust is too far away for us. Tsuneyashiro took a deep breath and continued. You can see with your own eyes that Ace's behavior is problematic, but you still have to wait. It's hard to believe that this is still the attitude you used to appease Soul Society thousands of years ago. Do you want me to kill my disciple because of this? Advertisement. Old man Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes, and his cane broke into pieces, revealing the Zanpakuto inside. Old man Yamamoto pressed the handle of the knife with his right hand and shouted. Destroy the Quincy who tried to start another war, and kill the fleeing Zaraki Fuya. Do you want to kill such a person? A bunch of bastards? The sword has not been unsheathed, but Tsuneyashiro feels that his body has been cut into pieces. Yamamoto obviously did not release Ryujin completely, but the air around him seemed to be pressed to the ground, making Tsuneyashiro unable to move a step. No, I'm not asking you to kill him, but it's a hidden danger for him to be the captain like this. Tsuneyashiro said intermittently. The old man Yamamoto's terrible eyes still did not change, and the right hand that was just pressing the hilt of the sword had already tightly grasped the hilt. Not to mention moving his body, at this moment, Tsuneyashiro even had some difficulty in speaking. On the eve of his taking over the Tsuneyashiro family, his mind 290 Cs appeared with the words of his parents. Starting tomorrow, you will become the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. This is not an honor, but it allows you to take the responsibility of the survival of Seirei. All the civil strife is your fault. The Tsuneyashiro family will be ashamed because of you. There are only 5 nobles in Seirei, and there will only be 5, We don't need a sixth noble. Tsuneyashiro closed his eyes, the indifference of the past disappeared, messy hair stuck to his face, and he yelled like a madman. Whether it's Yamamoto or Portgas, such a family cannot appear in Seirei. Chapter 397. Grounded. The invisible window between Yamamoto and Tsuneyashiro was completely exposed by this sentence, but the disappearance of this layer of paper is a way for the two to reconcile or go their separate ways. Just like many unknown histories of Seirei, not many people know. In Shihuan's mansion, Yoruichi clasped his hands together and raised them high above his head. Gritting his teeth, muttering to himself. The servants in the distance couldn't help but sigh when they saw the young lady's appearance. The young lady of their own family was confined to her house after returning from the Soul King Palace. She was a little depressed and a little emotional, which was normal. It was all because of that rogue Ace, making trouble outside and implicated the young lady, which was simply a waste of the young lady's usual kindness to him. It was really heartless and ungrateful. They only hoped that the young lady could go through this incident, recognize the true face of that kid, and get rid of this strange behavior as soon as possible. Almighty Santa Claus, put that B*** DAce in my socks tonight. Urahara Kazuki, who was nearby, was somewhat amused and helpless after hearing what Yoruichi said. He was also confined to his house, but although Urahara Kazuki was a high-ranking noble, he was the only one of the 10 people in his family. So he took the initiative to stay at Shihuan's house for a while. One more person would not change anything, so Seirei could still allow this request. How big a sock do you have to prepare to make Ace appear in your socks? Urahara Kazuki asked with a smile. Yoruichi pointed to the socks on his feet, and Urahara Kazuki was stunned and asked slowly. Are you afraid that this is not appropriate? If I really prepare a sock as big as his, won't it expose him? Yoruichi stretched out his index finger and gestured. It's just the right size. Ask him what happened. If he was wronged, we will help him find the truth. If he did it, I will kill him with my own hands. Urahara Kazuki laughed. He's just afraid of death. He doesn't deserve death. Yoruichi thought for a moment and continued. Then my socks will be his eternal home. He can never change back. Even if he is cleared of suspicion, he can't go back, right? Urahara Kazuki scratched the back of his head and continued to ask. We can make a wish for him next Christmas when I have a bigger sock. Yoruichi said, poked Urahara Kazuki's shoulder, and quickly ordered. By the way, you can also make a wish and put the letter with the truth in your socks, tisk. Don't just stand there, make a wish, Yoruichi urged. Urahara Kazuki had no choice. Under Yoruichi's anxious urging, Urahara Kazuki also raised his hand and muttered to himself. Almighty Santa Claus, put the letter with the truth in my socks tonight. His thoughts went back to a day many years ago, good money, when they had just entered the Mao Academy. During lunch break, Ace hung a red sock on the bed of the first-year boys' dormitory of the Real Spiritual Arts Academy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. What's in your hand? Looking back, it was Yoruichi. Ace looked down and saw that this was indeed his bed, so this should also be the boys' dormitory. Why did Yoruichi appear in this strange place? Chapter 398. The most troublesome scientist. Socks, red socks? You stole them? Whose socks did you steal, Sister Huaz? Yoruichi asked as fast as a bullet, and she said with disdain before she could wait for the answer. Or are these your socks? They're red and hanging by the bed. Ace was stunned and answered subconsciously, today is Christmas. What is Christmas? Yes, why haven't I heard of this festival? Ace's mouth twitched when he heard what Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki said. Although Christmas is not a festival of Dragon Country, it is a very lively festival on Blue Star 343 after all. So when he was in the pirate world, Ace would celebrate every Blue Star festival and hold his favorite party by the way. This habit also continued to the Shinigami world. However, what Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi said reminded Ace that Seirei did not have the tradition of celebrating Christmas. Fortunately, there's Chojiro Sasaki, an old man who is fascinated by Western culture. He has been popularizing his hobbies since he was a child, and even pretends to be Santa Claus every Christmas to give him gifts. It is also easy to explain. Advertisement. Well, this is a secret holiday. Old man Sasaki told me. Ace said. Why don't you celebrate the holidays so actively? You are just pretending, aren't you? Childish. Nightface said with contempt, even more disgusted than when he guessed the source of the socks. Ace couldn't stand that kind of expression, especially Yoruichi's expression. This is different. If you celebrate this holiday, there will be gifts, which are real benefits. Ace smiled. What do you mean? Urahara Kazuki asked curiously. Up pointing arrow. Ace didn't know how to explain. If someone would give gifts, Urahara Kazuki would definitely ask who it was and why. Ace couldn't tell Urahara Kazuki that it was Sasaki. It is not easy for old man Sasaki to remain innocent. Most importantly, if these words reach old man Sasaki's ears, won't his gift be gone? Advertisement. But once Urahara Kazuki's interest is aroused, the other party will definitely break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. If there is no detailed explanation, then he will get the truth through his own actions. It can only be said that scientists are troublesome creatures. In a moment, Ace made a great decision and made up a story himself. As for why Ace didn't tell the real story, he didn't want to be asked about the religion of the Blue Planet by Urahara Kazuki. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a man. Ace was about to speak, but Urahara Kazuki interrupted him and asked. Where did it come from? Well, I read it in a book by Old Man Yamamoto. Later, Old Man Yamamoto put it away and refused to let me read it again. It must be that dictionary. Ace's mouth twitched. Okay, I'm interested now, keep working. Yoruichi stopped Urahara Kazuki from asking and urged. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a man in the world. He was very lonely, so he hoped that someone would celebrate his birthday on the day he was born. In return, he would put a gift in the man's socks on the night of his birthday. Ace said casually. Chapter 399. Take the bait if you're willing. What's the man's name? Why did he stuff gifts into the socks? Urahara Kazuki asked. You can call him Santa Claus. He wants the person who made the wish to see his presents as a blessing. Ace's brain was working fast. Because his birthday is in winter, so in his opinion, socks are the warmest thing he can give him. Urahara Kazuki just stopped here, and Yoruichi's question came again. Why didn't you tell us earlier? You kid wanted to take this gift for yourself. Ace rubbed his temples. It was really a headache, because today is my first Christmas. Christmas only happens once every 20 years, and I came to Soul Society not long after the last Christmas, which happened to be today. Ace had no choice but to say casually, why celebrate a birthday every 20 years? Urahara Kazuki asked. People are so miserable in the world, this is a wish, hoping that someone can remember his existence. Ace pretended to be lonely and said in a hoarse voice. The book says that after his death, he wandered in the world for a long time. Finally, he came to Soul Society without soul burial. He has no spiritual power, but he can travel through space. Of course, these are all recorded in the book. Later, it was taken away by Old Man Yamamoto. Happy birthday, Santa Claus. I'm serious, so you will give me a gift, right? Yoruichi closed his eyes and talked to himself, then turned to Ace and asked. Is this all right? Don't you have to prepare Enko rice for him? No need, the thought is priceless, as long as you are truly blessed. Ace said helplessly. What's next? Prepare the socks on the bedside table. Repeat after me, Almighty Santa Claus. Put the gift I want in my socks tonight. Ace said, and then added. Say the name of the gift you want, remember to shout it out. Isn't it all about silent wishes when making a wish? Yoruichi asked in confusion. He traveled through space, not your heart, too. Ace held his forehead. He could understand Sasaki's mood of testing what he wanted in a different way every year. Advertisement 0, please ask for flowers. Yoruichi nodded, and did what Ace asked. Urahara Kazuki also participated. Neither of them asked for too much. Yoruichi asked for a small headdress with the Shihuan family logo. Urahara Kazuki wanted to replace his Zanpakuto Hongji's sword tassel recently, so he just made this wish. 0. At night, Urahara Kazuki stood in the garden, looking at Yoruichi's room, which had turned off the night light. In order to receive the gift as soon as possible, she went to bed early. Looking at the wooden block in his hand, Urahara Kazuki's face was full of gentle smiles. In fact, he knew from the beginning that the so-called gift was definitely not sent by Santa Claus. However, as long as everyone can be happy, then this person must really exist. Of course, Urahara Kazuki was already very happy long before this. It must be said that Ace is very creative and can come up with such an act to add happiness to his life. Whether he is the blessed person or the blessed person, they can get their own happiness. Chapter 400. Meditation in seclusion. The next day, Night woke up early, looking at the bulging socks on her head. A long-lost smile appeared on her face. Ace did not lie to her. But in the next second, a lively shout appeared, and the servants who were cleaning the yard heard it and were frightened. Ah! What on earth is this? Bang! With a loud noise, Urahara Kazuki, who was still asleep, stood up on the bed with a Garp jump. Although the visitor had disheveled hair, her healthy complexion still showed that she was the owner of this big house, Yoruichi. Good morning, Yoruichi. Has Ace appeared in the socks? Urahara Kazuki sat on the bed, yawning, pretending to know nothing. It appeared, but it can't move, Yoruichi said, holding the thing in his hand in front of Urahara Kazuki. I feel bad all over. Urahara Kazuki looked at the wood carving in Yoruichi's hand, grinned, and laughed. Even when he was carving and drawing, he thought this thing was good. Why was Yoruichi so funny when he held it in his hand? Advertisement, you're still laughing, I'm so angry. Yoruichi raised the wood carving and made a gesture to throw it out, but she retracted her hand the next second. Yoruichi poked the wood carving Ace's forehead with her finger and said viciously. Laugh. You dare to laugh after such a big fuss, I'm going to make you cry. Well, maybe your wish this time is not accurate, so Santa Claus is lazy. Urahara Kazuki comforted. Yes, and you, patted his head and pointed at Urahara Kazuki behind the socks. Look if there is anything real in your socks. Urahara Kazuki rarely put away his smile, solemnly took off the socks on the bed, and slowly opened it. There was really a folded letter inside. Open it and see what has happened over the years. Under Yoruichi's gaze, Urahara Kazuki slowly opened the letter and said with a wry smile. This really writes the truth. Only the word truth? Advertisement. Yoruichi fell on the bed, holding the material in his arms. This is not true, are you kidding me? It doesn't matter, we should be more precise next time. Next time? 20 years? Maybe Ace made a wish yesterday. I hope we don't worry about him. Urahara Kazuki looked at the crying Yoruichi and smiled gently. He patted Yoruichi on the back and said slowly. It's only 20 years, soon, as long as he is still the familiar him, we can definitely spend Christmas together again, right? 5 days later, Ace's transfer order to take over the captain of the 11th Division still did not come down, but Ace's title of the 9th generation Kenpachi became widely circulated. The members of the 11th Division all opened their eyes and waited for the captain's order. There was no captain in the team, and it was strange to have a conflict with other teams, which made them feel uncomfortable. But as the person involved, Ace was not in a hurry. After the battle with Zanpakuto, his head was chopped off. Ace had a new understanding of Zanpakuto and Kido. However, this still remained at a vague level. For the past 5 days, Ace has been meditating in a quiet room, trying to find this mysterious feeling. Chapter 401. Cultivate your mind. In the room with flickering lights, Ace and a pair of black armors sat cross-legged, facing each other. This is Ace's consciousness space, or one of the consciousness spaces. The armor in front of him is the incarnation of the ghost. The damage to Bankai prevented Ace from freeing the ghost in the short term, but there was no problem communicating with the ghost. Shinigami's practice is mostly based on cultivating the mind and supplemented by cultivating the body. You can't find the answer here. If you don't understand, I won't understand it either. There was nothing under the armor, but the hoarse voice 08 came from the mask hanging in the air. You know, you are me, and I am a part of you. Then why did the ability of static recording appear? When my head was cut off, I felt that I was dead. If you were me, you would be dead by then, Ace asked. What does death feel like? The ghost said. Ace frowned. For a moment, he couldn't describe the feeling. The light in the room also turned into a ball. The house that was originally without light seemed to be shrouded in a thick fog. Sinking? Attachment? A little scared? This is complicated? Advertisement. Ace sighed and shook his head. It may also be indifference. Looking at the flying head, it was my own, and even a little unreal. It was very strange, as if the soul had left the body. However, when I came to Soul Society, I was already a soul. Your mind is very confused now. You don't understand what death is, and I don't understand it either. The lights in the room dimmed, and Ace felt that its figure was getting farther and farther away from him, and more blurred. Finally, Ace's sight turned black, and the house and armor disappeared. No matter what knowledge or power you fight for, your power is never given by others, including me. Remember, Ace. The soft sunlight shone into Ace's eyes. Ace opened his eyes, and the surroundings became a quiet room. The last words of the ghost echoed in his mind. The knock on the door shook his eardrums, and he seemed to withdraw from the conscious world because of it. What happened? Ace opened the door and said to the door, upset that he had disturbed his team members. I, Vice Captain Ace. Advertisement. The officer was startled by Ace's appearance and said timidly. Captain Yamamoto said he wanted to see you, according to your instructions. Ace stretched out his hand to interrupt the other party. Before entering the quiet room, he did say that except for old man Yamamoto looking for him, all other meetings should be rejected, including Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi. 970 inches. Then I'll take my leave, the man said. Wait, thank you for your report. Ace stopped the team member who was about to leave and said. Also, I didn't target you just now, sorry. No, it's okay. The team member shook his hand in shock. Vice Captain Ace, go quickly. Maybe it's the transfer order of the 11th Division. The next time I see you, I may call you Captain Kenpachi. Congratulations. Ace smiled and waved his hand. The man bowed slightly and left. It is indeed worth being happy to be Kenpachi, but Ace hopes that old man Yamamoto sent him here because of another reason. Chapter 402. Between Master and Disciple. When Ace came back from the 11th Division 5 days ago, he had just met old man Yamamoto. The two chatted about daily trivialities, and then Ace went straight to the point. He was alone, looking for Shiro Suya and killing him, in order to exchange it for one of the leaders of the Quincy for Neri to study. As for the title of Kenpachi, he didn't think about it at the time. But to be honest, Ace was not sure. He could imagine how angry old man Yamamoto would be when he heard that he was exchanging the captain's position for someone else. After all, he had won the battle. If he really wanted to exchange it for the Quincy instead of the identity of the captain of the 11th Division, anyone could see the trick. This completely pushed old man Yamamoto and 46th into the fire pit. So Ace also prepared a set of speeches. As long as old man Yamamoto nodded, he would say that it was Akashi who helped solve the problem of Saishiro Suya in time. He was indeed intoxicated with fame and fortune and could not extricate himself for a while. Later, after being enlightened by old man Yamamoto, he woke up in time. For this reason, he could even take the initiative to resign from the position of vice captain, Ace thought. As for whether to wash his hands clean or not, Ace didn't care. If he could really make Aizen, who was still hiding his strength, look down on him, it would be a good gain. But unfortunately Ace didn't use these. Old man Yamamoto was not angry at all. Advertisement. Old man Yamamoto just said that the requirements could be met in a few days. This made Ace feel that the old man in front of him was not the real old man Yamamoto, but an illusion created by Aizen using Kyoka Suigetsu. But he had never seen Aizen use Kyoka Suigetsu, so the old man Yamamoto in front of him was real. He finally knew how to be considerate of the younger generation. It was really not easy. I just don't know if old man Yamamoto has changed his mind again in the past few days. Ace took a deep breath and said through the door. Teacher, please come in. Ace opened the door and entered the hall. Old man Yamamoto, who was sitting behind the table, lowered his head and raised his hand to the opposite side, motioning Ace to sit down. As soon as he sat down cross-legged, Ace couldn't wait to say, "Teacher, what did you think about the past few days? You were too impatient. You were too focused on the Quincy." Old man Yamamoto glanced at Ace and paused. "Tell me, what exactly did you let Nomori study? We still can't give up the hidden danger of the Quincy. I think we still know very little about the Quincy." Ace said. "Really? Soul Society no longer has a Quincy. We also monitor all the Quincy in the world. This is not to say that we can't kill them, but if we want to get rid of them, we need to bury many living beings in the world with them, and they don't deserve it." Old man Yamamoto raised his head, stared at Ace with his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "No Li Jiao. Tell the truth." Ace subconsciously straightened up. He did not expect old man Yamamoto to do this. He was not afraid that old man Yamamoto would be angry because of these things. He was afraid that old man Yamamoto would make him tell the truth, which was brought from his previous life and buried in the deepest secret in his heart. Now old man Yamamoto began to doubt his behavior and began to dig out the reasons behind it. In this case, this secret could not be hidden for a long time. Chapter 403. Young People's Patent? This is the truth, sir. Ace knew that no matter how long he could keep a secret, he couldn't say it out loud. It's always better to be prepared. Even if all these preparations are a waste of energy? Old man Yamamoto was still like this, and you couldn't tell what he was thinking from his face. Ace hadn't seen old man Yamamoto like this for a long time. Old man Yamamoto had trained him since he was a child, and once Ace's hands and feet were broken, and a wooden sword pierced his chest. Ace's brain worked 770 fast, but his body instincts, he had been trained to do so since he was a child, so that his expression and breathing were exactly the same as before. It would definitely be impossible to convince old man Yamamoto from a theoretical level, even if the vaguely proposed ability of the Quincy could be used to construct a space. After all, Nemori's research has not reached this level. It is not Ace's style to act based on imagination alone. Old man Yamamoto will definitely keep asking questions and will never go back to the end. Ace knew that when he couldn't explain his ALBJ behavior with a coherent theory, he had to change his mind, and old man Yamamoto talked about his ideals. Logic didn't work, so he could only play the emotional card. Advertisement, as long as it's good for Seirei, how can it be a waste of effort? Ace stared at old man Yamamoto and said calmly, "If my worry is unnecessary, then everyone will be happy. If Seirei suffers trauma because of my indifference, I am a sinner." One of old man Yamamoto's biggest concerns is Seirei, and he dedicated his life to Seirei. As long as it is for the safety of Seirei, even if what is done here may not be right, it will not be wrong. As for whether old man Yamamoto will believe Ace, the important thing is not whether he has confidence in Ace, but whether he has confidence in himself. The confident disciple who lives with him day and night. Geography. When Ace spoke, old man Yamamoto also had mixed feelings in his heart. Old man Yamamoto did not doubt Ace, he was very confident in himself, so he never doubted that Ace's statement that he just wanted to help was false. This kind of caution, even if it seems a bit excessive to him, is what old man Yamamoto is most familiar with. Advertisement, but Tsuneyashiro's words are being realized one by one. Now the disciples are like him, willing to pay the price for Seirei. But it's not like that either. Maybe he is too young to maintain enough restraint, and the motivation is still a bit too much. But making mistakes is the patent of young people. Well, forget it, since you have decided, I can't say anything more. Old man Yamamoto sighed and lowered his head. Ace's heart skipped a beat. Is this a rejection of his request? Should he take the initiative to terminate the transaction now? But isn't this a bit paranoid? Just when Ace's heart was in a battle between heaven and man, old man Yamamoto's voice appeared again. That person can be given to you. Tomorrow, you take my warrant to ask Kido and others. However, next, Kuretsuchi Mayuri will submit research progress reports to the 46th room regularly. After saying this, old man Yamamoto handed the wooden box on the envelope to Ace. It seems that the letter has been prepared long ago. Chapter 404. Different paths. Teacher, are you going to let those Quincy in the present world go? Even if Ace is strong enough, he needs to spend more time to take over the position of captain, or be under his own supervision all the time. When Ace walked out of the captain's room, old man Yamamoto raised his head and sighed heavily at the closed door, his face full of unspeakable loss. Maybe old man Yamamoto's character has changed because of the appearance of Ace, but the justice in his heart, Seirei, has not changed as a stable principle of justice. Point 0. If there really is a Yamamoto family or Ace's Portgas family, then what is the difference between the disciples he trained for the Gekyu Ting and Yuki Tsuya? After the conversation just now, old man Yamamoto understood that you were right. It's not just staying in a quiet room that can calm you down. Only when you get rid of the distracting thoughts in your mind can you really calm down and practice. But in this way, the first team actually becomes the private team of Ace and old man Yamamoto. Ace would naturally think that it was old man Yamamoto who thought that the Quincy was no longer a threat and was no longer willing to invest energy in the present world. He even represents the concerns of many Seirei families. Advertisement. Old man Yamamoto said. Of course, he knew that Ace was not an ambitious person. His disciples are indeed trying to make his ideas come true in Seirei. Old man Yamamoto said without looking up, looking at the scroll on the wooden box in front of him. What old man Yamamoto heard from Sunia 5 days ago did not anger him, and he naturally understood the other party's concerns. Therefore, it was impossible to hand over this Quincy leader to Kuretsuchi Miyuri for research before, but now this Quincy leader was handed over to him without a transaction. I heard that you have been staying in a quiet room these days. Did you have a new understanding in your duel with Zaraki Fuya? Ace waited for 5 days, and old man Yamamoto endured for 5 days, of course not for such a trivial matter as whether to get the leader of the Quincy to hand over to Ace. Ace looked at old man Yamamoto and asked carefully. It would be fine if Ace was someone like old man Yamamoto, but he is not. However, Suniyashiro's concerns are not without reason. After Ace stood up and bowed, he walked out of the captain's room. Advertisement, Ace, I'm leaving. The person Ace wanted this time was the highest level Quincy among them. Seirei hoped to obtain information from him and let most of the current Quincy fall into their trap. If you have nothing to do, just leave, old man Yamamoto said lightly. Thank you for the advice, teacher. Ace single-handedly formulated and implemented the extermination plan against the Quincy, but was willing to hide his achievements and reputation, enough to make old man Yamamoto believes in his own judgment. I will make my own decision. I have some feelings, but I have never been able to grasp them. Ace nodded slightly. Ace said, 0. Ask for flowers, 0. Even if this is for the benefit of Seirei, in the eyes of Suniyashiro and even old man Yamamoto, the only person who can do this in Seirei is the Soul King, and only the Soul King. Ace took the envelope with both hands. For this envelope, he really hurt his head and bleed a lot. Now that his goal was achieved so easily, he felt a little unreal. Chapter 405. Compromise among all parties. Seirei really doesn't need a 6th-rate noble, whether it's Yamamoto or Ace's Portgas. Therefore, Suniyashiro made 3 suggestions, which old man Yamamoto would choose. The first is to announce Ace as the candidate for the Captain General, thus offsetting the credit for killing Mole City Suyu this time. Of course, this is not just a title. From now on, old man Yamamoto and the 46 rooms will start training him until Season 18 inches he becomes the 10th captain that both sides can take over. But there is a restriction, that is, when Ace takes over as the Captain General, old man Yamamoto will go to the Soul King Palace to join the Zero Division. At the same time, Ace will not be allowed to marry or accept disciples until the next candidate for the Captain General appears. The second suggestion is that Ace becomes the new captain of the 11th Division and inherits the title of Kenpachi. From then on, he completely lost the qualification to be the Captain General. According to the rules of Kenpachi's inheritance, if no one can defeat him, then he can be the captain of the 11th Division for life. The same conditions also include not being allowed to marry or accept disciples. As for the 3 suggestions of old man Yamamoto sighed again when he thought of this. This was the most ridiculous suggestion he could not accept. But from the moment he handed your Quincy leader to Ace, he automatically chose Suniyashiro's 3rd suggestion. Old man Yamamoto shook his head. It was precisely because of this suggestion that he could better understand Suniyashiro's concerns. This time, this kid really taught him a lesson, Sasaki. Old man Yamamoto whispered, and Chojiro Sasaki appeared in the captain's room, standing respectfully behind old man Yamamoto, Captain General. Chojiro Sasaki said respectfully, tell him that his proposal has been passed. We can start preparing. Old man Yamamoto closed the scroll in front of him and stood up slowly. Advertisement, but the selected people must also participate in the extermination of the present-day Quincy. The next day, when Ace came to the Kido's base with old man Yamamoto's warrant, there were already Kido members holding escort tools here. It seems that old man Yamamoto had already greeted them. 0. These Kido are Seirei's special team. Although they specialize in Kido, except for the chief and deputy Kido, the rest of the team members also specialize in one direction, mainly responsible for seals, space channels and other logistical support work. Without the power of Zanpakuto, it is really difficult for them to be the main combat force. The Kido are included in the Gotei 13 in terms of organization. But unlike the Gotei 13 led by old man Yamamoto, the 46th chamber can also directly command them, which is the main reason why they are responsible for executing Seirei's punishment. Anyway, Ace is right, the deepest impression of Kido was that he was serious 4.1, or old-fashioned. Let alone the cumbersome verification process, it was obvious that the captain, old man Yamamoto, had already greeted him, and he had to confirm whether he had brought old man Yamamoto's warrant, and checked for nearly 10 minutes, which was completely unnecessary. Fortunately, the other party did not say, please prove that you were Ace, otherwise, Ace would probably collapse on the spot. In fact, this time, Kido was very reasonable. Chapter 405, Direct Threat. Normally, a serious criminal like this Quincy leader needs to be accompanied by at least one of the 13 captains. Theoretically, Ace is not qualified to participate alone. But now Ace Kenpachi's name is too famous, and Captain Yamamoto's warrant also said this, so the kiddos obeyed. After more than half an hour of delay, Ace took them to the 9th Division. This time Mugaruma Kensai showed up in person, and with him, Kuna Mashiro restrained himself and didn't joke with Ace. 08. The efficiency of the 9th Division was so high that the Quincy leader was handed over without checking the warrant, even in less than 10 minutes. The most time-consuming part this time was the inspection of the kiddos. Thinking of this, Ace didn't know what to say. He knew that Kuretsuchi Miyuri was not just talking, he really used these people for entertainment. Kido was a little embarrassed. Don't worry about it. Ace was about to speak, but the Kido who was responsible for escorting him spoke first. Advertisement. Well, thank you for your help, Vice Captain Ace. If anything happens, we will not be responsible. When they arrived at the institute, they were surprised to find that only more than an hour had passed. However, the bright smile on his face made 230 them feel that as long as they entered this small room, they would never get out again. There are many secrets here. If you have the courage, come in. And here at the institute, Kuretsuchi Miyuri actually came to the door to greet him in person. This was the first time, which shows how much Kuretsuchi Miyuri valued him. Leave him to me. I don't have much to do. After Ace took the Quincy leader away, the kiddos present had no choice but to leave, walking steadily, and their feet seemed to be strong. For safety? Or to ensure the safety of the institute? You are so brave. This person is very dangerous. We need to make sure that you have taken enough measures to ensure your safety. Please cooperate. Ace glanced at the person behind him. Although half of his face was covered by a white cloth, Kuretsuchi Miyuri's originally empty eyes were slightly flickering at this moment. Advertisement, but if they were in this state when they came here, they would probably have arrived here twice as fast. At this time, Shen Deli also opened the wooden door of the research institute and made a sideways gesture. Niepi had turned around to open the door, but suddenly stopped his hand. He turned his head, half of his face facing the visitor, and said grimly, I will be responsible for bringing the people in, you go first. Ace ordered, raised his hand and made a gesture to leave. Kido said tremblingly. Ace said in a normal tone, but his dangerous eyes made his words seem particularly terrifying. Niepi said, while turning around and continuing to work. But if you accidentally see something, don't blame me, Don't want to? It seems that you are all very curious. Ace said calmly. Niepi looked at the Quincy leader with a gloomy face, and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, his charm was not enough to attract this Frankenstein. Ace shook his head. Suddenly, another hand appeared on the rope in his hand. He turned his head and saw that it was Nozuli. Chapter 406. Recognize your status, what do you mean? Ace said lightly. Like them, you can leave. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said. Huh? Ace was immediately amused. What's going on? They just worked well together, but now they're doing something to him? I'm not qualified to see the secrets of your institute? Ace's eyes became a little dangerous. Like I said, this person's schedule is full, so I don't have time to receive you. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said as he pulled the rope closer. Are you a part-time tour guide now? Ace teased coldly, grabbing Nei's wrist with his right hand, and the strength in his hand gradually increased. Don't say this person hasn't given it to you yet. Even if he gives it to you, I can take it back at any time. Advertisement. The increasing strength on the wrist finally forced Kuretsuchi Miyuri to let go, and Ace also gave Kuretsuchi Miyuri a little face and directly shook off his right wrist. It seems I have to talk to you. Come in with me. Kuretsuchi Miyuri rubbed her wrist and turned to walk inside. Seeing this, Ace followed Luke. With Kuretsuchi Miyuri's leadership, it was completely different from the last time, after entering the wooden house. An elevator was opened on the opposite wall. Without even seeing the first floor, Ace and Neri went directly to the second floor. In the same room, Neri sat directly on the chair and said angrily. Letting research materials see the monitoring room is like letting a pig sleep in your bedroom, so, if you have anything to say it as soon as possible. I can't stand it for long. Ace seemed determined to embarrass him this time. He refused the request to pull the leader of the extermination master down to prepare for the experiment. The feeling of being forced really made him unhappy. If this is what bothers you, I can still help you solve it. Backquote, no, what a big tone. So we are actually partners, but I didn't get what I wanted. Now that he can't see, does he feel better? New Kenpachi-sama is so arrogant. Advertisement. In the control room, Ace and Nei Li looked at each other, motionless. The control room at this time was terribly quiet. Ace pointed at the fainted Quincy and continued. Ace knocked the Quincy unconscious and opened his hands. Ace's cold joke did not ease the atmosphere. Although Kuretsuchi Miyuri's expressionless face seemed to calm him down, the sound of his knocking on the table became louder and louder, indicating that his mood had deteriorated. Win-win or lose together, you choose? Are you demonstrating to me? Nai. Kuretsuchi Miyuri also gloomy Kaido. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said in a deep voice. If you don't believe me, you can try. I just want you to know where we are. I do need something from you, but you should also understand that I have something you want. So what? Ace shook his head and said slowly with a gloomy face. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said with a smile. Ace said, releasing Ryotsu weakly. I'll give you another chance, and you must give me enough attitude. Good. There is only one chance. If I'm not satisfied, this guy will turn into ashes at any time. Chapter 407. Conflict of interests. Although Kuretsuchi Miyuri is a researcher at the institute, he still has power, so when Ace releases Ryotsu, he will also release Ryotsu. This Quincy is the material he has been dreaming of, and he cannot let Ace destroy it. However, after a period of stalemate, Nei-Ching Li found that the Ryotsu released by Ace was always slightly higher than his own, enough to be blocked by him. Wa Gai Ming Tnk. Kuretsuchi Miyuri gradually retracted his Ryotsu, and Ace followed suit. The two resumed their initial confrontation. Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that this was Ace's warning to him, proving that his words were not bluffing. Outsiders like to point fingers. Nei-Ching Li broke the silence at the first time. Ace also responded rudely to this alternative show of goodwill. It is also easy for insiders to be self-righteous. So this is still your idea, to use spirit particles to build space? I agree, I will help you take a look again. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice had just fallen, and a spark flew out of Ace's palm and fell on the material's body. His clothes were burned to ashes, but he was not really hurt. If this is your attitude, then we may have to apologize to each other. Ace whispered. Nabani had told him this before, but he was scolded by himself in the end. Of course, this may be related to the low ability of the General Quincy, but this hard-won opportunity, Ace is unwilling to gamble on Nabani's verbal promise. I will treat you as a partner this time, so if you have any requests, just ask, no questions asked. Until this moment, Kuretsuchi Miyuri really put Ace and himself on the same level, instead of the position where he could deceive and fool around at will at the beginning. As a collaborator, if the other party provides materials, then he must pay the corresponding remuneration as the price. This remuneration is also very simple. It is related to the research direction of the spirit particle construction space. Kuretsuchi Miyuri knew that he didn't really care about what Ace said before, and his research was more focused on the energy principle of the Annihilation Master. He believed that Ace, AIBG, also vaguely guessed this. At this time, the key to how to pay this remuneration is the attitude that Ace said before. He can't promise, but he wants Ace to believe him, and he will take Ace's request seriously. Nei's guess is right. This time, Ace does have a request. Now that everything is open, Nei Yingli also expressed his sincerity. He still wants to give such a person a suitable way out. First, tell me your current research ideas. I don't need all. I just need your ideas on the spirit particle construction space. It's just a little thing, but I doubt you can understand it. Nomori spread out one hand and sneered. Even if I don't understand it, I will find someone else to understand it. Don't worry, Ace said with a smile. You must share your current research progress with me every other week. Once a week is impossible, it often interrupts my train of thought. Nomori refused firmly, pointing at Ace and said in a deep voice. But seeing Ace's gradually narrowed eyes, Nomori relented. Chapter 408. An agreement reached. I can accept working with you, but I can't accept being controlled by you. If you only let me do this one thing, then no matter how good the material is, it's useless. Kuretsuchi Miyuri compromised, but also insisted. Well, researchers should be respected, especially people like Kuretsuchi Miyuri who are self-centered. If you still need him, don't force him too much. How often do you accept sharing? Ace said. Kuretsuchi Miyuri raised a finger. A year, it's about this time. Ace shook his head. People like Kuretsuchi Miyuri, who are immersed in the world of research without paying attention, may only have a few days a year to complete his research results. For example, he also gave Kuretsuchi Miyuri about a year, and the research results that Kuretsuchi Miyuri gave him were just some fur. And building an empire with spirit particles in the shadow can be simply explained as there is no space in the shadow. Ace doubted whether this conclusion only took one day. Therefore, even a short-term change in numbers can prove that Kuretsuchi Miyuri is studying it, which is necessary for Ace. Unless you are really interested in this project one day, I cannot accept sharing the results every year. Advertisement. Ace raised a finger and said, 1 month. This is the longest time I can accept. There is no room for negotiation. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Ace and his serious expression, and it was estimated that there was really no room for negotiation. Then, he rolled his eyes and looked at the materials on the ground. Just 1 month. A breath of foul air came out of Kuretsuchi Miyuri's nose. He understood what Ace meant. Ace is so impatient, no wonder he can't do research and can only come to him. But now only Ace can provide him with such research materials, so he can only accept it. Tell me everything you want, Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, raised his head and closed his eyes. This kind of compromise is really unpleasant. Don't worry. These are the few requests. As long as I know that you focus on this matter, I will be relieved. Ace walked up and patted Kuretsuchi Miyuri on the shoulder. If there is a problem that even you can't solve, then only the Spirit King can solve it. Advertisement 0, please give me flowers. Ace said calmly. It seems that the captain really values you. He tells you everything. Kuretsuchi Miyuri dodged Ace's hand on his shoulder and sighed. Although this man is young, he is powerful, and with the captain as his backer, he can only compromise in one aspect. However, it is precisely because of this that he can get these rare materials. Zero. Thinking of this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri felt a little better than before. If you don't mind, I can't wait to see what the best materials are like. What is your research direction this month? Ace said. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Ace helplessly. He thought Ace had become more adorable just now, but how come he suddenly became hideous again? It is different from other materials in terms of function, strength and precision, and it uses control and dissection to find the reasons that affect the power of the Quincy. Of course, if it is not a physical reason, then we need to consider other aspects. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said. Chapter 408, Uneasy Mind. The ghost's routine of finding answers by himself made his ears numb. Or, as old man Yamamoto said, there are too many miscellaneous things in his mind, so he can't calm down at all. The connection is that I don't even know what this material can do. How can I come up with a reasonable hypothesis? How can I determine the direction of my research? This means that Ace can re-experience the previous situation by releasing Bankai. The truth is easy to find and easy to say, but it is not easy to really do it. Ace knows every word of the report sent by Nemuri, but it makes him dizzy when put together. However, even after doing this, until the floor turned red, the feeling of death he felt at the beginning did not return. Nemuri finished speaking softly, pointing at the door behind Ace and yelling. Only relying on oneself is the most reliable. Whether Kuretsuchi Mayuri can discover the invisible empire in advance, in the future, he must participate in the battle with the Quincy elite led by Uebach. At that time, he can only rely on himself. It is rare to have some feelings. This is an opportunity he cannot miss. Unfortunately, it did not go smoothly. Advertisement. In the past month, Ace has entered the consciousness space countless times to chat with the ghost, but there is almost no progress. So, without waiting for the members of the first team to call him, Ace took the initiative to walk out of the quiet room. It makes sense. 980, Ace asked. This is the meaning of finding Kuretsuchi Mayuri to find the invisible empire. But Ace also knows that the largest number of eggs must be placed in a basket called Ace. Ace nodded. During the experiment, Ace cut off his hand and even cut off his head. What does this have to do with the spirit particles forming space? After returning from the research institute, Ace ordered the squad members to wake me up in a month, and then entered the closed and quiet room. It's been exactly 1 month, and as promised, Neri also sent his research direction, a little collection 3.8 international version. Just 10 days ago, the ghost finally recovered to a perfect state. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Advertisement. Therefore, we must find someone who is as good as Nesue Lee in scientific research to verify this report. Nemuri thought Ace was impatient, but this was a big mistake. Do you think it makes sense? Ace needs to find something to distract himself and recover from this restlessness. If possible, Ace would like to study the Quincy himself, but time does not allow him to do so. That makes sense, right? Nemuri said seriously, and his voice suddenly became soft and casual. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Ace is not without grasping the feeling of drifting. If it makes sense, please leave, or, after experiencing it once, he has become accustomed to it and immune to that feeling. If he doesn't ask for help, even if Kuretsuchi Mayuri is fooling himself, Ace can only give this report a very reasonable evaluation. Ace is like this. The more he wants to calm down, the more impatient he becomes. Chapter 409, Seeking External Assistance. There are definitely not many people in Seirei who can compare with Neri in scientific research. The captain of the 12th Division, Kiryu Hakafuna, may be one of them, but Ace is not very familiar with her. Another person Ace is too familiar with. His best friend since childhood, Uruhara Kazuki, likes to help him. If Neri says he is the second best researcher in Seirei, only Uruhara Kazuki can say he is the first. Just now, according to a report from a member of the 1st Division, Uruhara Kazuki has already looked for him during this period. It is estimated that the other party also has something to find him, and may be able to bring him some new insights. All the way to the 12th Division, Uruhara Kazuki is now the 3rd seed of the 12th Division. If it were not for the outbound mission, he would be in this 08 most of the time. Fortunately, Uruhara Kazuki was not assigned a mission, but according to other members, he is not in the 12th Division, but appears and continues to disappear every once in a while, and they don't know where Uruhara Kazuki is now. Where is Uruhara Kazuki? In the secret base of the 3 people under the bipolar hill, Ace felt the spirit under his feet as soon as he passed the Keto barrier they set up. When they reached the huge stone window at the end, Uruhara Kazuki, who had disappeared from the 12th Division for a long time, was there. In addition, there was Yoruichi. However, at this moment, a black cloth bag was covering her head, as if she was kidnapped. Advertisement. Yo, how about the retreat? Uruhara Kazuki waved at Ace. The 3 of them set up the Soul Society barrier together, so Ace knew it from the moment he came in. It's not going well, so I want to talk to you, Ace replied, then pointed to Yoruichi in the distance and asked. Does her look like this mean that she can't see anyone? It's a little thing I made. Sakahara Kazuki smiled and took out a white rope loop from his arms. Her vision, hearing, smell and ryatsu were restricted just now. She is fine now. The untied white rope suddenly turned into white light and disappeared, and the black cloth bag on the head also turned into white light. Why did we stop, Uruhara Kazuki? Yoruichi looked at the disappearing cloth bag in confusion. Advertisement. Suddenly, Yoruichi saw Ace's figure and immediately smiled. Then he immediately put on a serious expression and hugged his hands. Haven't you seen anyone for a month? Why are you here? Ace glanced at Uruhara Kazuki, his eyes full of questions. Uruhara Kazuki saw this, his eyes slowly drifted to Yoruichi. The meaning was also very clear, calling you her. I'm only responsible for 29 release keto. Well, it seems that Uruhara Kazuki was also conscripted by Yoruichi, and he can't be relied on. Why? Master Ace Kenpachi is unwilling to explain to us now. Yoruichi's voice sounded again. The tone was more resentful than before. It's been a month. Ace said subconsciously. He realized that something was wrong. Yoruichi's face darkened and said hurriedly. Then I will come to you as soon as possible. If you need anything, just come and get it, attached. Yoruichi said. The dangerous expression was slightly relieved, but he still stared at Ace, making Ace uncomfortable. Chapter 410. They're here. If the 11th Division saw their 9th Kenpachi like this, they might be so ashamed that they'd want to crawl into a rat hole. Yoruichi snorted, but his face was much better than before. That's why they can never appear here, Ace smiled. Of course, for the integrity of Gode 13, you don't have to give me orders. We are all here, and you want to leave after chatting? Don't even think about it, keep practicing, Urahara Kazuki. Tell him how to do it. Yoruichi put the bag on his head again, and Ace and Urahara Kazuki smiled at each other. This should be considered coaxing. Master Kenpachi, you really took a path that was beyond our expectations. You have become a big shot, Ace. Urahara Kazuki looked at Ace and teased. No matter how good I am, I don't want to practice with you. Ace pouted and continued. Didn't you say I've always been a great person? Before Urahara Kazuki could speak, Yoruichi's voice appeared again in the distance. Why, you feel wronged again, isn't she tied up? Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki picked up the rope and said. I haven't tied it yet, so she's not tied up. Hurry up and tie it up. Ace urged Urahara Kazuki. It was too dangerous to complain in person at this time, and he had important things to say to Urahara Kazuki. Yoruichi seemed to have guessed Ace's thoughts and friend loudly. If you dare to say bad things about me, your Kenpachi name will be gone. Don't think you can hide it from me. Because every time you say bad things behind my back, I can't help laughing. Yoruichi looked at the dark world in front of him again and muttered to himself. Echu. It looks like someone is thinking about you, Ace. Urahara Kazuki laughed. Echu. Ace touched his nose and said helplessly to Urahara Kazuki. No, it seems like someone is scolding me, it must be Yoruichi. At this time, the host and the woman were walking south from the 29th district of North Rukongai chosen by Seirei. Brother Zaraki, if you want to go to Seirei, you have to go in this direction. The bald man in front of him turned around and said. Advertisement. The man he called Brother Zaraki was Zaraki Kenpachi, whom Ace met 100 years ago. Backquote. Ajien, we have gone this way before. A little girl with short pink shoulder-length hair pointed to their right and said happily. Go this way. This is the road, really? We didn't go this way, so it must be right. Zaraki Kenpachi turned right after hearing this. The two people in front looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Brother Zaraki, you are in the wrong place, shut up. Zaraki Kenpachi turned around and scolded, muttering to himself. It's not easy to get here. I hope Kenpachi of Seirei won't make me go in vain. And that guy Ace, let's have more fun with him this time. Echu. Urahara Kazuki looked at the sneezing Ace and asked helplessly. What about this time? Maybe I caught a cold. Ace said. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Could this be the side effect of self-harm? Chapter 411. The Key to Cultivation? In the underground cave of the Bipolar Hill, there are countless crystal ball-like objects scattered everywhere. Ace and Urahara Kazuki's figures kept flashing, throwing these crystal balls one by one to Yoruichi in the middle. These crystal balls were also specially made by Urahara Kazuki for Yoruichi's special training. Urahara Kazuki simply called them ghost balls. Each ball has different properties, such as explosion, tearing, binding, paralysis, burning, etc., all of which are publicized by Seirei. Ace and Urahara Kazuki can make the ghost balls reach various levels of Kido in terms of Ryotsu strength by inputting different amounts of Ryotsu. Then, with the device that limits perception on Yoruichi's head, they simulate the same level of battle as much as possible. There is only a short moment, and you need to find a way to deal with Kido's attack immediately. The method of instant opening is to make up for each other's shortcomings by fusing Kido and white hits, and to bring the fighting method that can make a difference between life and death in a short moment to the ultimate. This requires both the Shunkai caster and the enemy to react quickly, especially Yoruichi. After all, she doesn't have Zanpakuto like the Gokoroku corridor. Yoruichi's expectation is to have both offense and defense. There is no problem with the attack. Reduced to only Kido with explosive attributes, she can adjust to the appropriate strength at the moment of attack. The key to the problem lies in defense. AIBD. The attack in front of the body can be blocked by the arms, but the defense behind is very difficult. Therefore, the Kido developed for Shunkai actually only covers the arms and back, which is the most effective way to achieve all-round defense. Advertisement. In order to avoid meaningless Ryotsu consumption, Yoruichi hopes to use the same Ryotsu to offset it at the moment of contact with Kido. If this can be achieved, it will also be of great help to the offense. Ace understands that if Yoruichi can really achieve the psychological expectations, then Yoruichi will really have the posture of the future Flash Goddess Yoruichi in the original work. With a goal in mind, we must take action. Yi must tell Urahara Kazuki the idea of practice, and Urahara Kazuki will now implement these ideas one by one, which will become the current blindfolded ball defense game. Yoruichi was being trained on the field, while Ace and Urahara Kazuki were chatting happily. It can only be said that it was a good idea to find Urahara Kazuki this time. These strange things can indeed arouse his interest and make him no longer worry about the obstacles in his practice. Just like the mask of limited perception, Ace thought of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu and asked Urahara Kazuki what the principle was. According to Urahara Kazuki, general limit perception is actually very easy, just limit the opponent's Ryotsu on the body first, and then put a mark on the body. However, he couldn't do this to Yoruichi, so he could only use a mental signal to temporarily paralyze a specific part of Yoruichi's brain to achieve the same effect. The most critical thing is the perception of Ryotsu. All Shinigami, no matter how strong or weak, have a sense of Ryotsu. Ryotsu's perception, but they all have different forms of expression, Some are breathing frequency, some are physical contact, and some are completely spiritual feelings. Of course, if the brain is completely paralyzed, even if the other party has psychological perception, it will not be able to process the other party's reaction, which is a disguised limitation of psychological perception. Chapter 412. Looking for possibilities. But Yoruichi's training requires the brain to maintain normal judgment, so this kind of treatment is even worse. However, Uruhara Kazuki still has many methods, and if he can't be restricted, then he can interfere directly. There is a circular iron ring buried under Yoruichi's feet, corresponding to the rope on Uruhara Kazuki's body. As long as Uruhara Kazuki is tied with a rope, the iron ring will release the Kido barrier. Yoruichi in the barrier will feel Uruhara Kazuki's Ryujin from all directions, until the ghost ball enters the barrier, otherwise Yoruichi will not feel its existence at all. However, this can only be done with the cooperation of the other party. It is almost impossible to do it silently. Uruhara Kazuki threw the ghost ball into his hand, ended the questioning, and continued. I want to hear your opinion on one thing. There is something I want to ask you. The two said at the same time, smiled awkwardly, and then said, you go first. The two men were once again in an awkward situation. Finally, Ace spoke first. After all, sooner or later, they would confirm whether what Nozuli said was true. If. Ace said, subconsciously stopping. If you have the ability to decompose the most basic spirit particles, can you build a space in a spirit particle? Can you use this technology to connect the spaces and enter? Live in it? It is possible, and this is the meaning of the Hengsha world. But both technologies are far beyond Seireidi's current level. Uruhara Kazuki said without thinking, although he has not studied it specifically, but after visiting the Soul King Palace, he has a certain understanding of space, as long as it is possible. Ace muttered to himself, and then started moving again. He continued to ask, can the shadow be a channel connecting two spaces? The shadow is just a phenomenon, Ace. Of course, you can design things like shadows to change, but it is completely unnecessary. If you try to hide it, it will only backfire, Uruhara Kazuki said. Okay. Ace nodded, a little headache. Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Uruhara Kazuki both thought that it was impossible to hide space in the shadow. But why does Seireidi's shadow have an invisible empire? Advertisement 0. Maybe this shadow is actually Seireidi's spirit child? The Quincy actually played a trick of hiding the light under the lamp? But are they really so far ahead? These questions can only be Ace's own thoughts. Fortunately, however, Nozuli did not lie to him this time. He found a feasible research direction, and it depends on whether he can find anything. 0. So, tell me about your business, Uruhara, Ace said. Uruhara Kazuki went to help Ace before to assist Yoruichi, but this was only one of the reasons. He did have something to consult Ace. Ace, do you think if a Shinigami has a body as strong as a hollow, is it possible for him to take Bankai a step further? Uruhara Kazuki asked. Ace was about to answer, but the name of Uwatch flashed through his mind. As a Quincy, his body is not strong, but his strength far exceeds that of most Shinigami. The body may not be the biggest limiting factor for Shinigami. The body of a Quincy is weak, but it is different from being able to wage war with us and hunt hollows, right? Ace said again. Chapter 413. Accident during training. Uruhara Kazuki shook his head with a dry laugh. Ace didn't understand what he meant. He had 10,000 ways to increase the power of Shinigami by borrowing external objects, so he continued to ask. So what do you think is the difference between Shu and us? The physical difference was the first idea that Ace came up with. Maybe a few Shinigami like him, Yoruichi and Kuyushiki Kenpachi, can have physical strength that exceeds that of ordinary hollows, or even 980 enemies Manos Grande. However, it is undeniable that most Shinigami, including the captain, are not opponents of hollows in terms of physical strength alone. Facing Manos Grande, without Ryujin, they have only one way to die. But then he remembered that he rushed into Jillian's mouth and said something strange. The body of a hollow is warm, it can become intoxicating, like returning to your mother's body. Do you remember what happened in your mother's belly? Uruhara Kazuki asked subconsciously, it's just a metaphor. Ace said helplessly. Advertisement, I will slowly feel relaxed and feel like I am a person. This is how it should feel. A soul that is devoured will eventually merge with it. Uruhara Kazuki muttered to himself. Before he could ask more questions, he heard Yoruichi's voice. Increase the strength to 70th level Kido. Ace heard it, input the Ryujin comparable to the 70th level Kido into the Kido ball, and threw it towards Yoruichi in the distance. No. Bang. Uruhara Kazuki's voice was just covered by a huge explosion as soon as it came out, and the place where the explosion occurred was where Yi had always been. Yoruichi. At the moment of the explosion, he shouted Yoruichi's name and then rushed over. In fact, it was not difficult for Yoruichi to escape from such an explosion with his strength. After all, the name of Yoruichi, who later became a flashbody, was not called for nothing. However, just now Uruhara Kazuki Yuan stopped him from throwing a 70th level Kido ghost ball. Moreover, Ace did not notice Yoruichi's movements, which made him feel inexplicably nervous. Due to the explosion suppression caused by the ghost ball, Ace appeared directly at the position where Yoruichi had just stood. As expected, Yoruichi's Shunpo had not yet reached the level that could deceive Ace's perception. At this moment, she was squatting on the ground, in a mess. The end of the cloth bag that restricted Yoruichi's perception had been broken into pieces, and the death suit specially modified for the instant opening on her body was in tatters. The originally smooth arm was blown out of 10, blood. The most heartbreaking thing was Yoruichi's hand. Most of the muscles had disappeared, and the white hand bones were still incomplete. Hurry up and take it to the hot spring. Urahara Kazuki did not slow down, and after notifying Ace and Yoruichi, he came to the originally dug hot spring hole. The hot spring healing technique that Urahara Kazuki stole from the Soul King Palace played a huge role at this time. But 3.5 This is also normal. If there are no logistical measures to carry out such high-risk training, it is simply a madman. Yoruichi's hand was the most seriously injured, but bones all over his body were more or less damaged in the explosion, so it was very inconvenient for him to move at this time. At this moment, someone else should help soak the whole Yoruichi in the hot spring. Chapter 414. Encountering a bottleneck. Although the three of them have grown up, there are still differences between men and women. Ace and Urahara Kazuki didn't know what to do. How about we play rock paper scissors? Whoever loses goes. Urahara Kazuki said. Before facing Urahara Kazuki's suggestion, Aisu didn't say a word, but Yoruichi was already complaining. Am I a monster? Besides, don't you usually treat me as a brother? This is obviously just talk. Urahara Kazuki pointed at Ace and said. Otherwise, when he was in the hot spring, why would you want to turn back and hit him? Ace tried to cover up his embarrassment with a cough, but suddenly, Yoruichi turned his head and stared at him. Ace lowered his head silently and said. Then 08 let Urahara Kazuki go. He has no other ideas in his mind. You do it. Advertisement Yoruichi said angrily and turned his head away. Urahara Kazuki on the side breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. I'll go outside to get new clothes. Ace was stunned as Urahara Kazuki disappeared in an instant. Is this guy so fast? Watch out for your eyes, watch out for your hands. When Ace heard Yoruichi's threat, his head hurt. He and Urahara Kazuki both realized the danger of this job, but he couldn't understand it. He was already so injured, why did they choose him in the end? At this point, he had no choice but to put Yoruichi into the hot spring. It's not too difficult, just 3 steps. The first step is to pick up Yoruichi. The second step is to put Yoruichi in the hot spring. The third step is to pull Yoruichi's head out of the water and let her sit down. It's not that difficult, right? Are you a man? I'm going to kill you. Outside the cave, Urahara Kazuki heard Yoruichi's crazy screams and walked in helplessly. Advertisement When he saw Ace sitting on the ground with his back to Yoruichi, he knew his guess was right. In fact, if it was him just now, he would have done the same thing. How many times has this happened, Urahara? Ace asked softly, and the noisy night also heard a silence. Before, Ace thought that Yoruichi went to the secret base to practice Shunkai that day to keep a secret, but now it seems that this is not the whole reason. Speaking of secrets, it is much safer at Shihuan's house, and the reason for choosing this place, it is estimated that Urahara Kazuki's hot spring is the main reason. Even with Urahara Kazuki's technology, Shunkai training is so high risk. In the current Seirei, the rapid treatment of injuries, except for Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division, only Urahara Kazuki's healing hot spring can do a little. Including this time, it's the 5th time, and the last time was 10 days ago, 077. Urahara Kazuki answered slowly. But 10 days ago, it was because of the Ryujin of level 70 that Yoruichi was injured, which means that Yoruichi has reached a bottleneck. Yoruichi's Shunkai training has been less than 50 days, and now she can offset the Ryujin of the 70th Kido. This sounds like a great achievement, but Yoruichi understands that this is only the first step in training. Compared with Kido, the ball is just the same Ryujin strength. Compared with the same level of Kido, its attack method is still too single, and the Ryujin distribution is too fixed, and the difficulty of offsetting it is much less than that of the real Kido. Chapter 415. Reached an agreement. According to Urahara Kazuki, if the Ryujin of the Kido ball can be perfectly offset, then the Kido ball will be completely blown away. If the defensive Ryujin is too high, the Kido ball will be shattered. Finally, if the defensive Ryujin is low, then the Ryujin inside the Kido ball will explode. Urahara Kazuki can improve this, but Yoruichi asked not to change it, so as to stimulate her latent experience. This is to make your body feel threatened, so that you can always remember the pain and never make the same mistake again. Yoruichi said. This is ridiculous. Ace listened to Yoruichi's words and shook his head. Do you think I can't do it? Yoruichi asked behind Ace. It's not that I don't think you can do it, it's just. Ace paused and continued. It's just that it doesn't have to be so hard. Advertisement, Urahara Kazuki may be better, but haven't we lived like this since we were young? You know very well that the hardship now is to avoid death in the future due to insufficient strength. Yoruichi is right. One is the successor of the assassination squad like the second squad, and the other is the direct disciple of the commander-in-chief. They really used their bodies to remember every mistake they made. Otherwise, mistakes at critical moments could be fatal. But Ace just didn't want it to be like this, or didn't want Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki to live so correctly. There are many painful facts in reality, but people always hope that friends can enjoy false happiness as much as possible, and he is like this. Ace, you have to know that it is not just our talents that have brought us to where we are today. It is precisely because we can endure the pain that ordinary people can't endure that we can do things that ordinary people can't do. Yoruichi's voice was firm and powerful, as if he was dispersing the water vapor in the cave. As if I don't know. Ace suddenly stood up and touched the ghost on his waist with his right hand. As you wish, let your body remember the pain of mistakes thoroughly. When you get better, we will start simulating a real Kido battle, if you can resist my Kido. Advertisement. Even the chief and deputy Kido combined can't do anything to you. Ace said in a deep voice. Although the Shinigami and the Seirei can practice the same Kido. As long as he has enough Ryotsu, he can fully release a specific Kido, and its effect and power are the same. But for Kido practice, the feeling when releasing Kido is different. For example, when Ace releases Kido, the mind is like an invisible pen, drawing different lines on the endless white scroll, but Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi both said that they did not have that feeling. So the ability to practice Kido is the most important. Every 9th Kido, there will be a small breakthrough. However, even this Kido with similar power, King Qian, may have no clue about some of the Kido. Of course, Ace and his 3 friends do not have this problem. Even Yoruichi, who uses white hits as her main means, Kido below 80 is not a problem for her. In addition, the Kido required for instant opening is not complicated. It is not a high-level Kido valley like Black Coffin, which requires a high concentration of Ryotsu at a long distance. It has the history area of binding, defense, blinding, and cutting. Chapter 415. Full Escort. What Shunkai requires is simple. Just concentrate Ryotsu and then explode. The real challenge is to shorten the reaction time as much as possible so that Kido, which can only be manipulated by consciousness, can become a Zanpakuto-like existence. Yes, even now, Ace must draw in his mind to release even the lowest level of Hado. The so-called chant-free release is just to raise the proficiency of releasing Kido to ultimate, without the need for chanting assistance at all. On the other hand, Ace can use his dual soul-like talent to reduce the time to release Kido. In close combat, it is barely possible to use a similar effect of Shunkai. However, Yoruichi's is even higher. Take Ace as an example. Even if there is only explosive Kido, different Ryotsu concentrations require different paths to draw, and even a small change will mean a completely different Kido. Yoruichi's goal is to release a Kido with the same Ryotsu from nothing to cancel it out at the moment of contact with the Kido. In addition, Shunkai is equivalent to zero-distance combat, which is equivalent to raising the brain's reaction speed to the speed of the body's subconscious reaction, which is a bit harsh. Advertisement. However, Yoruichi's words gave Ace inspiration. Can Yoruichi's body automatically form memories for continuous stimulation, so that the Kido developed for Shunkai can be continuously proficient and even become instinctive in the end? Yoruichi's physical reaction, as can be seen from her focus on white hits, is extremely amazing. Ace has done such an experiment. 2 people stand side by side and attack each other. Without warning, Ace can only grab Yoruichi's wrist, but Yoruichi can attack himself. And Yoruichi can completely block his fist. If Yoruichi's body can automatically mobilize Ryotsu and release all the corresponding Kido, Yoruichi will be invincible within 3 steps. Even if it is a little worse, as long as the body forms instincts and subconsciously releases Kido in close combat, Yoruichi in close combat will definitely be a nightmare for all enemies. It's just that this kind of training is hell compared to Yoruichi's previous training. At this time, in the underground cave, the ghosts, AIBB, from number 1 to 89 kept attacking Yoruichi. The cave was brightly lit, colorful and beautiful. Advertisement. Yoruichi, who was attacked, was constantly injured. A real Kido battle was indeed different from the previous ghost balls. Even if Yoruichi was already familiar with the Ryotsu of Kido below number 70, the possibility that she could perfectly offset it was no more than half. Yoruichi had forgotten how many times her arm had been burned. It was cut into pieces several times, and no matter how many times it had happened, the indelible pain showed no signs of relief. If it weren't for the black robe Yoruichi was wearing, Yi felt that she was going to give up. It would take a long time to get familiar with these Kido just by relying on Urahara Kazuki's healing hot springs. The black robe on Yoruichi was naturally Ace's Bankai. Without such an ability, Ace really couldn't bear to torture Yoruichi for so long. But Ace's Bankai also has a disadvantage, which is that it cannot be trained on the back. Regarding this, Ace thinks the body's memory should be the same. Even if it is not, then I can just use Bankai's Death Tyrant suit to train my back. Chapter 416. Accomplish each other. Static recording can record the state of the body, but does not include memory and muscle memory. Although this cannot improve physical fitness, it is too idealistic to use only the body to fight Kido. Moreover, Yoruichi's body is infinitely close to the limit of what Shinigami can achieve. No matter how hard she tries, there will be no major breakthrough. What Yoruichi needs is muscle memory, and of course the ability to make quick judgments on subtle Ryotsu. If she can do both, one of them can support her to develop Shunkai. In order to ensure that Yoruichi can deal with various Kido, Ace not only improved his Kido sequence twice before and after, but also deliberately swapped the Kido sequence to train Yoruichi's temporary reaction ability. Not only that, when Yoruichi develops instant opening, he has to face not only the clearly recorded Hado from 1 to 99 and Bakudo, but also the attack mode of all Kido. In order to get rid of the stereotype of Yoruichi, Ace will also cast some Kido developed by himself, and occasionally cast some Kido that can affect each other. For example, first cast Bakudo VI's Freezing Rain, and then use Hado IV's White Thunder to sweep the released raindrops, which will form a white mist that is both cold and paralyzing. The appearance of these combined Kido makes Yoruichi more painful. Judging the Ryatsu of this Kido is not as simple as 1+1. Advertisements sometimes, the Ryatsu of this Kido is even lower than the Ryatsu before other Kido combinations, but the effect achieved is comparable to that of advanced Kido. The previous training did make Yoruichi fell into a fixed mindset. It was like she had read all the questions on the test paper. Although she tried to restrain herself, she still fell into the situation of solving problems based on experience. Now, this familiar feeling was ruthlessly broken. After continuous training, Yoruichi finally regained the passion she had in the first practice. The initial lack of confidence also disappeared. She was now sure that with the help of Ace, Shunkai would appear one day. Ace was not just a sparring partner. As the training progressed, Yoruichi's rapid progress made the original training gradually turn into a real Kido battle. This was also of great significance to Ace. Although Ace was good at Kido, most of the Kido developed by Ace was still in the theoretical stage, and the same was true for the group. 0. How to use it in battle is basically based on psychological reasoning. Now there is a captain-level strongman as a sparring partner, and it is a top assassin like Yoruichi who is the biggest threat to those who mainly use Kido as an offensive means. Advertisement in this training, Ace also benefited a lot. 0.00 Originally, Ace was under development and was too idealistic. Kido had to improve or even give up. His method of releasing Kido became more and more skillful. Most importantly, he actually had a new understanding of Kido. This time, he didn't need to meditate. Practice is always the only way to test the truth. Therefore, it is difficult to judge whether a person's gains and losses are real. One day, white hits and Kido will become one. Ace and Yoruichi, the two enemies who are always fighting each other, suffering from the end of 10 can also give each other 10 new worlds. The two of them, in training, achieved each other. Such days have been uninterrupted until one day, Urahara Kazuki brought a word, which made the situation start to become strange. Chapter 417. Captain Assessment. Your old man asked me to call you over, so it must be a good thing, right? For the past 2 years, Ace has been training with Yoruichi, except for returning to the first team every month to get the report sent by Nachol Ri and to show that he is still alive. But since Ace took over as vice-captain, old man Yamamoto rarely acted so formally and was so eager to find him. Captain of the 4th Division Unohana Retsu, Captain of the 8th Division Kiraku Shunsui, Captain of the 10th Division Shiba Ishin, Captain of the 12th Division Hikafuna Kiryu, Captain of the 13th Division Jashiro Yukataki, plus the tacit recommendation of the deceased Captain of the 11th Division Kenpachi. A total of 6 captains recommended Ace as the new captain of the 11th Division. You have passed the captain's evaluation. Next year you will become the new captain of the 11th Aero team. After a while, I will be the head of the team. For example, the Urahara family mansion, where only Urahara Kazuki lives, should be a little more secretive for the training. Ace stopped the team member who had just left and asked. As for asking Urahara Kazuki to convey the captain's order is not formal enough? As for this place, there are still many hidden places in Seirei. Does this mean that Seirei has also started to adopt this kind of formalism? Yu Lingding still likes to call the two methods assessment, and the last one is called the Captain's Challenge, or Kenpachi Challenge, and only the captain of the 11th team is passed down in this way. If major events involving the Urei happen frequently, old man Yamamoto may be the first person who can't sit still. Advertisement. This confused Ace. Why didn't he know what was going on? No, the question now was why he, the person being congratulated, didn't know what happened. As for Yoruichi, she has never left. Now it's Ace's turn to be confused. He became the captain of the 11th Division under the recommendation of the 6 captains. Congratulations, Vice Captain Ace. As for whether it could be a third method, but generally speaking it is not called an evaluation. Ace killed Zaraki Suya because there were no bystanders, so it was not the third way, and Seirei did not have any formalism. 3.4. Ace pondered silently. It just so happened that nothing big happened during this period, or what happened to the Gode 13 had nothing to do with Ace and others. After entering the first team, almost every team member who saw Ace would say with a smile. The man looked confused. You don't know? Advertisement? Ace answered helplessly. Captain's evaluation. Why don't I know when I was tested? Congratulations, Vice Captain Ace. Wait a minute. Or has he become the captain for the third way by defeating Zaraki Suya? Old man Yamamoto and Shihu and Dozo didn't know what these little guys were doing, but they also knew that they might be on a secret training journey. You know, if you want to find Ace in Seirei, you can find him through Urahara Kazuki, and Yoruichi is definitely faster than any other method. Old man Yamamoto is the pillar of Seirei. As long as he can sit quietly, it proves that Seirei is generally safe. In fact, Ace was wrong. For him, it is not impossible to restore the former glory. What happened? I don't know. Chapter 418. The right time, the right place, and the right people. After the recommendation of 6 captains, 3 captains need to agree. Later, the captain of the 2nd team, Shihuan Daozang, the captain of the 3rd team, Fengxiao Lujiro, and the captain of the 6th team, Kuchiki Yinling, agreed. Even if Ace was not present, he passed the captain's assessment. Although it seems a bit formalistic, there are many twists and turns. First of all, one of the 5 nobles, Gubagia, proved that the recommendation of Ace was not just the idea of old man Yamamoto. Secondly, Shihuan Daozang was the first to express his opinion. He even made a statement to other captains. Although Ace's identity is special, he is recognized by Captain Yamamoto and the 5 nobles. Finally, Hiriko Shinji specially asked Kuchiki to report the bell to end it. If this is really a conflict between the 5 nobles, then Kuchiki's report will naturally not pass. After all, the 5 nobles have always been of the same blood. If they really fight internally, I don't want to get involved. As for whether Ace can become the captain, whether it is Love Ikawa or Muguruma Kensai, they are not the kind of people who curry favor with the powerful. Whether they agree depends on whether Ace is a decent person in their hearts. Advertisement. Fortunately, Kuchiki Yinling did not make the worst case in his mind come true. The 5 nobles and Captain Yamamoto are in the same group, so there will be no trouble in the Seirei. As for whether the 6 major forces will unite to do something troublesome? Come on, these 6 people are already at the top of Soul Society. Want to go further? Then the Zero Division must be involved? This is where the second type of captain assessment is complicated. Without the intervention of people of the level of old man Yamamoto, the first step of recommendation is difficult to achieve. Even if someone can convince captains of different personalities, it is still difficult to achieve. If it is not due to special circumstances, such as the 11th Division, but a normal captain replacement, usually, when a captain dies in battle, usually only 5 captains will vote. The 5 nobles occupy 3 seats. If the recommended person does not get their approval, that person will not become the captain anyway. Even in the case of a 6-person vote, in addition to the first statement of the second team, people are not set to immediately remove meat. Advertisement. Either among the 5 nobles, at least 2 of the teams represented voted against, or they simply ignored the position of the second team and did not give the next 6 teams a chance to express their positions after 3 consecutive votes. In any case, it is impossible for the remaining 9 captains to unite and ignore the pressure from the 5 nobles. In addition, passing the captain evaluation requires the approval of the captain general. It is impossible to become a captain by relying on personal relationships alone. So, without realizing it, Ace has passed the so-called most complicated captain assessment. Click. Coming to the captain general's room, Ace opened the door and saw that old man Yamamoto was not in the approval documents at this time, but was leisurely drinking tea, as if waiting for Ace. Sit down. After seeing Ace coming, old man Yamamoto said. Ace sat down with a smile. Seeing this scene, old man Yamamoto asked leisurely. Have you heard about the captain assessment? Chapter 419. Get a wife? After all, it's hard not to hear the voice of congratulations. Ace answered truthfully. Old man Yamamoto nodded, put down the teacup in his hand, and continued. I called you here today for 2 things. First, you already know that you will be the captain of the first team next year. The captain of the 11th team is also the Kenpachi of Seirei. As the person who controls the 8,000 styles of Kendo, you must always remember the word, justice. Don't let the sword in your hand be disgraced. Let the 11th team, the teacher, and the Seirei be disappointed. Old man Yamamoto said seriously, student understands. But I didn't even know it. Ace quickly refused, he was too close to Yoruichi. Giving a wife for free sounds good, but when it really comes, it will be difficult to accept. Old man Yamamoto paused, sounded like a sigh, and then said. When you take over as captain of the 11th division, that day will also be your wedding. Advertisement. Teacher is really good at joking, haha. I'm getting married, that's no problem. Come with me to visit the 4, good Jiao Hao. Feng Yuan family tomorrow. But I don't have such thoughts about Yoruichi. Marriage or something, it depends on the 2 of us, right? Ace said helplessly. Nonsense. Old man Yamamoto slammed the table and stood up. He looked down at Ace and scolded. The matter has been decided. Do you want to embarrass me and the Shihuan family because of what you said, only? Ace looked helpless. Now suddenly told him that he wanted to have S*X. No, it's embarrassing to think about it. Old man Yamamoto had this expression when he left Seirei 100 years ago and went to the killing field. Old man Yamamoto raised his left eyebrow slightly, glanced at Ace, and continued. Ace's mouth twitched. Who is it? Before he finished speaking, old man Yamamoto interrupted him and said. Ace hesitated to speak. Ace looked at old man Yamamoto's slightly opened eyes, with an indescribable expression in his eyes. Old man Yamamoto took a sip of tea and continued. Backquote. What's wrong? Really, Shihuan Yoruichi, you grew up together, you are childhood sweethearts, and your conditions are comparable in all aspects. Advertisement. You are very familiar with each other, I can see that you like her very much. Ace feels like this now, this is really ridiculous, he was arranged a wife for no reason, is this the tradition of Suninobu taking the position of captain? It's a bit too much to take care of single people. The whole jingling court has been in chaos for so long, it's time for a lively scene. Old man Yamamoto said. Old man Yamamoto touched his beard. Ace was stunned when he heard this, and then he answered with a dry laugh. Old man Yamamoto did not react at all, just looked at him quietly with a blank expression. To be honest, except for a few times, he really regarded Yoruichi as a brother. Ace nodded and said seriously, no, I'm not suitable for Yoruichi. Ace asked cautiously, but if it's Sister Wa, can you still barely accept it? That day Yoruichi will also take over the position of the head of Shihuan family, triple happiness. Do I look like I'm joking? As for the second thing? Chapter 420. Constant changes. After saying that, old man Yamamoto left the captain's office, leaving Ace alone with his mouth twitching. His attitude was clearly expressed. Tisk, what a hassle. In the captain's office, Ace felt really bad. It wasn't that Yoruichi was so bad, but he couldn't accept this approach. Emotionally, he couldn't accept it, but intellectually, he felt that it wasn't a big deal. Is it really because of this that he had a falling out with old man Yamamoto, or did he leave Seirei in anger at 10 o'clock? It's not worth it. However, if he marries Yoruichi, what will be the impact on his immortality plan? 223 Ace fell into deep thought. Although old man Yamamoto has left, he looks very determined, but he doesn't feel bad. Tsuneyashiro gave him 3 suggestions. The first 2 suggestions actually let old man Yamamoto choose between letting Ace inherit the position of captain or becoming Kenpachi. As for the third suggestion, it's a little trick. The specific content of this suggestion is to give up letting Ace inherit the position of captain, and as the new captain of the 11th Division, use the I-backlet. However, there are still some restrictions. AIBC, can only marry the offspring of one of the 5 nobles. If it is from the Tsuneyashiro family, Ace only needs to live in the Tsuneyoshi family after marriage. If it is any of the remaining 3 nobles, then he must change his surname and marry until the direct descendants of the 2 are born, and Ace can continue to serve as the captain of the 11th Division. The term is 1,000 years. If the 2 have no descendants after 1,000 years, Ace will automatically resign from the position of captain of the 11th Division. This suggestion has further strengthened the control of Ace by the 5 nobles and gradually weakened the relationship between Yamamoto and Ace, who are ostensibly master and apprentice. And this choice has 2 possible threats. One is that the family that has completed the union with Ace and Yamamoto will form an alliance, but the identity of who is the master of both parties is a difficult problem to solve. Second, Ace has the entire family in his hands, but once Yamamoto chooses this proposal, it will not pose a threat. There is only one side reason why Yamamoto can accept this completely unreasonable choice. This is because Yamamoto truly realizes that he has a family-like feeling for Ace, and this choice itself is a way for Yamamoto to realize that he has changed. This is also the case. Yamamoto subconsciously chose this choice at the first time, which was originally without benefits. Perhaps he was initially interested in Ace's expectations, or his plans, have gradually changed. Now, he only wants to see the boy he raised since childhood have his own wife and family. Ace will not be unable to have things that normal people can have because of his own reasons. When did this change happen? When did it start? Since Unohana Retsu was sent to restore the appearance of the first-generation Kenpachi to support Ace? Maybe earlier. He also watched Yoruichi grow up, and her personality is also very good in all aspects. And not everyone wants to pick up the hot potato of Ace. The Shihuan family can take the initiative to take it because Daozang is optimistic about the relationship between the 2 little guys. As for what Ace meant by, it depends on me, just look at Ace's appearance. If they really wait for the 2 of them to make a decision, it will probably take hundreds or thousands of years, which is a complete waste of time. Chapter 421. The most suitable candidate. In short, Ace didn't sleep well, and old man Yamamoto didn't sleep much either. Both of them had their own ideas, and neither could understand the other's ideas. This was a collision of 2 eras, with a huge gap between them, and they couldn't completely merge together. Fortunately, both of them were not ordinary people, so they were still energetic when they arrived at Shihuan's house the next day. Old man Yamamoto rarely wore the captain's haori today. He wore a dark gray kimono, which made him look more approachable. Ace was wearing a dark blue dress, which would not be too conspicuous, nor would it have a twilight feeling, making the whole person look much more stable. Coming to Shihuan's house, this was not the first time Ace came here, but it was the first time he felt strange and even a little stiff. In addition to Daozang and Yoruichi, the father and daughter, Shihuan's family also had Yoruichi's younger brother Shihuan Yushiro, who was rarely seen. This is also all the current direct members of the Shihuan family. In the past, Ace once joked that Yoruichi and her brother were completely living in the wrong gender. Advertisement of course, Shihuan Yushiro is not too feminine, but Yoruichi behaves too masculine. In addition, he is more sensitive and looks a little shy, and this contrast makes people feel that Yushiro is a little weak. However, today the 2 of them are completely reversed. Yushiro, who usually does not look up at Ace, stares at Ace with wide eyes, as if dissecting him. On the other hand, Yoruichi is smiling and lowering his head. Wearing a light pink kimono, for the first time, I feel that Yoruichi is so beautiful, so gentle, and so like a woman. Did Yoruichi also accept such an outrageous arrangement? Ace was a little embarrassed, and looked back at the old man Yamamoto who was laughing and chatting with Shihuan Daochang next to him, and then looked at Shihuan Daozang who was throwing jokes at him from time to time. Ace had no doubt that if he said anything bad now, those old guys would definitely beat him up. Things seemed to be heading in an irreversible direction. At the banquet in the daytime, Ace still did not raise any objections. The strength of old man Yamamoto and Daozang is also one of the reasons, and Yoruichi's expression does not seem to have any intention of resisting. Advertisement 0 Please give me flowers. If he really said in front of Yoruichi that he would rather die than get married, being beaten to death is one thing. Yoruichi is a girl after all, and she will definitely be embarrassed. But fortunately, his performance during the day was okay, and old man Yamamoto no longer ordered him to stay in the first Thunder team, which also gave him the opportunity to find someone to discuss. The name of the Fuchi family can be said to be the only place in the Seirei Palace that does not look like a noble mansion. Except for Urahara Kazuki, there are no outsiders here. If someone has a lot of cunning ideas, Ace will immediately think of Urahara Kazuki. Even if he can't convince Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki is also a good helper. Ace believes that as long as Yoruichi stands on the same line with them, everything will be fine. After all, unlike his situation, Yoruichi is Daohao's daughter. In this kind of thing, as long as one party breaks his promise, the other party will really have no way to do anything. So, Ace came to Urahara's house at night. Ace pulled the string under Urahara's name tag, because there was no servant, and Urahara Kazuki might not respond if he knocked on the door. Chapter 422. Take the lead. Not long after, the wooden door in front of Ace opened, revealing Urahara Kazuki's head with messy hair. You are getting married, but you still come to me in the middle of the night. Do you want to talk to me so much? Urahara Kazuki said lazily. Ace was startled and blurted out. You know all this? How do you know? First, you and old man Yamamoto went to Shihuan's house in private clothes during the day, and 653 was seen by Kuna Mashiro, so. Ace sighed helplessly. Kuna Mashiro claimed to be the first part-time reporter in the history of Seirei. What she saw was almost the same as what the entire Renrei saw. Second, Yoruichi came earlier than you. Congratulations to both of you. Urahara Kazuki smiled and congratulated. However, seeing the other party's strange expression, he asked again. But your reactions are different, don't you think it's strange? Ace said. What's strange about this? Urahara Kazuki asked back. You will definitely get to this point, although it's earlier than I thought. This is the weirdest part. It's a marriage, just a word and a meal? Ace was afraid that Urahara Kazuki didn't understand what he meant. Advertisement, I'm familiar with Yoruichi, but I've never thought of it this way, it's too hasty. This touches on my blind spot of knowledge. Urahara Kazuki held his chin and thought for a while and said uncertainly. Maybe husband and wife are just friends who have gone a step further. In short, you treat Yoruichi much better than I do. Maybe this is the kind of thought you said, but you just don't know it yet. Really? Urahara Kazuki patted Ace's shoulder, his face became unusually serious, and he said. All the couples in Seirei are like this. I've never seen how awkward they are. You and Yoruichi understand each other better than they do. I believe you will be very happy. Ace forced a smile. I just feel that Yoruichi doesn't know why he married her, as if I took advantage of her. Of course, I don't think so. I just feel like I'm deceiving an ignorant young woman. You definitely didn't take advantage of me. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki said with certainty. After all, strictly speaking, you are married to me. This really makes sense. Ace's mouth twitched. This is an unprecedented experience. He covered his head in pain, as if he didn't know what to say. Urahara Kazuki's voice sounded in his ears again. What's wrong? You don't feel restrained. Don't worry, Yoruichi said it was just a superficial phenomenon. In the process of getting along, she will still respect your wishes and be a good wife. Ace shook his head, took a deep breath, and said to Urahara Kazuki. I don't care about this, but if I say I don't want to marry Yoruichi, it's not because the bride is her, but because I can't accept this situation. 3.3. Then you should know that no matter what the reason is, the harm to Yoruichi is much more serious than being broken into pieces. Urahara Kazuki's face sank. If you do this, I won't let you go. Or do you have the confidence to go in and convince Yoruichi now? She is now grinning and asking me how to be a good wife. Urahara Kazuki's face is not very good. Chapter 422. Dramatic changes in the Research Institute. Although Urahara Kazuki said so, the door was blocked by him. Neither he nor Ace thought that the first confrontation between the two was for such a thing. At this time, in the Research Institute outside Seirei, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was sitting in front of the console, looking at the screen in front. I'm so tired, I hope I can sleep more this time. An assistant touched his neck. As soon as he walked into the monitoring room, he had eye contact with Kuretsuchi Miyuri, which surprised him. Oh wait, why is Lord Nei-ri here? He was in laboratory number 3 just now. No, Lord Nei-ri can't be here now. Before running away, the assistant's throat was pierced by a sharp knife. Blood spurted out, but no sound could be made. After doing all this, Kuretsuchi Miyuri rubbed the knife on the other's clothes with disgust, sat down in front of the console, and started fiddling with it again. The files disappeared from the screen. If Ace was still there, he would find that these were all reports that Nei-ri had sent to him. I'm almost done. What about you? A man in a white robe suddenly appeared from the shadows of the control room, and Kuretsuchi Miyuri said in front of the console. The report has been deleted. Today's space fluctuation records have been deleted, space fluctuation detection has stopped, and the alarm system has also stopped. Is it done? The man licked his lips when he saw Kuretsuchi Miyuri nod, he said grimly. Advertisement, then I still have time to give that kid a surprise, Don't do anything unnecessary. Nelly turned his head and said expressionlessly. We still have to endure it. Now is not the time to stand in the sun, so you must control your emotions. Let the kid be cool for a while. I will repay you double at that time. The man muttered to himself viciously, then turned around and asked. Then how do we deal with this Kuretsuchi Miyuri? Should we just let him go? He is not an ordinary researcher, we can't touch him, but after this incident, Seirei will never trust him again. Kuretsuchi Mayuri said, and he slowly stood up. Trust? Has Seirei ever had such a thing? The man sneered, turned around and disappeared into the shadows. At this time, Kuretsuchi Mayuri's original appearance has changed. With short black hair and a light stubble on his chin, he looks a little tired. It is the captain of the 10th Division, Joe Boxon. It is this lack that makes the ideal I expect meaningful. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the entire monitoring room 530, spreading madly to every corner of the research institute. However, both Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Shiba Ishin disappeared without a trace. Bang, bang, bang. Muffled sounds continued to ring, announcing that something big was happening somewhere in Seirei. Maybe Ace and Urahara Kazuki were not the first to notice it, but this interrupted their awkward conversation. Over there? It's the 10th Division. Urahara Kazuki's pupils shrank. And the Research Institute, Ace said in a deep voice. As soon as Ace finished speaking, Yoruichi walked out of the room. The three looked at each other and went to the TN Division at the same time. Chapter 423. Chaotic Situation. Although the Research Institute is underground, it covers a large area. Except for the equally large 10th Division, all other buildings on the ground are its disguise. Also because the main body is underground, the entire street has been riddled with holes, and the red flames will completely turn the entire street into a sea of fire. Something seems to have gone wrong with the Research Institute. Ace stood on the wall, and the rubble automatically bounced in front of him. It's not just the Institute. Not even a member of the 10th Division. I don't think their sleep quality is that good. Yoruichi behind him stared at the entrance of the 10th Division closely. Because of the protection of the Keto barrier, the fire could not spread there. In the Go-Day 13, the TN team is also the patrol team of the Seirei. Next to it is the Institute, which is one of the important institutions of Seirei. Such a big thing happened, and even no members of the 10th Division showed up. This is abnormal. In addition, even if we don't implement the highest level of alert now, the outer wall should automatically fall inward. Urahara Kazuki glanced at Rukongai from a distance. Even the dim Rukongai lit up, which should be the residents who were awakened. Are you saying that someone destroyed the defense system? Advertisement Ace narrowed his eyes. Not only that, no one has restarted the system or manually issued an alarm command. Urahara Kazuki turned his eyes to the sea of fire below and said coldly. Either everyone in the Institute has betrayed, or there are no survivors inside. I suggest you think more about the 10th Division. Yoruichi interrupted the conversation between the two and spoke loudly. That Uncle Ishin didn't show up. I remember he was in Seirei recently. As one of the most experienced and powerful captains in Seirei, the captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin has no reason not to be here. Even if he is in the Shiba family's mansion tonight, he is not far from the 10th Division. At least much closer than Ace and the other three from Urahara Kazuki's family. So, he has no reason not to be here. And this shouldn't be caused by some Keto, right? Yoruichi patted Ace's shoulder, his tone uncertain, more like unwilling to admit it. Enjetsu. Shiba Ishin's Zanpakuto, advertisement. An old and strong figure appeared from behind, but the owner of the voice appeared in front of the three of them. Perhaps it was an illusion. The underground fire became quiet because of the appearance of the one who said it. Captain General Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, is also the strongest and the oldest owner of the flame Zanpakuto. Naturally, no one doubted his words. He said it was the fire released by Kasaragi, that's it. After Old Man Yamamoto, captains wearing white Haori appeared one after another. In addition to Ace, the quasi-captain of the 11th Division. Among the captains of the Go-Day 13 Division, except for the captain of the 12th Division, Hakafuna Kiryu, all gathered again. Something happened in the Research Institute, Kiraku Shunsui said, and his eyes turned to the 10th Division, covering his forehead and said helplessly. And the 10th Division, this matter is even more troublesome. Except for the 4th Division, the rest of the divisions will be deployed to their respective areas immediately. Gone. Captains of the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th Divisions, go to the 4th gate immediately. No one is allowed to step out of the Seirei. Old Man Yamamoto said in a deep voice. Chapter 424, The Tragic 10th Division. Yes. The four people pointed and nodded and left in four directions without any communication. Old Man Yamamoto continued to give orders. Captains of the 4th, 8th and 9th Divisions go down to put out the fire. After entering the Institute, bring all the living people you find here. Ace, Captain of the 13th Division Jashiro Yukitaki, go to the 10th Division to see what's going on. Shihuan Yoruichi, Captain of the 6th Division Kuchiki Jinling, go to Shiba's house and bring Shiba Ishin. Action. Old Man Yamamoto was intimidating without anger. Drew. Except for Old Man Yamamoto, all the people who received the order disappeared, including Urahara Kazuki. Their captain was now deaf to the outside world, and the vice captain was unreliable. Without him, the 12th Division could not be operated. Advertisement Ace and Jashiro Yukitaki, who came to the 10th Division, found the bodies of two members of the Dry Division as soon as they entered the door. They looked very calm, and there was even a trace of fatigue on their faces. If it weren't for the long bloodline on their necks, Ace would have thought they were just lying on the ground in a daze. Be careful, Ace. Jashiro Yukitaki warned, his hand quietly touching the handle of the Zanpakuto at his waist. Ace nodded and released the ghost directly. The mask looked particularly terrifying under the light of the fire. Looking around, Ace didn't see any signs of Ryutsu in the surrounding houses. No one is alive. Ace said. This is the meeting room and training room of the 10th Division. Jashiro Yukitake pointed to the back and continued. Advertisement. The team dormitory and the captain's room are in the back. Together, Ace looked at Jashiro Yukitake. Jashiro Yukitake nodded, and then walked towards the inner courtyard with Ace. When they arrived at the inner courtyard, it felt different. There was no light here, and the roar of the flames outside could not be heard. The entire building of the 10th Division was silent, as if it was dead silent. Ace still couldn't see any signs of Ryutsu. Either there was no one in these houses, or... Ace pointed to the room on the right. Jashiro Yukitake understood and walked towards the door. The moment he opened the door, a strong smell of blood hit him. Even Ace, who was used to seeing blood, couldn't help but pinch his nose. There were about a dozen team members lying there quietly, but the bed under them was stained red with blood. Even the room was a little damp. There's no hope. Jashiro Yukitake returned to Ace and shook his head. Ace said in a deep voice, "Go to the next room." The two of them went in and out of the team member's house, and their faces became more and more ugly. Among the more than 200 members of the 10th Division, all the officers, including the vice captain, the third seat, the fourth seat, etc., were dead. In addition, there was no sign of resistance. Even the vice captain and several officers, their rooms were not messy, not to mention the knife marks. Even the documents on the bed and the desk were not messy. This is all that's left. Jashiro Yukitake looked at the captain's room in front of him. There's no one alive inside, Ace said, pushing open the door of the captain's room in front of him. Click. This time, there was no smell of blood and no corpses. Chapter 425. Suspect. There was no abnormality in every corner of the captain's room, as if it was just a house that had temporarily lost its owner. However, in this 10th Division, where all the people were dead, such a captain's room was completely abnormal. Although Shiba was probably in the Shiba family's house, Ace and Jashiro Yukitake knew that the probability was very small. Another incident happened to Seirei, who had just been silent for a while. After the investigation, Ace and Jashiro Yukitake returned to the side of Old Man Yamamoto. No one from the 10th Division survived, and there was no sign of resistance. Captain Shiba is not his subordinate. When Jashiro Yukitake told this to Old Man Yamamoto, even though Old Man Yamamoto, who was used to the wind and rain, was obviously shocked and angry for a moment. Although there were still some members of the 10th Division in Killing Field and Rukongai, they were insignificant compared to almost all the elites of the 10th Division in the team house. In addition, the most important vice captain and the team officer were all killed. Old Man Yamamoto knew that everyone who heard the news would know that the 10th Division was completely wiped out. This was the first time in the history of Seirei. Advertisement. Even in the most chaotic and brutal era of Old Man Yamamoto's rule, no division was almost completely wiped out. For Seirei, it was a shame. No movement at all. Don't tell me these people were so asleep that they couldn't draw their swords. Although Old Man Yamamoto spoke calmly, the wall under his feet immediately cracked. At this moment, he was like a volcano surrounded by clouds and mist, and perhaps the next moment, his anger would soar into the sky. There is no obvious sign of being restricted by Kido, and it is not clear whether it will affect the ability to be blinded by similar words. Ace paused for a while and continued. They were all killed with one knife. If they were still in a normal state before they died, it can only be said that the gap between their strength and the murderer was too big. In this way, without leaking any wind, all members of the 10th Division were killed. It is impossible to do it with just numbers. The murderer must be someone with super experience. For example, the captains of the Go-Day 13, advertisement. However, not leaking any wind and not resisting are two different concepts. 0. Please give flowers, Ace asked himself. He could also kill all the members of the 10th Division and ensure that no news leaked out. However, the expressions of some of them clearly showed that they saw the murderer. However, they did not even touch their zanpakuto, let alone draw their swords. The strangest thing is that they did not show any signs of resistance. There is only one explanation that can be thought of, and Old Man Yamamoto has already thought of this possibility, so he asked someone to find Shiba Shishin. We can only hope that Shiba Shishin is still in Seirei. Only in this way can it be possible to prove that the tragedy of the 10th Division was not caused by Shiba Shishin, and this is only a possibility. But the arrival of Kuchiki Jinling completely wiped out this possibility. Shiba Ishin is not in the Shiba clan, but other direct descendants are still there, and the Kido are investigating there now. Yoruichi, who came with him, did not speak, but just pointed in the direction of the 10th Division and winked at Ace. From her point of view, as long as there is no problem with the 10th Division, there is still room for maneuver in the matter of Shiba Ishin's disappearance. Chapter 426. Thorough investigation of information. Ace didn't say anything, just shook his head. Now, Shiba Ishin's suspicion could not be washed away at all. The fire in the institute was set by Shiba Ishin Zanpakuto's Shikai. He also had the ability to annihilate the 10th Division and was the captain most familiar to the 10th Division members. The members were shocked and did not resist at the first time, which was understandable. Then, Unohana Retsu and the other three also came back. Unlike the others, 100, they also tied up a person, who was the familiar Huang Lily of Ace. Almost 80% of the institute has been burned. The remaining good places are all his credit. Unohana Retsu squinted his eyes and looked at Nomori behind him, but Nomori didn't look very happy. He was tied up by Unohana Retsu like a dog. Where are the people? Old man Yamamoto asked lightly. Unohana Retsu shook his head and replied. Almost all the people were burned to death, but I think they died before the fire. Go to the 10th division and see if there is anything worth noting. Old man Yamamoto gave an order, looking down at the quiet street below and continued. Advertisement. The rest of the people lead their own teams to thoroughly investigate the Seirei. Ace will temporarily be in charge of the 11th division, with the goal of finding Isshin Shibe and possible outsiders. Yes. Although the people present acted quickly, they knew in their hearts that all this was in vain. Whether it was someone inside or outside who committed this crime, after so much time, they may have escaped. At noon the next day, Ace, as the reserve captain of the 11th division, attended the captain's meeting for the first time in the conference room of the 1st division. The 10th division was completely wiped out. The research institute was completely wiped out. The captain of the 10th division, Isshin Shibe, disappeared. This matter weighed on people's heads, making the atmosphere in the conference room extremely heavy. Kido reported that the Shiba family's door had been opened, but there was no way to determine the final location. Advertisement Kuchiki Jinling, who had been to Shiba's house before, said. But no one in Shiba's family saw who went through the gate, so we can't be sure whether Shiba Isshin went to the real world. What about the research institute? Old man Yamamoto glanced at Hikifuna Kiryu across from him. She was responsible for the search of the research institute yesterday. The space wave detection and defense monitoring were all shut down by the main monitoring room on the 2nd floor, which is where researcher Kuretsuchi Miyuri is. Hikifuna Kiryu looked at Yamamoto sitting in his seat and continued. But the core data room and some experimental specimens were protected by him. I don't think he destroyed the research institute. It may be an external invasion. Nevertheless, she seemed to remember something and added. However, according to Kuretsuchi Miyuri, there are signs that his experimental data on the Quincy has been transferred, probably because the enemy's target is this data room. As for who the intruder 3.5 is, the monitoring records of the research institute that day were deleted and it is impossible to confirm. After listening, old man Yamamoto looked at Unohana Retsu on the right. The dead members of the 10th division were all conscious and were killed with one blow. However, they did not resist at all, and their expressions were likely those of conscious people. Advertisement Chapter 427. The truth is revealed. For example, Shiba Isshin? Old man Yamamoto said indifferently. 17 Facing old man Yamamoto's question, Unohana Retsu did not answer, but just lowered his head silently, which was a default. The faces of other people present were not very good either. At present, there is no sign of fighting between the research institute and the 10th division. The same is true for the Shiba family. There are only signs of the opening of the gate. It is hard to believe that someone would kidnap an old captain like Shiba without any emotion. Shiba 08 Isshin of the 10th division secretly killed the entire 10 painting team. While he went to the research institute to kill people, he stole the research data of the Quincy and finally escaped through the gate inside the family. This guess is most consistent with the current situation. Could it be the Quincy who did it? Ace broke the deadlock with his voice. They turned off the surveillance cameras to cover their tracks and transferred the data so that we wouldn't find out their secrets. Maybe they're hiding in a dark corner of Seirei? Ace's words made the captain's meeting room quiet for a while, but that didn't mean his words inspired the captains. In their opinion, this idea of Ace, to put it mildly, was full of naive fantasies of the boys, and to put it bluntly, it was just wishful thinking. It was simply ridiculous. Ace's words can be interpreted in two ways. First, the Quincy sneaked into Seirei quietly, and second, the Quincy was actually hiding somewhere in Seirei. The first one seems very likely, but even if the Spiritual Arts Academy has been Rukongai is open, but the proportion of civilian members in the 13th division of the Godei is still too small. Even if these people are hidden Quincy, they can't have the power to do such a thing. Not to mention the unique nature of the Quincy, the annihilation-like power in their power cannot be hidden. It is hard to believe that this organization can spare the energy to carry out such a large-scale infiltration shortly after the Stern Cross Fortress was breached. As for the second one, it seems completely impossible to them. There is no absolutely uninhabited forbidden area in the entire Soul Court. Even the underground sewers are regularly cleaned by the members of the 4th division. It is not easy to find a long-term hiding place. The institute is not a place that can be entered in a death hegemony suit. Unohana Retsu broke the awkward situation. She looked at Ace and said gently. It's okay to think too much, it's just that thinking too much can easily distract you. This is why Ace has been reluctant to say that the Invisible Empire exists, because no matter how he says it, it sounds like he is talking in his sleep to people who are familiar with the Soul Court. But he has a vague feeling that this may be a rare loophole of the invisible state. Shutting down all defense and detection systems was to hide the signs of their attack. The transfer of experimental data was to prevent Kuretsuchi Miyuri from continuing his research. But what Ace didn't understand was why the Quincy didn't kill Ryujin and his fellow test subjects. Maybe the Quincy didn't want to be too obvious and arouse too much suspicion from the Shinigami? Or was it because they were not strong enough? After all, Kuretsuchi Miyuri was a captain-level fighter who could be Bankai, and it would be difficult to kill him in seconds in the research institute. Advertisement Chapter 428. Insufficient reason. But no matter what the reason is, all the current situations can be explained in this way. But the headache is that from another perspective, that is, Shiba Isshin is the murderer who caused all this, it can also be explained. But if it is really Shiba Ishin, he will betray the Seirei because of the power of the defeated Quincy. Ace spread his hands and asked. Give up the position of the head of the Shiba family and not even take the 3 children in the family. No matter how you think about it, this doesn't make sense. It's really unreasonable. Kyoraku Shunsui lowered his head and whispered. This is also why the old man Yamamoto proposed the name Shiba Ishin, and Unohana Retsu and even other captains remained silent. All the clues seem to point to Shiba Ishin, but no matter how you think about it, Shiba Ishin has no reason to do this, and there is no benefit, which makes them feel a little contradictory. I don't have time to guess what Shiba is thinking. Old man Yamamoto said, his cane stopped, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Advertisement, what he did, what he thought, when we find him, we give him a chance to tell us. First we have to find where he is. Jashiro Yukitaki. Let all your 13th division enter the human world, that is, to find Shiba. When you find the clues, take Kyoraku Shunsui and Hashijin to the human world and bring him back. If he is really innocent, he will not resist, old man Yamamoto said, his eyes sparkling. If you resist, you are allowed to use Bankai and high-level Kido. The 13th division is led by Jashiro Yukitaki and is the purification team of the Irati, mainly responsible for killing and purifying the hollows in the real world. They are also the most familiar painting team of the Irati in the real world. The door of Shiba's house also leads to the real world, but he doesn't know the specific location in the real world. It is most suitable for the 13th division to do this in the real world. But the last words of old man Yamamoto still let the people present know that the 46th chamber old man Yamamoto still regards Shiba as the #1 suspect. In the real world, captain-level Bankai and high-level Kido will cause large-scale casualties, and even the Quincy will not be treated like this. Kiryu, go find Neri and see if you can find anything else in the institute. Advertisement: the remaining divisions are temporarily concentrated in Rukongai. The portal may just be a cover. Hikifuna Kiryu nodded, but she looked a little reluctant. Old man Yamamoto stood up and announced the end of the meeting as if he hadn't seen it. He left a message, Ace, follow me, and disappeared in the meeting room. Ace thought that after the captain's meeting, he and Yoruichi would go to Shiba Ishin's house to see him, but now it seems that he won't go. Keep some of your speculations to yourself, don't try to get everyone on your side, it's dangerous. The money promised is the same for you and us. Kyoraku Shunsui patted Ace's shoulder and left a message, disappear in the meeting room with everyone else. Even Kyoraku Shunsui could see that the old man calling him now would not be a good thing. Well, the goal was not achieved, but it caused a lot of trouble. Ace couldn't help but sigh. Ace came to the captain's room and saw old man Yamamoto with his back to him. He was ready to be scolded. Chapter 429. Seirei's ban. You've gone too far in your defense against the Quincy, Ace. Old man Yamamoto said. However, the expected scolding did not come. Old man Yamamoto's tone was very calm, without the slightest anger, just like an ordinary old man chatting with his grandchildren. Ace knew that old man Yamamoto was talking about his speech at the captain's meeting, but now even if he was telling the truth, he might be considered crazy by old man Yamamoto. Unless everyone can see the existence of the invisible empire at this moment, it would be redundant to say anything at this time. Ace's silence made old man Yamamoto 893 think that the little apprentice finally understood. He slowly turned around and said, after this incident, the 46th chamber decided to stop all research on the Quincy. Teacher agreed, knowing that the Quincy is a threat? Ace said in a deep voice. It is indeed a huge threat to the world, but in my opinion, there has never been any big threat. Although the tone of old man Yamamoto was calm, the confidence accumulated over thousands of years could not be concealed. Don't let a small leaf become your whole world, Ace. Old man Yamamoto stretched out his hand, rubbed Ace's head and said softly. If you really care about it, all the trees only need to be cut down a little bit, as long as you are a mountain, you will never be crushed by leaves. Do you understand? What Ace didn't know was that old man Yamamoto's stop all research on the Quincy was not only a new regulation, but also 10 completely unreasonable punishments. The surviving Quincy members in Seirei will be executed immediately, and all related research materials will be deleted. In the future, the staff who privately research the Quincy members will also be executed immediately. If this is the case, it may still be a good thing for the Quincy dying in the laboratory. This may be the most merciful thing that Seirei has done for them. Advertisement. What really made Ace difficult to understand was the second order, because Nomori inhumanely studied the Quincy. From now on he was detained indefinitely. Because of this, Nomori was judged to have nothing to do with the destruction of the research institute. In fact, Nomori, who later cooperated with Hikifuna Kiryu, did not even have a crime, and Ruanfu reserved it. There are many cells in Seirei, not to mention the 9th division, which already has the duty of torture. They are already carrying out torture missions. Each painting team has a closed and tight room, which can of course be called a cell. There are also 2 famous cells. One is the confession palace called the White Tower, and the other is the hard prison. Ace has never been to these 2 places, but he may have the opportunity to visit the prison in the future. In the northwest corner of the 2nd division, there is also a less famous but very important prison, located under a huge moat, with an area of about 30 ordinary houses. It is called the underground prison. How do you feel about coming here for the first time? Yoruichi, who was walking in front, said with his hands behind his back. If Ace was not mistaken, that expression seemed to be showing off. The underground prison is under the charge of the underground prison team of the second squad, and Yoruichi is currently the captain of this team. Chapter 430. Private Prison. Strictly speaking, this squad is not part of the Go-Day 13 organization. It is one of the 5 secret action squads of the Shihuan family's private army. However, the Shihuan family usually also manages the second squad at the same time, so there are signs that the secret operation is being integrated with the second squad. The second squad's chief officer will also play an important role in the secret exercise, and the second captain will serve as the commander-in-chief. So now the maggot nest can even be regarded as the Shihuan family's private prison. Without Yoruichi, the next head of the family, leading the way, it is really not easy for Ace to get in. Considering this, it seems that Yoruichi showing off is not a problem. Ace looked at the stalactites on both sides of the stairs and didn't know what to say. You asked me how I felt like a prison, which made me answer, it looks a bit damp. It's very different from other prisons. Ace answered casually, and the two of them came to a stone door at the end of the stairs. Yoruichi turned his head, smiled mysteriously, and said, it's even more different inside. Then, they slowly opened the stone door in front of them. Behind the stone gate is a huge cave with about 30 or 40 people inside, either playing chess, or lying flat on the stone with their hands spread out, staring blankly at the stone above their heads, or walking around with their hands down. Looking at their lifeless expressions, Ace doesn't think they're taking a walk. These people don't have handcuffs, and there is not even any sign of Ryotsu being restricted. Except for wearing white kimonos, they are no different from ordinary Shinigami. Except for not being able to leave, they can also carry out various entertainment activities here, and if they are in a bad mood, they can even play boxing. Isn't this great? Yoruichi said. But looking at their eyes, they are not very grateful to you. Ace looked around and said lightly. Yoruichi stretched out his hand and looked at it, and he looked very helpless. From the moment they walked in, no, from the moment they were caught here, they can no longer feel grateful to us. Because they haven't made any mistakes yet, and you caught them here. You should be glad that they didn't rush up to kill you. You're wrong. Yoruichi waved at Ace, and suddenly walked to the long-haired man a few steps away. He stepped on the ground with his lowered palm, revealing the sharp stone knife hidden in his palm. 0. Please flowers 0 advertisement, look, they are really going to rush up to kill people. Ace glanced at the man screaming on the ground, then looked at Yoruichi and said. There are always people who need to vent their dissatisfaction, it's understandable. Ace, which side are you on? Yoruichi roared unhappily. The man under her feet was really unlucky. His hand was almost broken by Yoruichi's slight anger. Stand on your side, can we continue? Ace apologized casually and then continued. We still have work to do. Yoruichi was not a person who liked to play with temper. After loosening his foot, he continued to move forward with Ace, or it would be more accurate to say, down. When I was young, I felt sorry for these people. After all, they didn't really make any mistakes. Yi said as he walked. The two of them walked through the cave and opened the stone door at the other end. After that, there was another staircase leading down. Chapter 431. False accusations. But gradually, some people are destined to commit crimes, like that Jiro. I bet if he hadn't died, he would have been locked up here. These groups are used to deal with those who are judged as dangerous according to the rules of the Euradii but have not made substantial mistakes. As for whether to prevent crime or to accuse others, it depends on personal understanding. Such extreme actions will definitely scare most people, so the existence of the maggot 533 nest is known only to a few people, which is the implicit rule of Seireidii. But Ace has long believed that the reason for secrecy is to allow these dangerous factors to be more aggressive. Go-Day 13. Once this person is determined to be a dangerous person, he will be secretly arrested and imprisoned in the group washroom. Then it will be announced to the outside that the members of Go-Day 13 have retired from the team, so the existence of the maggot nest has been a secret for thousands of years, and most of the team Kangs don't even know it exists. So, due to the research on the Quincy, it is suddenly no longer allowed. Those who have done related research have become criminals. Ace pouted and laughed at himself. Then why don't you lock me up here with you? In fact, room 46 really touched this idea, but it was suppressed by old man Yamamoto and Shihuan. Take you up. Let's not discuss whether you are willing to do this. There is no other cell in the maggot nest for you to stay. Yoruichi's voice sounded happy, as if joking. Advertisement. However, her face with her back to Ace was full of worry. She knew something. As the last stone door opened, the front was no longer a spacious cave, but a long corridor. The lights at the end of the corridor were cut into beams. This is the only cell in the maggot nest, and the person inside is the person Ace is looking for. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's feet were tied with a heavy shackle, and the other end was tied to the bottom of the stone bed. He could only move 2 meters at most, unable to walk through every corner of this small cell. His eyes stared blankly at the opposite wall, motionless, as if he had lost his soul. It is difficult to connect the person in front of him with the arrogant Kuretsuchi Miyuri in the institute. You go out first. I want to talk to him alone. Ace turned and said to Yoruichi. Yoruichi looked at Kuretsuchi Miyuri in the cell and said with a frown. Stay awake and don't mess around. Yoruichi nodded after hearing this, but still reminded him. After giving a warning, Yoruichi turned and left the corridor. With the sound of the stone door closing, only Ace and 2 servants were left in the narrow space. Ace was about to say something polite, but he couldn't bear to say it. Let alone personally participating in it, even if he heard such a ridiculous thing in his 2 lives, he couldn't let it go. Does he have anything to do with the outcome of the matter? Ace's reason told him no. Nezuri has always been eager to study the Quincy. Even without Ace, Nezuri 2.9 will still find a way to study the Quincy. He will eventually be imprisoned in the group's nest, waiting for the day when Urahara Kazuki saves him. Emotionally, Ace feels that this is a bit wrong. In his previous life, he didn't know whether the 10th Division had ever encountered something similar, but now the 10th Division has been destroyed. It is very likely because of this invisible empire. Advertisement Chapter 432. Too brave. Kuretsuchi Miyuri glanced at Ace, a little surprised. Now the Quincy is in the Seirei, but it is taboo. This man is really brave, and then said. Ace said. Nomori laughed dryly, and his clothes were unmoved. To you or to the Seirei? Seirei now believes that Shiba Yixin stole the data and destroyed all the 10th Division, but Ace has not changed his mind. Hey. More importantly, a space based only on spirit particles cannot accommodate Ryotsu, and if they cannot meet Ace's requirements, they will be able to cultivate and develop their own power. Kuretsuchi Miyuri then reported to Ace that he needed to determine a new direction, but Ace did not wait for this report. Although Neri has no talent for judging people, he is not completely wrong. Ace did not come to him purely to see him or to apologize. Ace said, spirit particle redecomposition is just one of the problems. Advertisement the day when the accident between the Institute and the 10 Arrows occurred was the end of the month. You haven't given up yet, but he still can't say it. Maybe from the first day he came to this world, when he first met old man Yamamoto, he didn't say it, and he lost this opportunity forever. According to the agreement between Ace and Kuretsuchi Miyuri will submit a new report to him in a few days. What role did he play? Did he add fuel to the fire, or did he cause the change in Kuretsuchi Miyuri's previous research direction, leading to the earlier attack of the Invisible Empire? This theoretically feasible method was temporarily ruled out by Kuretsuchi Miyuri after nearly 2 years. Did your last research have a new direction? Although this is important to you, don't you want to catch those who destroyed your life's work, Naramiori? Ace said solemnly. This feeling of having to automatically bear the name of shame, like a burning fire, has been tormenting him, and he even has 10 impulses to tell all the secrets in his heart. It's important. Just pretend to live indifferently. Anyway, Kuretsuchi Miyuri and himself are just a simple cooperative relationship, so it's okay to comfort yourself, but... Advertisement assuming that the Invisible Empire stole the data, it is very likely that Kuretsuchi Miyuri's research has finally found the right direction and forced them to take action. 367. This is probably the closest Ace has ever been to the Invisible Empire, and he can't let it go. Ace raised his head, clenched his fists, and tried to protect himself from the influence of emotions. He asked hurriedly. Naramiori asked again. However, he was obviously a witness who knew everything, but he had to watch an innocent person being accused of a crime. He believes that apologies are meaningless unless they can bring him what he wants. Is this important now? All this is unknown. It's not like you to say it. If you have something to say, just say it, Ace. During this period of time and training with Yoruichi, in the research on the formation of the spirit particle space, Hitoshi worked again in the direction of spirit particle redecomposition. I'm so sorry for letting you end up like this. In Neri's opinion, although Ace and he are not the same kind of people, they are consistent in some aspects. Chapter 433. Out of place. Kuretsuchi Miyuri turned around and looked at Ace's serious expression. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The guy who ruined my hard work. Do I need to catch him? Thanks to them, I think things outside are really boring now. And you, if you still find it interesting, I think there is a place for you over there. Neri pointed to the wall on the right side of Ace, and then he walked away and said. It's unlikely that they would let us get so close, so where would it be? I'm not kidding. Ace frowned. I'm not kidding either. Kuretsuchi Miyuri's face also changed. After saying that, he put away the smile on his face, stood up and walked towards Ace. You don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are the captain's disciple? Seirei doesn't like people who are too curious. Seirei doesn't like it, and your teacher certainly doesn't like it either, standing behind you. That's because you happen to stand in front of him. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni will never change. Advertisement Kuretsuchi Miyuri said, but some curiosity is allowed, isn't it? Ace said lightly. Because our curiosity is stimulated by ourselves. No matter what that damn guy did, no matter what I did before, we don't need external experiments to cooperate. Kuretsuchi Miyuri tapped his head with his fingers, then pointed to the death suit on Ace's body and continued. Anything that may change the identity of Shinigami, even if it is interesting and good, LinkedIn doesn't like it. I can tell you the final research direction. If you think you are more powerful than Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni 1,000 years ago, you can try it. Kuretsuchi Miyuri said with a smile. I think I can prepare for having one more person around me. Maybe the little girl from Shihuan's house will bring our cells closer. The last place I planned to experiment was in the Dankai, but because... Kuretsuchi Miyuri's voice became increasingly blurred, and his face gradually disappeared in front of Ace. Advertisement Yoruichi's energetic voice came to his ears, constantly calling his name. Ace, wake up. Ace came back to his senses. Although he hadn't seen Neri for half a year, the other party's words appeared in his mind from time to time, especially recently. What's wrong? Today is New Year's Day. Are you still excited? In addition, the kids are going to watch the fireworks display. If you stand there any longer, there will be no good seats. Yoruichi, wearing a light yellow kimono, knocked Ace's head in dissatisfaction. In the distance, Urahara Kazuki, wearing a green kimono, holding the hands of a little boy and a little girl, finally noticed that there were two fewer people around him. When he looked back and saw this scene, he couldn't help but smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sure enough, Ace was distracted again. Before, his distraction was not obvious, but now, on the busiest street in Rukongai, Ace's appearance was really not suitable for the New Year's atmosphere. Sister, do you think that person doesn't look smart? Okay, look away, he's really not very smart. The whispers between the two little guys fell into Urahara Kazuki's eyes, and he had a smirk on his face, and then suddenly became serious. Chapter 434, Collapse. Iwaju and Kukaku think you are not very smart. Cheer up, it's not time to sleep yet, Ace. Urahara Kazuki is a big thief. Traitor, uncle is right, people with small eyes are not good people. The two little guys screamed and broke free from Urahara Kazuki's hand, but before they could say anything, the two little guys suddenly jumped into the air and were caught by Ace. Weren't you two very afraid of me before? Or was it cuter back then? Ace looked at the two little guys and said, the two little guys, a girl named Shiba Kukaku, a boy named Shiba Iwabang, and a slightly older boy named Shiba Kayan were behind Urahara Kazuki. Ace jokingly called them the Army, Navy and Air Force, and they were the three descendants of the only 247 left in the Shiba family. At this time, the two little guys in Ace's hands were having fun. 5 months ago, they had just experienced a huge change. The three boys who were less than 10 years old had already felt the coldness of human feelings. About a year and a half ago, due to the demise of the Shiba squad and the disappearance of Isshin Kuroba, the Kuroba clan, one of the oldest families in the Seirei, fell into endless Uzumaki, just like the symbol of their family, like an Uzumaki falling into the sky. 5 months ago, the sky of the Shiba clan's home collapsed. It took a year, and the 13th squad was sent out to search, but no trace of Isshin Kuroba could be found in the real world. Advertisement. It is hard to believe that a former captain of the 10th squad would disappear for a year due to some accident, and the most likely place he would go is the real world, and it is impossible for him to be delayed there for a year. Of course, he may still be in Soul Society, but no matter where he is now, without contacting Seirei for a year, it's easy to imagine that he is hiding on purpose. But the things that made Shiba Isshin hide are obvious. The 10th Division and the Institute were destroyed. Without sufficient evidence, Shiba Isshin betrayed Seirei. The Shiba family he left behind may have kept their distance from him, but Raffi, one of the most famous families in the past, the Shiba family, is now, BDBI, one of the shames of Seirei. The annihilation of the entire 10th Division is the greatest loss of Urei in 1,000 years, and Shiba Isshin's behavior is a slap in the face of all Shinigami. If the Shiba family he left behind continues to be regarded as one of the 5 nobles of Seirei, it would be a big joke if the 10th Division is handed over to them in the future. From Old Man Yamamoto to the 46th Chamber, from the 2 major families of Gode 13 to the 2 major families in charge of the priests, a high degree of consensus has been reached. The Shiba family is no longer worthy of being a noble family. One of the 5 noble families collapsed overnight. Who would have thought that the Seirei, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, would become 4 noble families for the first time from 5? Ace knew that no one could change this outcome at this time, so he could only sigh in his heart. Although Yoruichi tried her best to stop it, just because she said, Uncle Isshin is not such a person, it was not only useless, but she was scolded by Dao. Kicked out of Seirei in a commotion, only 2 servants in the family volunteered to follow the Shiba family, who only had 3 children left, to Rukongai. This bleak scene was unacceptable even to children whose minds were not yet fully mature. Chapter 435. Fragmentary Clues. Although Yoruichi and Ace visit them from time to time, Kukaku and Ganju only started talking to each other a month and a half ago, but this is mainly due to Yoruichi and their eldest brother Shiba Kayan, and Ace is just doing auxiliary work. In fact, Ace doesn't know that Yoruichi brought him here not because he thinks he can enlighten Kukaku and Ganju, but because Ace behaved strangely during that time, and it was also to take Ace to relax. But now it seems that these children are not a problem for the time being, and Ace's problems seem to be increasing. Yoruichi looked at Ace, who was playing with the 2 children, with a face full of worry. Just now Ace said that Kukaku and Ganju were afraid of him before. This is not a joke, but a fact. Ace still remembers the first time he went to Shiba's house with Yoruichi. Although the most mature Shiba Kayan tried to hide, he still noticed the fleeting fear in his eyes. Not to mention Kukaku and Ganju who hid far away, fear of these 2 colleges was written on their faces. This is also something Ace has never understood. He has never been to Shiba's house before. How could he provoke these 3 little guys? This question has been answered just now. Hey, Ace! Kong shouted. Ace, too. Ace rolled his eyes at Kong on his right hand. Call Ace uncle. Okay, Ace, ha ha ha, advertisement. Kong smiled, covered his mouth with his left hand, and continued to ask. Have you ever offended your uncle? The uncle in Kongi's mouth is Shiba Isshin. He thought about it and felt that he didn't talk much with the other party, so he shook his head. No, what's wrong? Because my uncle doesn't let us talk to you, saying that you. Kong thought for a while, his chin lightened slightly, but he didn't remember what his uncle said. He turned to Ganji and asked. Do you remember what your uncle said? We will lose something. Ganju thought for a while and said, yes, yes, yes. Kuhei nodded his little head, looked up at Ace and asked. What did you steal from your uncle? No, your uncle was drunk and said something, right? Advertisement. Ace said. Please give me flowers. 0. Kuhei raised his fist angrily, and then he seemed to think of something, rolled his eyes, and continued to whisper. Uncle used to say that he liked Yoruichi very much, but you are going to marry her next month, so. Finally, Kaien, who was walking in front, couldn't help it anymore. He turned around and said in a low voice. Kuhei, shut up. Uncle doesn't mean to get married when he said like. Besides, Yoruichi is not an object. 0. Seeing that Kuhei stuck out his tongue and stopped talking, Kaien looked at Ace and said slowly. Uncle's words at that time were, compared to you, Ace is a person who has given up too much. Until now, he may have nothing in his heart except himself, so don't let him take away the most precious thing in your heart. Even if there is a 10-year-old, you may throw it away. Kaien recalled the scene when Shiba Yixin said this to them 5 years ago. At that time, he once looked at Ace who was greeted by the 11th Division in the distance. He always felt that such a man, who could attract the support of so many people, should not be the kind of talent that his uncle said. Chapter 436. Yoruichi gets angry and embarrassed. Kaien looked at Ace with a wry smile, recalling that in the past 5 months, he had never been unwilling to come to his house when this person came. Although he was occasionally distracted, he still made some small toys to make his sister and brother laugh. But maybe uncle is really drunk. I don't think you are that kind of person. I'm not the only one who thinks so, Shiba Kaien said, and a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. 937. For example, your wife Yoruichi, she said a lot of good things about you to me, hee. What are you talking about, little devil? Yoruichi on the side blushed and said wolfishly. He is actually a very gentle person. Kaien raised his head slightly, put his hands on his waist, and slowly imitated Yoruichi's tone at that time. Didn't you say that? You. I have to say that Kaien still learned it very well, so Yoruichi couldn't let him say it, the brat knew too much. Advertisement, Ace, chase him, Yoruichi took my brother away. Kong pointed to the air in front of him and shouted. Don't worry, she won't make things difficult for your brother. Ace said. No, Yoruichi will definitely spank big brother, you won't see it later. Kong said excitedly. You too? Ace raised the 2 little guys in his hand in front of him. Both little guys nodded excitedly. It seems that this is still the wish of everyone. Helplessly, he could only apologize to Kaien silently in his heart. Get ready. We are about to take off. Ace put the 2 little guys on his shoulders and protected them. Ace bent his knees slightly and suddenly stepped hard on his feet. The 3 of them disappeared instantly, leaving only a string of silver bell-like laughter. This made the Rukongai residents who didn't see the 3 people behind and were still rushing to watch the fireworks all frightened and softened their legs. It became one of the few strange stories in the area and spread widely. Kuhei and Ganji didn't know that as the initiators, they would be affected by this strange story in the future. At this moment, they were immersed in the excitement of the fast flight, shouting all the way. If Ace and Yoruichi go all out, Yoruichi's Shunpo is stronger. Although he won't be left too far behind by Yoruichi, he will inevitably follow Yoruichi and eat dirt all the way. However, this is not a life and death chase. Advertisement. Yoruichi's speed is only about the average of the captain. So when Ace found her, he still caught the last bus of the show. This is not the spanking that Kuhei expected, however, the scene is still quite exciting. Poor Kaien was no longer the little adult he was just now. His head was held in Yoruichi's arms, and Yoruichi kept drilling his head with his hands. Even though it was a burning pain, there was a faint chill on his scalp, which was the most terrifying thing. Stop. If you keep doing this, I'm going to die. Kaien struggled and begged for mercy. If I was not mistaken, there seemed to be a tear in the corner of his eye. Big brother is crying. Ganju's words. Ace believed that he was right, but there was a restless kid standing on his shoulder, constantly waving his hair. Putting Kukaku on the ground, Ace asked helplessly. Why are you touching my hair? Chapter 437, a rare break. Because it's fun. Kong looked at Ace innocently. 17. Ace looked at the brat speechlessly. A familiar voice sounded around, but the power above Kaien couldn't raise his head. He could only roll his eyes and look up. Sure enough, it was her sister Kong. Then, Ace must be here too. Stop, or I'll tell you everything. Oh, Kaien, you're such a man, but I want to teach you a lesson. It is very dangerous to expose your intentions to the enemy. Yoruichi said, covering Kaien's mouth and torturing him. Ace came to her. Of course Yoruichi could notice it, but today she must let Kaien know what to say and what not to say, and she will be punished if she says the wrong thing. Maybe it's because he often scratches his hair recently. Ace's hair on the top of his head is indeed a little less, but it will definitely grow back. But now how can I dispel the idea of Kukaku to see his head? Just when Ace was distressed, the savior Urahara Kazuki also came with 2 people. These are the last 2 servants of the Shiba family, Jinyan and Yinyan, a pair of identical twin brothers. Didn't you say you were taking a walk? Why did you suddenly perform Shunpo again? But from here, the fireworks look good. Let's watch the fireworks here. One Urahara Kazuki looked around and ignored Yoruichi's fight. He opened the package and put it in his hand. The black square towel inside was spread on the ground and sat up directly. Okay, let's watch Kaien suffer first. Then there will be a fireworks show. Ace quickly changed the subject and held Kukaku's hand. Then he took the two little guys to sit next to Urahara Kazuki. Except for Jinyan and Yinyan, who shouted, Yoruichi-sama, Kaien-sama, and rushed to break up the fight, everyone else subconsciously regarded this fight as a fun advertisement. When Kaien finally gave in and escaped from Yoruichi's clutches, the fireworks really started. However, at this moment, Kaien was not in the mood to watch the fireworks. His eyes turned back and forth between Ace and Urahara Kazuki. He sighed in his heart that small eyes were indeed not a good thing, but he forgot that his eyes were not that big. Various fireworks exploded in the air one after another. It is said that this fireworks show was organized by the fireworks held by the famous Ryujin Fireworks Company were no different from what he had seen in his previous life. Kuhei and Ganju were too impatient to sit still. After watching for more than 10 minutes, they went to the front accompanied by Jinyan and Yinyan. In fact, it was mainly Kuhei. She seemed to be very curious about how fireworks were made and had to see it with her own eyes. Shiba Kaien, who stayed where he was, frowned as he saw his sister and brother leave. When Kuhei and Ganju grow up, I plan to enter the Spiritual Arts Academy and become a Shinigami. Do you think it's possible? Becoming a Shinigami has always been Shiba Kaien's wish. In addition, Shiba Ishin is still missing, and the Shiba family needs someone to step up, not to return to Seirei, but to clear their stigma. It's just that these 5 nobles have never been expelled before, so he is a little unsure whether Urei will let him become a Shinigami. Chapter 438. Clash of Ideas. Before, because of his brother and sister, they were not in the mood to ask questions. Now, the two gradually walked out of the shadows. His plan can be put on the table, and Higurashi Reitei, and Ace and Yoruichi, who will soon become the captains of the 11th and 2nd squads respectively, are his best candidates for consultation. In fact, Kaien was completely overthinking. Of course, if Seirei thinks the Shiba family is a threat, there may be obstacles. But if the judgment of the Shiba family is a threat, either the 3 boys will be locked in a maggot nest, or the Shiba family will not survive, unless Ace and Yoruichi take them away, which is the only possibility. In fact, what Seirei took back was the status, honor and privileges of the Shiba clan nobles. As for whether there is still a civilian Shinigami named Shiba Kaien, it doesn't matter at all, although it once brought unspeakable pain to Shiba and his family. No matter where you come from, as long as you pass the exam, you can go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to study, so there is absolutely no problem. Yoruichi looked at Kaien and gave his answer with a smile. Ace also nodded, affirming Yoruichi's words. He looked at Kaien's happy face, although it was inappropriate, but looked at Kaien and asked, "Isn't it uncomfortable to return to Seirei? Isn't there any hatred at all?" Ace, Kaien just wants to go back to be a Shinigami. Advertisement. Ace interrupted Yoruichi's words. I know, and I have no doubt that Kaien will become a trustworthy and respected person in the future. This is just my personal problem. After all, Seirei is too cold to you, but you don't have to answer. A little bit, but not to the point of hatred. In fact, for me, the arrival of Kukaku and Ganju here is no different from before, just a little bit. Kaien thought for a while, looked at the ordinary people scattered around, and continued. Since I came here, I have a better understanding of the greatness of the name Shiba. I want to be a Shinigami like my uncle. Compared to the luxurious Seirei, the outermost streets of Ryujin can be said to be a stagnant pool of water. However, if it weren't for the Shinigami, some people here would have been killed by the mouth of the weak. If it weren't for the Shinigami, Soul Society would definitely be dead. Advertisement. Even if they don't think the Shiba family name is great now? Ace said. Uncle doesn't think you are a good person, but are you? I thought you already knew such a simple truth. Kaien looked at Ace, turned his eyes and said firmly. After they come into contact with the real me, they will change their minds a little. Forget it, forget it. Ace smiled and shook his head. He didn't plan to say it. He looked at Kaien's confused eyes and said, Zhao Li Zhao, that's it. That's right. They will slowly change their minds by then. Kaien didn't understand what Seirei meant, but Ace did. Seirei was just the homeland of Shinigami, and most importantly, every Shinigami, and as long as they protected the world of the living and the dead, Seirei wouldn't be that bad. This was a straightforward and simple idea, and although it seemed naive to Ace, he didn't have the heart to break the heart of this little devil. Chapter 439. Kidnapped? Do you really think so? Ace shook his head and changed his words again, leaving Kaien puzzled. Do I think it's important? Ace imitated Kaien's expression just now and said with a side face. I thought you knew such a simple fact. It turns out you were just talking, kid. I'm not just talking, but that person said that's impossible. I'm so angry. It's more like the new year here than Seirei. As a result, because the destruction of the 10 arrows was put on hold again, the team members who were eager to fight under the leadership of the new Kenpachi went crazy. Kaien didn't finish his words, and not far away, Jin Yan and Yin Shang came over with 2 little guys. Advertisement. Ace. BDBC. Then you can ask Yoruichi, she is very experienced in this area. Facing Kaien's inquiry, Kong stretched out his arms and made a big gesture. That fireworks master actually said this is the best fireworks, how disappointing. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong came, pouting and looking very unhappy. Kaien hurriedly said, Koya, did you see that? That's the princess of the Shihuan family. Sooner or later, she will become the commander of the criminal army. You have to become her subordinate and give everything for her, including your life. This was the first time she heard her father say this to her when she was a child. She looked at those god-like people from a distance, and now they were walking by her. But this lady frowned and seemed unhappy. Did she look unhappy? Was it because of the portrait in her hand? She seemed to be holding it tightly. Yoruichi quickly showed these people the portraits, and I said to the man with the color mask, to read Jingshuang's novels, go to Filu Novel Network. This old man is called Kai. He kidnapped my husband. He is also your first target. Find him and notify me. I will personally tie him back. 2 months later, at the headquarters of the criminal army affiliated with the Shihuan family, all the members of the criminal army gathered there, just to wait for their new commander, the 20th second-generation head of the Shihuan family, the fourth cousin. Although she had been training for a long time, her heart was still pounding as if it was about to explode. Bigger and brighter than this, lighting up the whole street. Advertisement Kong put his hands on his hips and said slyly. Compared to the solemn and dignified criminal army at this moment, the 11th Division seemed to be shrouded in an invisible cloud. The energetic team members on weekdays were listless at this moment, as if they had lost their souls. One of the girls, who only showed half of her face, looked at Yoruichi who passed by her. What kind of fireworks do you want to see? I want to make fireworks like this in the future. Let him have a good look. Soon, Yoruichi, wearing a dress with beautiful lines embroidered on the back and the Shihuan family crest printed on it, appeared in the sight of these people step by step. I don't want Kong to know about this yet. Please keep it a secret. 883. Fortunately, it was not too late, so they just had to wait another year. Anyway, 3 years have passed, and 1 year is nothing. Today is also the inauguration ceremony of their new captain of the 11th Division. They waited for 2 years from the welcoming ceremony to receive the order, announced that a new captain will be appointed in 10 years. Seeing Ace and Yoruichi in a group, everyone laughed and the second round of fireworks went up. Chapter 440. Hueco Mundo. But now their new captain Ace left a letter saying that he would go out with the teacher to practice and then return. Before the date was confirmed, he disappeared. Now, although the 11th Division nominally has a new captain, the members of the 11th Division feel empty inside. Can't I attend the inauguration ceremony before leaving? But these members don't know that Ace not only didn't attend the inauguration ceremony, but he didn't even attend the wedding. In the area of 80 Rukongai West Street, Ace and Zaraki Suya had fought there in the past. Even after nearly 5 years, it was still charred, as if it would never be. Deep underground, Ace picked up the 11th Division captain's Haori with a hole next to the border gate. For some reason, he left this Haori that had experienced 2 generations of Kenpachi here. You're right. This is indeed a lifeless city that has not changed in 1,000 years. It also makes me feel desperate. I have to say you are right, Ace said to himself with a wry smile. But you don't understand. If I hadn't come to this world, even if the world collapsed, what would it have to do with me? But now that I'm here, without this dead city, this world is really dead. Of course, it also includes Jien. Advertisement during this time, the words of 2 people have been in his mind. One is Namori, and the other is the dead Zhu Shuangye. I can't let it change in the short term. I can't bear to do nothing and wait for the day when it happens, so now is the time to go out and let my ideas come true without hindrance. If it weren't for old man Yamamoto, because of Yoruichi and the people I know, I might put it on and leave, never to come back. But I know. I can't do it without them. I'm already in it. Ace sighed, shook the feather in his hand, and put it by the door again. When the left hand put the white mask on his face, the right hand pressed on the doorpost and activated the already fixed door. The moment the light rose, Ace's figure disappeared from the spot, and it was unknown when he would come back, and the world of corpse souls would spend several springs and autumns. In the starless night sky, a new moon hangs in the middle. Under the moonlight, there is a desolate desert. With some dead branches, it is dyed white by the moonlight. The world seems to have only 2 colors, black and white. Under the desert, there are big trees everywhere. Advertisement they are called trees, but they all emit strange light and have no life at all. Point 0 If someone runs along it to the desert above his head, he will find that the dead branches in the desert are just some bare branches, and they really have no life. There are some people with different colors, wearing different white masks on their faces. They wander aimlessly. In the air in front of him, several cracks appeared out of thin air. The black hole opened little by little, and a human face mask that seemed to be crying sadly gradually became clear, and the 4 elephants appeared one after another. If you don't look at the mask, this virtual looks like a giraffe. Well, it smells so good, and that guy also brought some snacks. These virtuals seemed to recognize the same kind that appeared, and they rushed to the back of this kind without saying a word. Chapter 441. Collect the mount. They smelled a different smell from the void, and they didn't need to do anything to get a bite. They were really lucky. Show us, Tate. The void that rushed over had already been split into 2, and this void that looked like a giraffe didn't even see how the other party did it. Also, when we get to where you want to go, will you let me go? Ace heard the words, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is just a hollow, but it's true. The bitter face of their companion was soon left behind by them, and these voids also saw the small desert hidden behind this companion. Yes, this is the home of the hollow, Hueco Mundo, and it is a completely different place from the Soul Society where the Shinigami stay. So your name is, Tate? An old and low voice sounded behind him, but the figure of the master has appeared in front of this void. Sir, that is, our circle of households. Tate thought about it and finally asked. Tate didn't know that the monster that made him panic had a young face, and the smile on his mouth never disappeared. It was not as scary as Tate imagined. Advertisement. In addition to instructing him to change direction, Tate was very frustrated. He is the owner of this place. Why does a Shinigami act like he knows this place better than him? The other party didn't speak, so Tate felt that he didn't explain it clearly enough. At this moment, his voice was a little crying, which really matched his mask. This is not what we agreed on, Tate. Tate watched the man with the fine striped mask turn toward him, and his long legs became weak as he knelt on the ground. A huge head kept hitting the ground, making loud bangs. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't know they were here. Please believe me. Tate felt that he had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Since the day he became a hollow, he entered this world countless times, but every time he hunted, he would be stopped by the Shinigami in the present world. He was really unlucky. This time, the situation was even worse. He had just come out of the black cavity and was still gloating that he didn't meet the Shinigami. The masked Shinigami suddenly appeared and pressed his head to the ground. If he dared to obey at that time, Tate believed that his head would be hit. Sir, I'm just an ordinary hollow. The black cavity I opened only entered a small different space. As for where I'm going, it's not something I can control. An old and emotionless voice sounded, and Tate's chin trembled involuntarily. He didn't know what to say, but the other party's words made him feel relieved. 3.6. Tate was about to kowtow to show his loyalty when he felt a person appear above his head. Don't scare me, Yinren. An old voice sounded. Let's go, another hollow is coming, go over there. Tate raised his head little by little, trying not to offend the monster on his head. His 4 long legs pointed to the north where the other party pointed. Yes, sir, don't worry. As long as you have ulterior motives, I won't make things difficult for you. I believe you this time, but if I find out that you are planning something, they will be your fate. What if I say I won't let you go? Chapter 442. The difference in smell. Ace has been away from Soul Society for almost a month. The gate left by Suya Mole, Ace's destination is Hueco Mundo. He stayed in the real world for a month, not because he was lazy, but because Ace had never learned the technology of space or Keto, and could not reach Hueco Mundo by himself. So he needed a guide to tell him how to walk to Hueco Mundo, and I believe no one would be more experienced than the Hollow. In the real world, although there are many Hollow invasions, most of them are low-level creatures without individual consciousness and only act on instinct. Let a group of fearless creatures be guides, just for food? Ace is really not that confident. In fact, Tate's luck is also bad. Not far from where he opened the black cavity, there happened to be a Shinigami. However, during this time, whenever there was a faint breath, Ace would quickly block it with a barrier, and ordinary Hollows could not even react. For such a conscious Hollow, he has been waiting for a long time. The other party does not look smart. How could he bear to kill a little cutie who could save him a lot of effort? But now it seems to be a bit troublesome. There is a group of Hollows coming. Go to the right. Advertisement. Ryotsu's perception is very sensitive, so Ace has completely hidden his Ryotsu in order to enter Hueco Mundo quietly. Even if old man Yamamoto is standing in front of him now, he can't feel any Ryotsu. However, along the way, several waves of Hollows suddenly changed their routes and approached him, which was too coincidental. Then he recalled the situation when he just entered Hueco Mundo, and those Hollows also discovered him in an instant. But they were obviously conscious, and the fact that they dared to attack him proved that there was no problem with his spiritual power suppression. Is it obvious that I am here? Ace patted Tate's head, and Tate immediately replied. You smell good. Smell? Ace lifted up her skirt and smelled it, but there was no smell. What's the difference with the smell of spiritual power? Spiritual power? Spiritual power has no smell at all. Tate said. Advertisement? No smell. So you found me because of the smell? My own smell? Yes. Tate praised, biting his lip. But it's amazing that you can be so powerful without any Ryotsu. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ace said angrily. Tate was so scared that his feet slipped and he almost fell to the ground. If you don't ask me, I dare not say anything. Tate felt very bitter. How could he be so unlucky to meet such a powerful Shinigami? Now, he just hopes to send him to his destination and leave as soon as possible. He swears that he will never leave this Hueco Mundo again. 790, did I tell you not to talk? No, use it first. The smell on you is too obvious. I guess you can still smell it from 1,000 meters away. Ace pressed his temple, resisting the urge to hit Tate because his neck reacted slowly. What about now? Is there still a smell? Ace asked Tate, who was under him, covering his body with a thin layer of Ryotsu. He didn't come here to hunt down the voids. Although these ordinary little things didn't pose any threat, the fact that there were so many voids made Ace a little annoyed. 16T Chapter 443. Method, Inner Circle. However, this is no longer just a matter of stirring up a hornet's nest. Ace is like a flower that automatically attracts bees of all sizes. If this problem is not solved, he may have no choice but to go to the Suya Palace. It smells even stronger, sir. Tate's words made Ace depressed. Did his pores open up or was it more fragrant after dipping it in sauce? What smell can suppress Li Ya? What's going on? Don't you want to make yourself smelly again, sir? Tate said. Don't tell me you know how to do it. Ace gritted his teeth and said word by word. I don't know, but I think as long as I'm underground, I can't smell it, Tate said with a silly smile. There is a powerful guy who wants to eat me, so I hide underground, haha. 11 Ace's hand was already on the knife just now, but in the end he didn't hold back. This stupid Shu is just not smart enough, and his crime is not worth death. After Tate stopped, Ace jumped to the ground and pressed the ground with one hand. Bakudo 15, trapped in a deep swamp, advertisement. The ground beneath their feet suddenly swelled up, and the solid rock seemed to turn into a bottomless swamp, swallowing them up bit by bit. After telling Tate not to panic, Ace used his Ryujin to create a circular shield around him and Tate. The ground didn't turn back to solid rock until they disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the void on the ground become aimless again. The feeling of being tagged by a tracker was really uncomfortable. As for why this happened, Ace speculated that it might be because the Shinigami's Ryujin was stronger than ordinary people, and his spirit had more tenacity than other Shinigami, which might be a more juicy meal in the eyes of the void. Staying underground is like covering yourself with mud, or hiding in the mud with the soul of someone who hasn't died yet. It won't be particularly noticeable. It's just a little strange. Unlike the soul of this world is made of kimonos, and Hueco Mundo is still made of lingans. Logically, there will be no characteristics of kimonos. Ace felt something was wrong, but he didn't intend to investigate further. How to hide in Hueco Mundo was just a temporary problem for him, not the purpose of his coming to Hueco Mundo. He made a simple armor out of rocks. Although it still smelled a bit, Tate said it was not so obvious. If he was more than 10 meters away from Ace, he couldn't smell it. Is this the underground of Hueco Mundo, or the outer circle? Ace asked Tate about Hueco Mundo while moving his hands and feet to ensure that his actions would not be affected by the environment of Hueco Mundo. According to the records of Seirei, Hueco Mundo can be divided into the inner circle and the outer circle, and the vertical section can be divided into 3 areas: above ground, sand layer and underground. Wang Ma, Tate smiled and nodded. His smiling face made him almost laugh out loud. Take me to the inner circle. Ace stood on Tate's head and roared, ag. Tate patted his right front foot, and it seemed that he could not move. It's dangerous there are many valleys, and the void there not only eats people. They won't even let the void go, sir. Tate's face was full of fear. Chapter 444. Nellilu, how can I let you get eaten by someone else when I'm here? Ace didn't think Tate was worried about his own safety, he was just afraid that he would lose his life. Ace's words did not reassure Tate. He continued to dig unconsciously, talking. But after sending you there, my lord, I can't come back. I can't even reach the border of the inner circle by myself. Tate's face was full of fear. In fact, Ace knew the location of the inner circle, so he could leave Tate here and go to the inner circle alone. Tate is a self-aware virtual, and has always been considered the top among ordinary virtuals by 89. And even if ordinary virtuals have self-awareness, their physical instincts will make their personalities more aggressive. With a little effort, whether such virtuals can become Manos Grande is unknown. However, they will not end up so miserably. Yes, in Ace's opinion, Tate is definitely the most docile virtual he has ever seen, as docile as a puppy. At the same time, he is also the most miserable virtual. He drew a circle for himself and told himself that he would die if he walked out of this circle, and he dared not move. This made Ace wonder how a virtual could force himself to this point. Advertisement, how did you become a virtual? I don't know, this is how I woke up. Tate shook his head. He didn't remember anything about when he was still human. This is normal, most of the Hueco Mundo's hollows have forgotten what happened when they were still human, similar to a new life. How long has it been like this? Ace continued to ask. Tate shook his head and replied. Every time I enter this world, I see Shinigami. If I didn't run so fast, I wouldn't be able to come back. I don't know the time at all. Unlike Soul Society and the alternation of the sun and the moon in the present world, Hueco Mundo seems to have entered an eternal polar night. All along, only the moon is above the sky, and, BDBC, Tate is still underground. It is normal to lose the concept of time. Are you caught by Shinigami every time? Ace laughed. Although his position is a bit wrong, he still thinks this guy is unlucky. There are more than 3,000 Shinigami in Gode 13, advertisement. Even if all of them are dispatched, it is impossible to intercept all the hollows in time. The probability of encountering Shinigami stationed outside the black cavity is very low, not to mention again and again, until he loses confidence. Tate used his personal experience to tell Ace that low probability events do not mean impossible events, and this kind of luck in turn means that everything you do must go smoothly. You can't beat your own kind? All your own kind? Ace asked jokingly, because I'm hungry and I'm not strong enough. Once, I couldn't help but beat a hollow named Nellilu. She was so small, but she knocked me down. Tate lowered his head. Using 2 front paws, since then, I have never seen a smaller hollow than her, so I dare not attack any hollow again. Tate may have seen Nellilu. Although it is not clear whether it is Nellilu, the future third Espada, but judging from the opponent's attack method of headbutt and the kindness of letting Tate go, it should be Nellilu who has not grown up yet. But Tate's hollow is indeed a bit stupid, and can only infer the strength of the same kind from the size. Chapter 445. Scientific Nourishment. Then Ace asked about other names, such as Stark, Baragan, and Hellable, who will be very famous in Hueco Mundo in the future. Tate said he had never heard of these names, which was normal. The scale of Hueco Mundo is no less than that of Soul Society. It was not easy for Tate, who lived in a corner, to have met Nilu once. My lord, I am really useless to you. Now you know the direction of the inner circle, and I have told you everything I know. Tate looked at Ace and said with a silly expression. Do you think it is possible to let me go? I promise never to enter the real world, really? How many times have you been stopped by Shinigami, but you still go to the real world? How could Ace believe the words of a virtual? I'm just too hungry and can't bear it. Tate lowered his head and sneered in a low voice. Ace continued helplessly. Can you still bear it in the future? Do you think I need to lie to you? Okay. Ace's calm voice sent a chill down Tate's spine. Advertisement, go, Tate. Tate was indeed not weak, but he was not at the level of Manos Grande. Then, Tate cleaned up the battlefield and had a small meal. I will always remind myself that being a little hungry will not kill me. With such a promise, Tate took a step forward and ran happily to the inner circle. At most, there were a dozen. However, before this, they had only encountered a few hollows. Ace and Tate had just entered the inner circle when they encountered a group of virtual. At a glance, there were about 30 or 40 virtual. They had encountered hollows before. 0. If they get within 10 steps of me, you will die with them. Go. This was only the outer level. But there was no way. The people behind him might be much more terrifying than these hollows, and Tate could only bite the bullet. Ace said calmly. Advertisement, I don't think you can resist the desire to devour souls because of this. Tate looked at the group of virtual people, his face full of fear. Sometimes, it was Ace who made the other party lose the ability to resist. I don't know how long it took, compared with the original killing field, because there is no change of day and night, it is always easy to lose the concept of time in Hueco Mundo. Take me to the inner circle, I will stay here for a long time. Tate thought for a while, then said seriously, but he just didn't know how demanding Ace was on completely restrained instincts, but he soon understood. Ace gave an order, then jumped down from Tate's head, put his hands behind his back, and stood still. He didn't intend to attack. According to Ace's judgment, Tate could only deal with 5 ordinary hollows at most at the same time, which was already the limit. Really, this time, the number tripled, and although Tate realized that he was not that weak, he still didn't know what to do when he saw so many of his kind. BT. Tate said cautiously, if you can fully control your instincts when I leave, then I guarantee that you can survive in the inner circle. Sometimes, Tate would do it himself, and Ace would just stand aside and watch silently, confirming that Tate was struggling on the brink of life and death. Ace reprimanded harshly. Chapter 446, The Key to Evolution. As for the current hollows, it is estimated that each of them can be equivalent to 6 or 7 Tate. If he were to fight alone, he would definitely die. In fact, during this period, Ace never stopped because he wanted Tate to evolve to a higher level of hollow. Ace looked at Tate in the group of hollows, his eyes flickering, thoughtful. According to Seirei, in order to fill the inexplicable hunger in their hearts, ordinary 6, 3, 7 hollows first enter the real world or soul society to find spirits to devour. As their Ryatsu increases, this hunger will gradually transfer to their own kind and begin to devour each other, until a hollow can devour the Ryatsu that has fused hundreds of hollows, and then it will evolve into the lowest level Manos Grande, Jillian. This is the record of Seirei, but some Jillians that Ace knows are different from ordinary Jillians. Most of Jillian's body is the same as what he saw on the killing plains, like a lich wearing a black cloak, with a long nose and a mask that can only act on instinct, a monster without emotional consciousness. But there is another Jillian. If there is an individual strong enough to maintain self-awareness, then when they evolve into Jillian, their mask will be like striped armor. Without a long nose to maintain consciousness, after continuing to devour other Jillians, they will evolve into higher-level hollows. But Ace, after being a Shinigami for so long, has a different understanding. In theory, this devouring is essentially a pure spiritual fusion, similar to the research of the 12th Division Captain Hikifuna Kiryu. Advertisement from this point of view, as long as the self-consciousness of the hollow devours the self-consciousness of hundreds of hollows, the Jillian that becomes must have self-awareness, at least it is also ready for the next step of evolution. Shinigami cannot simply plunder the Ryatsu of other Shinigami and then take it for themselves, let alone with hollows. Not only does it turn the devoured Ryatsu into its own use, it even increases the upper limit of Ryatsu that the body can withstand, which is a qualitative leap. Ace thought he could raise Tate to Jillian level by injecting Ryatsu directly, but that almost blew Tate away. Sure enough, this was not a simple Ryatsu output. Even if the hollow's own spirit body had extremely strong compatibility, there would be no change. Ace was temporarily unable to change this situation. He could not simply fuse Ryatsu and let Tate evolve directly into Jillian. Instead, he needed to observe the process of Tate's transformation into Jillian, and he needed to see if he could artificially intervene in the evolution of the hollow through Keto or other methods he was good at. That's why after that, Ace killed the hollow and gave it to Tate to devour. This was equivalent to simple feeding. He analyzed the level of Ryatsu in Tate's body to see if he could find any clues. 3.6. But this didn't seem to be entirely correct. In this way, Tate's body had almost no growth in Ryatsu, and after eating nearly 50 hollows, there was still no sign of evolution. After that, Ace improved his method. He defeated the hollows and made them lose all mobility. Then, he let Tate handle it, but the growth rate of Ryatsu was no different from before. Chapter 447. On the edge of losing control. As a result, Ace finally restored the situation between the hollows as realistically as possible at the critical moment, and only through fighting could they devour each other. Just like now, Tate, a hollow with no combat experience, just instinctively opened his mouth to bite his opponent. He didn't know that before he bit the enemy with his teeth, he would be torn to pieces by the opponent's claws. At this time, Ace would eject a pebble at the right time to bounce the opponent's claws so that Tate's attack would not be hindered. It can be regarded as swallowing the opponent with his own strength. Therefore, Tate's Ryujin did begin to increase. The Ryujin he increased was roughly equivalent to the Ryujin possessed by the swallowed object. At the same time, he began to compress the Ryujin and turn it into his own Ryujin, which was improved in quality and quantity. But unexpected things also began to appear, making Ace realize that the reason for the evolution of the hollow was far from as simple as he imagined. With the help of Ace, Tai Shi ate 3,000 or 4,000 hollows one by one. At the beginning, Tate still put protecting Ace first. However, with every bite, the other party's spirits fell into his stomach one by one. Advertisement Tate began to lose control of his desire to devour, and he would not change his target unless he devoured the other party completely. Fortunately, the other side was just a group of virtuals with animal instincts, and Ace was not disturbed in any way, so Tate could still devour their lives. Finally, Tate finished his meal. Almost 40 virtuals can be considered a full meal, but Tate's long mouth was panting, and he kept drooling as he looked at the virtuals, and he felt even hungrier. In fact, this was the most Tate had ever eaten, and it was also the strongest inexplicable hunger he felt. Want to eat, really want to eat, and want to eat more. If you don't eat, this wonderful feeling will disappear. At that moment, this was the only thought in Tate's mind. The air in his ears kept revealing his thoughts, making him subconsciously walk in the direction of the virtuals he had just eaten, where there must be more food. Tate, come back. The head hurt, and the ethereal voice in his ears became old and specific. The desire to devour in Tate's heart was suppressed a lot. I said, come back. Advertisement. His body was still moving forward unconsciously, but Tate still turned his head with difficulty. This master of the sound business could actually make his body undergo drastic changes and produce severe pain. My lord, I want more. I said, come back. Are you going to disobey me? Ace said sternly. Tate felt that his head was about to split. He said angrily. I said, I don't want to eat. Then you die. When Ace's right hand slowly approached Tate's head, he said calmly. His movements were slow, but Tate did not move, as if he was imprisoned by some invisible spell. The severe pain in his head intensified, as if thousands of hands were tearing him in different directions. The weak right hand gradually grew bigger in Tate's eyes, and finally, as if the big hand covering the whole world had not approached Tate, Tate felt that his body was about to turn into dust. Chapter 448. The experiment continues. Just now, he really felt like dying. Fortunately, it succeeded. Feeling the real crisis of death, Tate screamed in fear. My lord, I was wrong. Please forgive me, forgive me. Ace said lightly. However, compared with these, life is more important. You can only try to control yourself, otherwise you should know the consequences of not doing so. He was too impulsive. Fortunately, the other party forgave him, but he might not be so lucky next time. From the perspective of Ryujin, it was getting closer and closer to Jillian and Ace's impression, but the problem was that Tate gradually lost control. But Tate didn't understand that Ace didn't kill him just now because of his apology, but in this way Tate regained his consciousness. This time, he actually refuted this monster because of the food. Advertisement. The hand that seemed to bring destruction finally stopped on his forehead. In this way, progress was made, and the Ryujin in Tate's body was indeed growing linearly. The conscious voids that Tate swallowed had a greater impact on him than the unconscious voids he swallowed, and the same effect could be achieved by swallowing multiple unconscious voids. Tate's scream seemed to work. Through his intervention, Tate was able to control his body's instincts. Along the way, Ace noticed some interesting things. Remember, my identity is Shinigami. I don't have time to create a virtual who only eats garbage, understand? Ace didn't care at first, but when Tate continued to eat virtual, he noticed that Tate didn't follow his orders as quickly as before. I will try to control myself, my lord. But as this phenomenon became more and more obvious, he eventually even had to be hammered to change Tate's direction. He found that if there were other voids on the route, Tate would be very excited. But once he became Jillian, if he completely lost control, it would be Tate's death. Although Tate was very reluctant, he still gritted his teeth and did it obediently. Ace sat on Tate's head and said to Shu Dongbian, advertisement. If you want to go that way, if you need to change direction, I will tell you. Stay hungry and calm for the time being. In the process of voids killing each other, even the original void's self-consciousness will gradually be replaced by the body's instinct to continue eating. If Tate showed this irreversible attitude, Ace would still continue to let him evolve, sing well, into Jillian. Tate had no doubt that even if it was just a light touch, this hand would crush him instantly. For this reason, Ace adjusted his approach and let Tate eat frequently from the beginning, and was forced to stop after eating, so that Tate's self-consciousness could regain control. At first, because the keto implanted in Tate's body was abnormal, Ace didn't care, but just thought that Tate was a little distracted. He knew that he really needed to calm down, Tate said, terrified. Buzz. At this time, he had a guess in his mind. Every time he had a good meal, this adult would let him go hungry for a while, and that feeling was really uncomfortable. After several simulations of virtual cannibalism, Ace found that he had oversimplified the evolution of virtual. Chapter 449. Experiment Success. Evolution. In fact, as long as they devour their own kind, whether they are conscious or not, they will gradually show the same state, as if they are beasts dominated by the instinct of devouring. Perhaps the evolutionary process represented by eating is also a process of fusion of consciousness and instinctive struggle. Those virtual beings who are qualified to evolve into Jillian and have the ability to evolve again, in addition to standing out in one battle after another. Their own consciousness will also prevail in one invisible battle after another. With this in mind, Ace is more focused on helping Tate defeat his self-consciousness. With Tate's unreliable consciousness alone, if it weren't for his help, Tate would probably have become a brainless virtual being who only knows how to devour. But now it seems that for Tate now, the number of devoured virtual beings 553 seems to exceed 40. Perhaps for Tate, it is a bit too much and a bit too hasty. Fortunately, Tate is still under control. What he needs is a long period of control of self-consciousness. Ace believes that once he passes this stage, Tate will start a new evolution. Things were going as Ace had hoped, and though it took a long time, Tate finally got his mind under control and could resist the overwhelming hunger. Advertisement eventually, even without Ace's intervention, he was able to keep his head clear and stop swallowing again and again, BDAI. This was just a test to see if all this would lead to what Ace was expecting, and that's exactly what was happening now. As Ace approached the center of Hueco Mundo with one void, there were more quartz-like trees around. In addition to the ordinary voids, Jillian occasionally appeared. Ace placed his right hand on the white hilt at his waist, staring intently at Tate, who had just swallowed the last void. This was also the nearly 150 that the other party had swallowed. With Ace's intervention, Tate was able to suppress the hunger in his heart, which seemed to confirm Ace's guess. He defeated himself again and again, making Tate's willpower stronger. Now it was Tate's turn to evolve into a conscious Manos Grande, eyes. The moment he swallowed the void, Tate suddenly stopped. The Ryotsu in his body also changed dramatically. This increase has exceeded the total amount of Ryotsu he just swallowed. Advertisement, gulp. Gulp. Tate's body seemed to be melting bit by bit, and the black liquid floated up and down. The huge Ryotsu in his body gradually increased the liquid, and Tate's mask seemed to be getting higher and higher, and finally, he completely disappeared from Ace's sight. This was the first time Ace kissed the birth of Jillian. He appeared suddenly without any signs. He had no time to judge whether Tate had lost himself in the end or was driven by instinct. The black liquid continued to grow until it stopped changing completely. Just then, a huge and low whistle came from the air, as if announcing his birth. When he saw the black cracks on the white mask like Western armor, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This mask represents that this Jillian has self-awareness. Ace's experiment was successful. Chapter 450. Arankar shouldn't appear. Lower your head, Tate. Ace shouted. Tate, who had evolved into Jillian, stopped roaring, slowly lowered his head and looked at Ace quietly. Can you speak? Ace continued to ask. After a while, Tate shook his head blankly. It seems that even if he has self-awareness, he still has the problem of slow reaction and speechlessness after becoming Jillian. But these are minor problems, which can help Tate step by step become a self-aware Manos Grande. This kind of gain is now the most worthwhile summary for him. However, now is not the time for him to calm down and summarize his thoughts. A forest eagle who is good at hiding sneak behind Tate. Is this relative to doing it yourself? Ace didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The other party was pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth. Just as Ace was thinking, the invader behind Tate suddenly attacked, and the speed was faster than Ace had ever seen, and it could even be compared with the captain's shunpo. Ace's face changed immediately. It was not that the opponent's strength was beyond his tolerance, but that his target was not himself, but Tate. Ace immediately used shunpo and came behind Tate. The huge Ryotsu began to boil, and the neat Zanpakuto on his waist was unsheathed in an instant, aiming at the sneaky person in front of him. The attacker was a humanoid creature with a goat horn mask on his face and brown fur all over his body. However, the hands on his fur were obviously human hands. And the clothes he revealed after lifting the fur were obviously a death suit. There was also a knife stuck in his waist. Is that a Zanpakuto? Although the opponent may be Arankar, is there really an Arankar in the current Hueco Mundo? Ace was skeptical. Judging from the other party's hurried appearance, it seemed as if they had never seen it before. It was precisely for this reason that Ace stopped his hand immediately, and the other party was only forced back by a knife without any damage. Shinigami. Seeing Ace nod, the man retracted the knife and continued. Why did you stop me from killing that Jillian? Advertisement. Confidential, tell me your identity first. Ace replied calmly. After a while, the man continued. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to my place first, please give me flowers. As far as I know, Seirei didn't send anyone to set a trap except me. Tell me who you were first. Ace turned the situation around and held Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, as if he would kill you on the spot if you didn't tell me. Except for Aizen, Ace didn't remember any Shinigami who had been to Hueco Mundo. According to his memory in his previous life, Aizen also brought Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami to Hueco Mundo after becoming the captain. At that time, Aizen was still the vice-captain of the 5th Division. Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami had not yet entered Seirei, and Ace was sure that Aizen had not come to Hueco Mundo. Who is it now? Someone who was stationed in this world and then wandered into the hollow. It's possible. Seirei has such a precedent. Because he is an ordinary team member, he will soon be treated as a combatant. But with such strength, even if he can't be the captain, he is more than enough to be a vice-captain, and Shinigami of this level generally don't go to the real world. Of course, it may also be a chess piece that Aizen arranged in advance to get familiar with Hueco Mundo, but it's unlikely. Chapter 451. The Identity of Shinigami. In fact, no matter what the other party's reason for staying in the trap is, the best thing Ace should do now is to kill the other party. After all, he has his own plan for this trap. The fewer people who know, the better, and it would be even better if no one knows. But after all, he and Aizen have different starting points. If there is another way to deal with it, he is willing to try it, because he knows that his enemy is not a hollow, and more likely not a Shinigami. 82-3. Most Shinigami will be frightened by the secrets of the Uratii, and this unruly attitude is not uncommon in older Shinigami. 11th Division, Aceto. Aceto thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Aceto knew very well that he didn't know the existence of his opponent just now. If this man wanted to attack him just now, he would have no chance of survival. He left Jillian intact, and the Shinigami opposite him obviously stopped, and he could see that the other party had no ill will towards him. Aceto, Ace thought about it in his mind, but there was no such name. Although he is a member of the 11th Division, to be honest, as the captain who is about to be appointed as the 11th Division, he really doesn't know whether such a person exists in this team. Advertisement. Let's go to your place first. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation by then. Ace's Zanpakuto slowly slid into the sheath. There was some commotion during Tate's evolution into Jillian. This is not a good place to talk. As for whether Aceto's identity is true, Ace cannot confirm it immediately. However, he hopes it is true. A Shinigami who seems to have stayed in Hueco Mundo for a long time will definitely help him a lot. Ashito's residence is deeper in the inner circle. As they go deeper and deeper, there are more and more trees around and the lights are bright. If he doesn't know where he is, he will think it is a beautiful forest where elves live. According to Aceto's introduction, this place is called the Forest of Manos Grande, which is the living place of the lower-level Manos Grande Jillian and other ordinary virtuals. Almost all the virtuals that invade the present world come from here. This is difficult to understand. The place where Aceto lives is already considered the core of the virtual circle, and there are Jillian and many other virtuals who are about to enter the Jillian layer. Such virtuals will not easily invade the present world. Aceto also explained that the so-called Forest of Manos Grande actually refers to the underground space of Hueco Mundo. Including Ace initially thought that the place was the outer circle, which was also considered part of the Hueco Mundo, and most of the hollows were in a relatively inward position. Except for the newly born hollows, hollows like Tate rarely appeared on the periphery of Hueco Mundo. However, the inner circle and the outer circle are actually what is called on the ground. There is a desert there, and except for some places where the ruins can still be distinguished, there is really not much difference in other places. In front of a cave, where Ace lived was convenient. Ace let Tate move around nearby and then entered the cave. Inside the cave was a very simple hut, illuminated by the flames emitted by Kido. There was nothing except a stone bed and a table, and it looked like it was man-made. One of the walls became a shelf. Hanging on it were the armbands of the Gode 13 team members, as well as a broken Zanpakuto. Obviously, these knives have lost their owners. Chapter 452, Forest of Manos Grande. These are what my friend left behind, and this one. Aceto said, taking off the mask and looking at it tenderly. Ace looked at the young red-haired Aceto, and sure enough, he didn't recognize this face at all. How long have you been in the Manos Grande forest? Why are you the only one who survived? Ace asked. I don't know, but it must have been a long time. Aceto shook his head and continued. Our people were chasing the 13th hollow, and at first, we didn't know how to hide ourselves. We fought with the hollow day and night. When we were exhausted, we fell one by one. Shinigami are easy to be found by hollows, and this is not something that can be avoided by suppressing spiritual power alone. Ace also learned this after coming to Hueco Mundo. According to Ace, he only discovered this by chance after he got the mask from his previous friend. After that, he collected the fur and masks left by the hollows he killed after their death and made clothes for himself. As long as he does not release Ryotsu completely, he will not attract a large number of hollows. As for whether hollows will leave corpses, it should be impossible according to common sense. After all, in essence, their bodies and Shinigami are made of spirit particles. After the death of Shinigami, the corpse gradually turns into spirit particles and eventually disappears in Soul Society, so the cemetery of Seirei is mostly a pile of earth with clothes on, and some have only a tombstone with nothing inside. The same is true for hollows. In Soul Society, Ace has killed many hollows, and their bodies will soon become spirit particles and disappear, and the same is true in the present world. Only in Hueco Mundo can the corpses of hollows be preserved. It is not clear what the reason is, but Hueco Mundo and Soul Society is indeed different, with many unknown secrets that can give birth to a world like Hollow. Then why not return to the real world through the Hollow's black cavity, back to the soul? Ace asked slowly, his tone was much softer, and so far, Aceto's explanation was more convincing. Advertisement. We came here from 1,000 miles away to protect the souls of humans and defend the dignity of Shinigami. Until we die, my companion pig has no regrets. Asito looked at the mask in his hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if recalling the best time. They are dead. I must give them an explanation. I believe that as long as I continue to fight here, this world will not be invaded. As he spoke, Asito took his eyes away from the mask and looked at Ace, and he asked seriously. Now, has the number of hollows decreased in the real world? I haven't been in Seirei for a long time, so I don't know what happened in the real world. Ace looked at Asito and told a white lie. How could one person's killing change such a large group of hollows, and how could hollows be a life that can be solved by killing alone? Ashito's efforts are doomed to be in vain. Ace may have told a white lie, but Jilin's close-up, close black lens bracket. Ace said earlier that he protected this Jillian for confidentiality, but now he is not in Seirei for a long time, which is contradictory. Besides, it is such a powerful Shinigami, at least, it is a captain level. Chapter 453. The Level of Emptiness. What's your name? I don't think I saw you before I left Seirei Island. Asito said warily. You can call me aka when I left Seirei, Kuryushiki wasn't even born yet, let alone a kid like you. Ace, using the identity of aka, said lightly. Ace could of course guess Asito's concerns, so he continued. But even if I leave Seirei, I'm a Shinigami who needs to work for Seirei just like you. What about the secrets? Asito was still wary. A secret is a secret, you don't need to know. Ace scolded him in a low voice and then continued. I won't explain myself to you. You just need to know that I want the same thing as you do. I've never seen a secret that needs to be protected from the hollows. Asito said, this isn't the only thing you haven't heard of. The only way to protect the present world is not endless killing. Ace interrupted Asito, and seeing that he was still in a dilemma, he suddenly asked. Are you staying here to keep your promise or for revenge? Think about it carefully, kid. I'm keeping my promise. Asito answered Ace's question without hesitation, and he was very sure of this question. But the enemy he faced was protected by Shinigami like him one day, which made him feel an inexplicable sense of betrayal. But if you protect the hollow, how can you be worthy of the dead Shinigami? How can you be worthy of the souls devoured by the hollow? Asito said in a deep voice. Whether you are worthy of those dead souls, it has no effect on whether those living souls are devoured by the hollow. Advertisement Ace pointed at Asito and said seriously. Don't lead an ignorant person to a narrow road just because of your naive ideas. Ashito's face changed. Think about it, what this man said is not unreasonable. Even in this world where people try their best to kill the void, there will still be souls swallowed by the void in the real world. And if the temporary protection of some voids gradually reduces the number of void invasions, and even one day the void can no longer invade the real world, then he and his companions will realize their wishes. But he still couldn't accept it for a while. Ace looked at Asito, clenched his fists and could guess the other party's psychological struggle. In the Manos Grande forest, long-nosed Jillians gradually took shape in front of Tate, but soon they would become Tate's food. These Jillians were catalyzed by Ace. Their appearance further confirmed Ace's conjecture that self-consciousness cannot transcend the illusion of instinct, and cannot evolve into a conscious Jillian. They can never evolve into a self-conscious Jillian, and they will never, lose the possibility of evolving into a Jukas. There are two levels of known hollows in Seirei, namely ordinary hollows and Manos Grande. Manos Grande is divided into three levels, namely Jillian, the lowest level, a Jukas, who is considered to be a strong person in Ueko Mundo, and the end of hollow evolution is Vasto Lord, who is said to be stronger than the Shinigami captain. The number of Vasto Lord is too rare, far rarer than Shinigami who can Bankai. Chapter 454. The opportunity lies. According to the memories of the previous life, the final level of the hollow has been determined since they were born. The endpoint of a hollow is an unconscious Jillian. Some are Ajukas for their entire lives, and only a few can become the most powerful Vasto Lord. But this fate can be changed. For example, Tate, Ace does not think that Tate can become a self-aware Jillian or a quasi-Ajukas without his intervention. Not to mention that in the future, the Hogyoku studied by his friend Urahara Kazuki can completely break the boundary between Shinigami and hollows artificially. Of course, Ace is not trying to catch up with Urahara Kazuki's research now, he just added some chips to his plan. Whether it is Kuretsuchi Mayuri being imprisoned in the maggot nest or the demise of the Shiba family, Ace feels that his hands and feet are tied 307. Which makes him understand that in a place like Seirei that has not changed for 1,000 years, it is a futile attempt for only a limited number of people to work hard. Once upon a time, he also wanted to compromise, but when he thought about it, no matter it was Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi in the previous life, or now he witnessed Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Shiba family. No matter what their original intention was, no matter how much they contributed to Seirei, they could be labeled as criminals at any time. Seirei will change, but only when necessary. Of course, Ace can also wait with it slowly. Although coming to the Shinigami world, it is to use the ability of the soul fruit to cut off part of the soul, resulting in Ace actually unable to exert all his own power in the Shinigami world. But he who is familiar with the future world can still do a lot. Advertisement, whether it is Shiba Kaien who died because of Aizen, or Old Man Yamamoto who died because of the 1,000-year blood battle, Shojiro Sasaki and others are closely related to him. Ace can't do it knowing that these people will die in the future and indifferent. There are only two ways to change the status quo, One is to make yourself strong enough to surpass Aizen, Old Man Yamamoto, and even the monk of the Zero Team. Second, there is a group of people who help him, who can fully implement his ideas, find the invisible empire, and even die for him without regrets. BDAD. Both methods have certain risks. With Ace's current strength, 2 Zanpakutos at full strength, it is estimated that he can be compared with Aizen before the fusion of Hogyoku, but it is still not enough compared with Old Man Yamamoto. Although his power still has room for growth, he realized that he has reached a bottleneck, and the power of growth is completely beyond his control. As for the second choice, it is also difficult, because he is not like Aizen, whose presence is not very low now. There are countless eyes watching him. What's more, he doesn't have a Zanpakuto like Kyoka Suigetsu, and it is almost impossible to make a big fuss in secret. But it's easier said than done. As long as Seirei doesn't target him, he doesn't have to be sneaky, and he can train his own team. According to the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket, Ace finally chose Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo is not only a place where Seirei cannot interfere. It is also the best place for Ace to cultivate the strength of his subordinates. Unlike Shinigami, Hollow's body has too many secrets. Urahara Kazuki and Aizen both started their own research from Hollow. Chapter 455. Capturing the Ajukas. If the opportunity for a breakthrough is to appear, then the opportunity is very likely to appear here. For example, just like now, Ace is very interested in this Ajukas named Ruamal. Most of the Ajukas are in the upper level of Hueco Mundo, but there are still Ajukas in the forest of Manos Grande, but in small numbers. This is what Asido told Ace. Although he has been in this area for a long time and still can't break through the obstacles in his heart, he did not stop Ace's actions. On the contrary, he verbally gave Ace a lot of help in the name of supervision. It is not easy to completely conquer a person. Even Aizen, who came later, used both kindness and force. At the same time, he showed his strength and gave the opportunity for the virtual to evolve again. This is why she was able to gain a foothold in Hueco Mundo. But even so, the Espada around him also have their own ideas. There are not many people who regard Aizen as their master. Most of them have their own ideas and persistence. Therefore, Ace basically follows the same path to conquer the virtual. He wanted to see if he could artificially change the evolution of the Hollow and control the life and death of the Hollow through Kido. This is what is called, one hand holding a big stick and the other hand holding a red date. Advertisement. This is how Tate appeared. His previous headache was actually a Kido secretly planted by Ace in his body. However, controlling Hollows through Kido also has some twists and turns. Both the ordinary Hollow body and the Manos Grande body have Ryotsu, but strangely, the ordinary Hollow body seems unable to use this Ryotsu. Ace originally thought that this was related to the fact that ordinary Hollows did not have self-awareness, but later found that this was not the case. Under this premise, it is even more strange that the following is the National Day of Japan. Even Ryotsu cannot offset his Kido. It is really eye-opening. However, Hollow bodies are special. As long as they are swallowed, different Ryotsu can be fused. There is no conflict between the two. The century-long research of Hikafuna Susei was solved so easily by Hollows, which can only be described as talent. There is no choice. Ace can only develop a Kido that can use Ryotsu at any time. The disadvantage is that it is too difficult to hide. Anyone who can control Ryotsu in his body can discover the existence of this path. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. However, when Tate evolved into Jillian, Kido had already collapsed. It was not that Ryotsu could not be maintained, but that it was neutralized or swallowed. Is it impossible to establish a Kido in Manos Grande? Ace then looked for many experiments on Jillian, and the results were the same. Kido could not be maintained in Jillian. Point 0. At first, Ace thought it was a new ability of the Hollow body to evolve to the Manos Grande level. However, Ace vaguely remembered that Tusen Kanami of the previous life Hollow died because of the Kido mechanism buried in his body by Aizen, and Aizen was also buried in a Kido trap by Urahara Kazuki during the Hollow process. This is not the reason for the failure of the experiment. Since Jillian can't do it, then look for a higher level Manos Grande. So Ace took a lot of effort to find an Ajukas in this Manos Grande forest, and the result was very interesting. Ace experimented with various Kido on the captured Ajukas, and without exception, all of them were successful. Chapter 456. The most urgent task. As long as Ace is willing, the Ajukas that have become experimental subjects can be reduced to ashes in an instant for various reasons. Jillian, as a lower-level Manos Grande, cannot have Kido implanted in her body, but the higher-level Ajukas can. Which is an extremely unusual thing. So, is the transformation from Jillian to Chukas a process of degeneration or evolution? Ace cannot draw a reasonable conclusion at present for the 460 reasons behind this. It can be said that the body structure is different. Compared with Ajukas, Jillian's body is like a bottomless abyss. But in terms of body structure, except for the hard skin on the surface of the body, there is almost no difference between Chukas and Kilikon. If we consider the degree of control over spiritual power, starting from Jillian, the control over Ryotsu gradually increases. Even Ajukas cannot resist his implanted Kido, especially those long-nosed and brainless Jillian, who can eliminate his Kido by instinct alone, which is wrong no matter how you think. The basic idea is to find the difference between Jillian and Ajukas. Perhaps the most intuitive manifestation is that the Hollows that evolve into Ajukas have different functions, just like the Zanpakuto after different Shinigami Shikai. From this perspective, hollow evolution can be understood as a kind of Shinigamiization to a certain extent, and Aizen's first two research directions, Shinigami Hollow and Shinigamiization of hollows. Whether the former is a way for Shinigami to break through their own boundaries is still unknown, but the latter actually completed Ironcurization by itself before Aizen intervened, which is enough to prove that this is a direction of hollow evolution. However, the different roles of Jillian and Shuka's hand Dongdao may be related to this kind of Shinigamiization. Advertisement. This is the biggest guess in Ace's mind at this time. Of course, this is also because he is the most familiar with Kido. Ace's other Zanpakuto was privately called the strongest Zanpakuto of Kido by Old Man Yamamoto. Because of this knife, his understanding of Kido is constantly updated. At first, he thought that Kido was just a Shinigami who used his own Ryotsu to connect with the Ryotsu in the environment, temporarily controlling the spiritual power of the outside world to achieve different effects. Later, he thought that limiting Kido to Hado and Bakudo circulated by Seirei, or even the forbidden technique hidden in the Great Spiritual Book Corridor, was itself a narrow-minded concept. The so-called Kido was originally the embodiment of spiritual power, and Shinigami's Zanpakuto can even be understood as a normalized Kido. Theoretically, any Zanpakuto can be simulated through Kido's ability. Of course, this is only theoretical. It is very difficult to operate, and even Ace has not had a successful example. However, by implanting Kido into the body of the Hollow, Ace has a vague concept of Kido. In addition to the embodiment of Ryotsu, Kido itself should have some things that Ace does not know, and perhaps it is precisely because of this unknown thing that the spiritual power can be materialized. Ace does not know how to test his idea. This was his unexpected gain, and although it was enough to attract him to indulge in it, he also knew that doing it behind closed doors would not lead to any good results. Ace now needs to see more Ajukas, even Vasto Lord, which is very different from Shinigami, and this is what he must do now. Chapter 457. The next step. Ace waved his hand and turned the Ajukas that had been tortured in front of him for who knows how long into powder. Ace came to Ashido, who was watching Tate devour the Ajuka's spiritual power. Do you know the name Roga Paramaya? Ace said. Hollow? Ashido's eyes narrowed. Ace nodded and continued. She once invaded Soul Society, but was defeated by Kuriyashiki and fled back to Hueco Mundo. Never heard of it. I don't think this happened when I left Soul Society. Ashido frowned. His target was not Ace, but Tate, 27 Jillian, who had devoured countless of his kind, made him a little uncomfortable. But, she dared to invade Soul Society and escaped from the captain. This hollow should be on the upper level. Of course, Ace knew that Luojia lived in the upper class, but he only heard this name from Zaraki Fuya and knew nothing about Luojia's appearance. What about the names of Nellilu and Stark? Ace asked. Are they also hollows that have invaded Soul Society? Seeing Ace nod, Ashido continued. I've never heard of it. It seems that Soul Society has not been peaceful in recent years. It's indeed not peaceful, so my old bones have to worry. Ace pointed. How to get up from here? You are going up. Don't you care about him anymore? Ashido pointed to Tate not far away. Ace shook his head and answered with his hands behind his back. Let him stay here for a while. I don't have time to watch him. What if he loses control after you leave? Ashido said hurriedly. I leave everything to you. If you just leave for a while, he will have no scruples. This can only prove that I raised an ungrateful wolf, and raising it is simply a disaster. Ace said calmly. Of course, I also believe that you are not a paranoid and will make a fair judgment. When he becomes Ajukas, he will become your strength. Except that he doesn't look like us, you can think of Tate as a Shinigami I trained. Ace added. Ashido thought for a while, based on his observations these days, this Jillian named Tate is really under Ace's control. Advertisement. Ace never let Tate get close to his residence. It is obvious that he is protecting him. The Shinigami in front of him, Kai, is more willing to believe Shinigami than Hollow. But make a fair judgment? To be honest, Ashido is not very confident in himself. However, if there is one more person, he can realize his original wish faster. This does not conflict with his original intention, but he is not used to it. I will try my best to keep a fair mind. Ashido sighed and turned to Ace. When are you going up? The sooner the better. Ace said. Follow me. After that, Ashido put on his mask and walked south. Ace told Tate a few words and followed him to the left. The two came to a stone wall. There was a gap in the middle of the wall about 2 or 3 people high. They walked along the gap and soon reached the end. You go through the crack, enter the quicksand, and then walk along the quicksand. You will soon reach the top. Ashido pointed to the front and said. Chapter 458. Target determined. But unlike the lower level, the Ajukas in the upper level tend to go in groups to find better food. Be more careful when dealing with lone rangers, because they are likely to have captain-level power. Ashido said, paying attention to Ace's expression. Ashido had seen Ace deal with Ajukas, and his relaxed attitude proved that he was at least a captain-level Shinigami. But Ajuka's level of void has a low lower limit and a high upper limit, not to mention that Vasto Lord level void is higher than the captain level. You should worry more about yourself than me, kid. Before he finished speaking, Ace's figure disappeared from Ashido's sight, and the voice of the Circle Elder came from above his head. Next time we meet, I hope to see you alive. Following the flowing sand layer, it soon reached the upper level of the void circle. Not to mention the black sky and the white moon, it was the first time to see such a good view in this vast desert. Ace did not immediately encounter groups of Ajukas and could not even see a shadow. Of course, this does not mean that Aceto's intelligence is not true. All I can say is that Ace got lucky. Just like in Soul Society, the exact size of the circle is a mystery. Even though the number of circles in the circle far exceeds the number of Shinigami, it is not easy to see how many circles are scattered in the endless circle. The name Roga Paramaya is a name that was taken from Futaya Mulshiro. Advertisement according to the other party, this Roga Paramaya must have invaded Soul Society soon after Ace joined Seirei. As a key part of this Futaya Mulshiro's plan, Roga Paramaya possesses the so-called mind assimilation ability, which Ace understands as controllability, and may help him control Hueco Mundo. Before he came, Ace checked the original invasion record, but to be honest, the record was quite brief. It was based on just a few words, such as time and place, several Vasto Lord, several Ajukas, etc. If he knew the details of Roga Paramaya, he would have the advantage of the first move. But think about it carefully, Futaya Mulshiro invited him to participate in his plan. The purpose is that his ghost's ability to detect can be used to find and help him find Ja Paramaya in Hueco Mundo as soon as possible. As one of the first people to see Luigia Paramaya, Zelchung Shuangye must also know Luigia's appearance, and through his exploration of Ryotsu, a lot of trouble can be saved. But even without his own ability, Zelchung Shuangye originally planned to come to Hueco Mundo. In this case, even if they know Luigia Paramaya's appearance, it doesn't make much sense. Can Zelchung Shuangye still integrate Ryotsu into the whole Hueco Mundo through the ability of Yulu Jelly? This is ridiculous. There are only 3 possibilities for this. Qian Li. One is that Zelchung Shuangye has enough patience to try his luck in Hueco Mundo, but Ace thinks that the other party is not so stupid. Secondly, Zelchung Shuangye has already integrated his Ryotsu into Luigia's body with the ability of Yulu Jelly. But there is no need to invite him in this case. The last possibility is that Roga Paramila's name is still somewhat well known in Hueco Mundo, at least for now. Chapter 453. Baragan. As long as the general direction of Luigia Paramaya can be determined, and then combined with the rain and dew, it will not be difficult to find Luigia Paramaya in Hueco Mundo. This is also the most likely possibility. After all, according to the records, Luigia followed a Vasto Lord to invade Soul Society. Of course, it is more likely to be a subordinate of Vasto Lord, but as a subordinate of Vasto Lord, Ja should be well known. Ace has no choice but to think positively. If not, he will have to look for him one place at a time. He is sure that he will find him, but he doesn't know how long it will take. Therefore, sometimes, good luck is relative. For example, now, Ace actually hopes that he will encounter a group of Ajukas as soon as he gets there. This will save him a lot of trouble. Fortunately, for the sake of caution when coming to Hueco Mundo this time, he took out both of his Zanpakuto, and it is much easier to find the void using the ability of ghosts. Compared with Soul Society, there are no buildings in Hueco Mundo. The density of spirit particles is much lower than that of Soul Society, especially in this endless desert. Through the ghost mask, it looks like a light black fog, which allows Ace to see 3 times farther than Soul Society. He scanned the area and found 5 hollows in the north, about 15 kilometers away from him. Judging from the Ryotsu, they are about the same as Vice Captain Seirei. This problem is not difficult to solve, and it is also the most suitable place to interrogate them. Boss, this is the territory of Lord Baragan. It's not good for us to hunt here, right? The 5 Ajukas nearly 20 kilometers away from Ace didn't know that they were targeted. They were worried about the hollow they had just devoured. Yes, boss, that guy just said he was a follower of Baragan. Should we leave for a while? The frustrating words around him made a thorny leader of the hollow look like a hedgehog, a little dissatisfied, and angrily rebuked. How can a person reach a higher level if he is so scared? But this is Baragan. Shut up, of course I know it's him, but can those few people make Baragan attack us? He continued. When I become the Vasto Lord, my name may not be inferior to anyone. He has so many Ajukas under his command, and they all became my wedding dress in the end. You will have a lot to eat by then. Besides, don't we still have the ability to detect? Even if Baragan wants to find us, we can stay alert and retreat in time. The hedgehog pointed to a hollow on his right hand, with a circle of spikes around its mask. He spoke proudly, like a white sunflower. The hollow grinned, and the spikes on his mask captured the subtle vibrations in the air. Many times, it was because of his ability that his team was able to avoid powerful enemies. Suddenly, the expression of this hollow froze. He stammered. Boss, someone is coming our way, but it's too small. It's not Baragan. Oh, it seems to be an unlucky little guy. This place is really good. Food can find you without looking for it. Ace didn't expect that he hid his aura and Ryotsu. Advertisement, however, when he met such a hollow with special abilities, he quietly came to the sand dunes behind the 5 hollows, and was about to give them a surprise, but the other party's surprise arrived first. A steel thorn that was about the thickness of a man's arms and at least as long as Wong said. But in fact, it was more like a tree, passing through the sand dunes in front and slashing straight at Ace's face. Faced with this sudden attack, Ace immediately pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist with his right hand and placed it on his chest. Accompanied by the harsh sound of metal cutting, the huge steel thorn was split into 2, and 2 deep courtyards appeared behind Ace. You're quite capable, little guy. A harsh voice came from behind the dune, and 5 huge figures appeared on the dune, dimming the moonlight. The leading hedgehog looked down at the tiny creature below. Although the other party was wearing a white mask and had brown fur on his body, looking like a smaller hollow, the white knife in his right hand was not common in Hueco Mundo. So it's a Shinigami? This size is not enough to fill the gap between teeth, it's really a waste of joy. The unwritten rule of Hueco Mundo is that the smaller the hollow, the weaker it is. As for Shinigami, just like now, they're considered weak. Even Ijukas, who are centered on intelligence and combat power, have this idea. But in his previous life and now, Ace believes that Old Man Yamamoto alone is enough to overcome and wipe out Hueco Mundo. Not to mention that Vasto Lord is stronger than the captain level has never been a level that can be measured by specific numbers. In addition, it is not unheard of to wipe out Hueco Mundo. Aizen in Shinigami and the future Invisible Empire have achieved this. Therefore, Ace does not understand where this inner confidence of this hollow comes from. Come into my mouth, Shinigami, I promise to swallow you in one bite, no more pain, no more death. Seeing the 5 big guys laughing together, Ace was a little speechless. The Zanpakuto in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground. Then I will also promise you, answer this question well, and I can let him live. Ha ha ha, crazy Shinigami. The old man has lived too long, ha ha ha. The unbridled laughter sounded again, and the hedgehog-like Shu was about to laugh at him, but found that the shadow on the opposite side had disappeared. The old man doesn't admit defeat, but he runs really fast. Just when he was disdainful in his heart, a muffled sound suddenly came from his side. It was not conspicuous in the laughter. One more thing, if he doesn't make so much noise, I will let him live. The old voice came from behind, but it was a little unclear in the sound of his men falling on both sides. Those 2 idiots, their heads were split in half, but they were still laughing. You! The hedgehog-like Shu roared, and the thorns on his back stood up. Just as he turned to attack Ace, a very white light appeared in front of him, splitting his world in 2. One more thing, don't speak without permission, I can let him live. Ace raised his right hand and pointed at the remaining 2 Ijukas. Do you understand the situation now? Seeing the remaining 2 Ijukas nodded in fear, Ace retracted the Zanpakuto from his waist. Advertisement. One of the things that Old Man Yamamoto taught him was that when he encountered an arrogant and disobedient kid, they just needed to be solved once and for all. Do you understand? Let me ask you, how did you find me in advance? Ace asked curiously. He was sure that he had not leaked his Ryotsu. As for the so-called smell, when entering the Manos Grande stage, the smell of the spirit body mentioned by Tate at the beginning disappeared. Like Shinigami, Manos Grande also relies on the 5 senses to find the opponent. Death, Shinigami-sama, I can only feel small vibrations within a certain range. One of the hollows explained in a trembling voice. Who would have thought that the Shinigami in front of him could not feel any Ryotsu at all, and was incredibly powerful to this extent? Perhaps only the Vasto Lord standing on the top of Hueco Mundo could defeat him. Oh, Ace looked at the hollow and asked, is this the ability of Ijukas that you mentioned? Just being able to feel vibrations? The hollow shook his head. This is indeed his ability as an Ijukas, but it is not just about feeling vibrations. His ability is actually stagnation. Through a circle of spikes on the top of his head, he can stop the movement of the things he wants. Originally it was a very powerful ability, but it can only bully the weak and fear the strong. Only beings much weaker than him can be forced to stagnate, while those of the same level and caste will hardly be affected. The reason why Ace's trace can be found is that he prevented the stagnation within a certain range. When Ace entered this range, he broke the stagnation, and he could naturally feel Ace's presence. Did you use this ability to stop me just now? Ace's tone suddenly changed, startling the void. He shook his head, waved his hands, and explained anxiously. No, Lord Shinigami, you must believe me, I really didn't release stagnation on you just now. Why, don't say you are afraid of me, you were so proud just now. It's not that I'm afraid, it's that you are too fast. Besides, I haven't used my ability in battle for a long time. People who are weaker than us don't need my ability, and people who are stronger than us won't defend them. Is what he said true? Ace asked another Ijukas. It's true, every word. Ace also understood that this group of Ijukas only look for weaker hollows than them. It's a shame that they met him, so, judging their strength by size and race is indeed very stupid. However, despite being stupid, he is still very interested in the ability of this hollow. There are many ways to achieve the effect of stagnation. For example, the fusion of the spiritual power of Yulu Jelly can achieve stagnation through control. But if this hollow is not exaggerated, the principle of this ability can be fixed in space or time. On a larger scale, it can be an ability to change the rules, similar to Inoue or Hime. Song is not so buggy now. Once Menge is found, we can use this hollow for experiments, analyze his ability, and see if we can develop a Kido with similar functions. Chapter 460. The situation has changed. Have you heard of the name Roga Paramaya? No, sir. Roga. Where have I heard of this name? The 2 hollows gave different answers. Ace narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Have you heard of it? We really haven't. We ate all the Ijukas who had seen us before. We have never heard of the name Manga Paramaya. How do we know the names of those who have never seen us? Unless it is those unknown Vasto Lords, but who knows his name? One of the Ijukas cried a little, although the old Shinigami in front of him did not tell him what would happen if he withdrew his words. But if he did not answer this question, he would die. Isn't lying worse? I think you don't remember that we have never seen Manga Paramaya. I remember. Advertisement. The Ajukas who was thinking suddenly raised his head. The two Ajukas that attacked us said in a casual chat that Mengya was taken by Lord Apollo for experiments. I don't know if they can come back alive. How pitiful, is that so? Ace did not ask the virtual with the detection ability, but turned to another Ajukas and asked him. I think so, but I don't remember, maybe it's not Luigi Paramaya. Before he finished speaking, Ace suddenly cut the Ajukas in half. Before the Ajukas with the detection ability had time to see clearly, the other companion had fallen to the ground. I don't need you to filter information for me. Ace looked at the Ajukas with the detection ability lying on the ground and said to himself, I am very satisfied with your performance. I will add another rule for you. From now on, obey my orders. If you don't change your mind, I can give you 10 ways out. For this Ajukas with the detection ability, surrendering to Ace is not difficult to accept. For him, this is equivalent to changing a leader. As long as he doesn't die inexplicably like his own kind, not to mention adding another leader, adding 10 leaders is no problem. Asking for flowers. Zero Ace doesn't expect to rely on these Ajukas to establish his own power in the virtual pavilion, which means that the ability of this Ajukas with detection ability may be related to space. Otherwise, he will definitely kill this Ajukas with detection ability after asking it. He still has to find Luoja first, and according to the information from this Ajukas, Luojia's situation is not very good. As a little white mouse, Ace has to temporarily postpone the idea of looking for Nilu and Stark and others. Is Zale Aporo famous here? The experiment plus the name Zale Aporo naturally made Ace think of the future 8th Espada. Although Ace doesn't know what this famous scientist in Hueco Mundo is doing, he is not much worse than Kuretsuchi Mayuri. This is also one of Ace's goals in this Hueco Mundo. He is one of Baragan's most capable subordinates. Unlike us, he is a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. The Ajukas said hurriedly, Chapter 461, Suya Palace. Ace murmured the familiar name. He is also a Vasto Lord. This Ajukas thought you didn't know, so he hurried to explain. This place is close to the center of Hueco Mundo. Baragan built a palace of night in the center. He called himself the Great Emperor of Hueco Mundo. He has countless Ajukas under him and the Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level, 607. The Zale Aporo you asked about is one of them. Ace didn't answer, just pondered, and this Ajukas didn't say much, just quietly waiting on the side. The future second Espada, Baragan Luisenbairn, called himself the Great Emperor of Hueco Mundo, and Aizen quickly occupied Hueco Mundo through him. The ability is aging, which is not limited to biological organisms, but also corrupts Kido and even Bankai. Advertisement. Perhaps without Aizen's intervention, Baragan's current ability has not reached the level of terror, but its power is definitely above the captain level. Although Baragan is very powerful, Ace is not afraid of his rebellion if he subdues him, but he also understands that the other party can only help him to a limited extent. After all, Ace's goal is not to conquer Chugon. Therefore, Ace never included Baragan in the list of targets he wanted to recruit. Although he knew about Baragan and Suya Palace, he planned to try not to alert the enemy, but now it seems that he can't avoid it. One Zale Aporo can handle it, but now there is Baragan, and there may be other Vasto Lord, and there are a large number of Ajukas in Suya Palace. It is extremely difficult to bring out Mengya in this situation. Ace silently measured it in his heart. With his current strength, it should not be a problem to defeat Zale Aporo. As for Baragan, he has never experienced the opponent's aging ability in person, which may be a big problem. But if his view on the evolution of hollows is correct, and the process of hollows evolving into Vasto Lord is like the Shinigamiization of hollows, then Baragan's aging power can be attributed to a kind of Kido-type Zanpakuto, then he can be said to be Baragan's natural enemy. Advertisement. The appearance of Baragan in Kyoji is the biggest surprise so far, and the thing that makes Ace most confused. A few days later, Kyoyo Palace. Although it is in the name of a palace, Kyoyo Palace is now a ruin compared to the Kyoyo Palace to be built in the future. From the ruins, it can be imagined that there were once some buildings as magnificent as Seirei, but for some reason, they were almost razed to the ground. The huge round stone pillar in the center of the ruins is tilted, like the ruins of a temple, but the intermittent sound of the bronze bell makes people who hear it feel as if they have walked into a small church. At the end of the pillar, under the crescent moon, on a white chair, a figure wearing a purple cloak and a black collar lay lazily on it. Is Zale Aporo gone? An old voice sounded on the chair. It looked like a skeleton with a 5.2 cloak, a golden bracelet on his wrist and a broken golden crown on his head. Lord Zale Aporo is on his way, Your Majesty. The huge Ajukas closest to the throne said respectfully. The inconspicuous skeleton on the seat was named Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo who occupied the Palace of the Night, and the king they were loyal to. Chapter 462, Crazy Scientist. We must make those 4B ****** submit to Your Majesty this time. How dare they not appreciate Your Majesty's kindness? They dared to refuse Your Majesty's invitation and insisted on asking Lord Zale Aporo to go. They're asking for trouble. But with Lord Grantz's move, they may not even have a chance to get by. A bat like Ajukas sneered and turned to the seat of honor and asked, Your Majesty, should we ask Lord Grantz to restrain himself a little? After all, one of the 4 women is a Vasto Lord, which may be useful to Your Majesty. Baragan waved his hand, resting his right hand on his head, and said lazily, Let him make his own decision. I believe he knows how to restrain himself. Besides, Sar A27 Poro may not get anything from this trip. He is very patient, and I can't rush it. Your Majesty is wise. Buragan smiled and waved his hand to stop his men from flattering him, then he leaned back in his chair and said to himself. This Hueco Mundo is mine. They are all my subjects, but there are still too many guys who don't know about this. This is really a headache. About 30 kilometers away from Suya Palace, the dilapidated buildings here are even rarer. Although it is still within the range of Suya, it is already on the edge. Ace quickly took the lives of 2 Ajukas. Then, he walked to the edge of a valley alone. The ghost mask had covered his face. In his eyes, the hollow under his feet was very interesting. Advertisement at the same time, the Ajukas who were forced to conquer were about 30 or 40 kilometers away from Suya Palace, but Ace was in 2 directions. At this time, this Ajukas who only had the ability to detect was very nervous. His ability has been brought to the ultimate. If something happens around him, he must move quickly, but there is a requirement that he cannot exceed the location of 50 kilometers from the center of Suya Palace. This is an order from Ace. This Ajukas who only has the ability to detect has some other abilities besides stagnation, but he hopes it will never be used. Otherwise, according to Ace, he had to flee for at least 3 minutes, and as for life and death, it depended on fate. So he could only pray in his heart that his master's plan would go smoothly. Every scientist devotes all his time to his laboratory, considering it as something more important than his own life, and it is what they pursue all their lives. Ace always thought that scientists were a bunch of lunatics. Kuretsuchi Mayuri was like that. And his good friend Urahara Kazuki was also like that, although he usually had no problems. He could imagine 373 that when Urahara Kazuki started his research, he was no different from Kuretsuchi Mayuri. The person who refined Hogyoku was definitely not the same as the word, normal person. It was a coincidence that Ace kept close contact with these lunatics. One of the 2 most famous scientists in Soul Society was his best friend, and the other was his partner who took the blame for him. Now, he was about to meet the famous scientist Zale Aporo, but it was unclear whether this relationship was between a thief and his master, or between a robber and his master. With Ace's Shunpo, Ace soon arrived at one of the destinations of this trip. Chapter 463. Simple and crude. Zale Aporo's laboratory is not in the center of the Suya Palace, but in a lowland about 30 kilometers east of the Baihesheng Palace, where Ace is standing at the gate. Of course, at this distance, if Buragan notices something, he only needs 1 minute to rush over. To reduce trouble, Ace had better sneak in and try not to alert the enemy. After all, this is not a simple hut. Ace knows how heavily guarded a scientist's private laboratory is. For example, his best friend Urahara Kazuki never let him and Yoruichi enter his laboratory since childhood. Another example is entering the research institute and arriving at Kuretsuchi Mayuri's research laboratory. Ace is a little headache now thinking about the complicated mechanisms along the way, and it's not Nemori's private laboratory. As for Zale Aporo's laboratory, except for the 2 Ajukas guarding the ground, there are almost no preventive measures. Compared with the research institutes Ace has been to, the situation here is simply terrible. The door of the laboratory and the wall hidden in the rock wall should be made of special materials in Hueco Mundo. The function of blocking Ryotsu and killing stone is somewhat similar. Advertisement, however, unlike killing stone, Ace uses ghost mask to detect, including the door, and the whole laboratory is full of a unique spiritual power. Unlike the present world, B492066 Garden Calendar. Most of the defenses are based on spiritual power. But now it seems that Hueco Mundo and Seirei are different. As Urahara Kazuki and Ace said, Seirei has 3 main defense methods, namely Keto Barrier, Killing Stone, and Killing Stone with Spiritual Power, the defense composed of the 3. The first 2 modes are easy to understand and implement, but they are the 2 modes with the smallest application range. The key is the 3rd mode. When Ace entered the research institute, the 3rd mode was used there. The basic principle is to connect through the spiritual power naturally existing in Soul Society. This spiritual power has no personal contact, allowing the connected tools to change according to the detected personal aura. Even the laboratory of Hikafuna Kiryu is defended in this way. However, the laboratory in front of Ace is quite strange. This special aura of spiritual power can be explained by a private laboratory, but it is like a sponge filled with water. Too rough, right? If Yu Lingding wants to enter the door, he must untie a set of 9 links. Those who have strength can pull it open directly, and those who have no strength can use clever methods to open Ren. So to the outside world, the Apollo laboratory is like an iron box without a keyhole. Except for brute force, there is no shortcut. Compared to Yu Lingting's method, which uses the least amount of spiritual power to do the most things, this defense mode is very inefficient, but for Ace at this moment, it is the most effective. The unified spiritual power outside prevented him from seeing what was happening in the laboratory through the ghost mask. He also couldn't observe the direction of the spiritual power and find a weak link in the defense, so he broke it. Not to mention the spiritual power with personal aura, whether it is clever or not, it will definitely alarm the owner of this spiritual power. This level of power can definitely be felt by Buragan, who is only 30 kilometers away from here. Chapter 464. Make a firm decision. Ace's original plan was to observe the distribution and flow of Ryotsu through the power of the ghost mask, and then enter Zale Aporo's laboratory as quietly as possible, even if he was noticed by Zale Aporo who had already left, as long as Buragan didn't come to make trouble. But now it seems that things will definitely develop in the direction he least wants. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he was ready to break through with brute force. As the 9th generation Kenpachi, the best way to encounter such a situation is to use brute force directly. Force is the most powerful weapon for the holder of the title Kenpachi. According to his observation, the Ryujin contained in the laboratory wall may have reached the level of Hado 79. In addition, these materials themselves blocked the Spirit 500 pressure, and Ace estimated that Hado above 85 would be needed to open the passage. Once this level of Ryujin is released, it will definitely attract the attention of the Baragan gang. Ace is also ready. The Ajukas on the other side of the Kiyonakyu Palace is ready. The ability of the Ajukas to stagnate has not been studied in depth by Ace, but he has learned some basics. The ability to force stagnation can stop the current movement of the object that the ability user wants, but not stop it. This means that once the ability stops, the current movement of the heavy object continues. Of course, if the target is too strong, the stagnation ability cannot stop it. After Ace's preliminary experiments, this power may be the power of Ryujin, which has nothing to do with the strength of the object's own movement. This means that the stagnation ability cannot stop itself, but it can stop something that does not contain too much Ryujin, such as a missile. Due to some limitations, this very powerful ability has become somewhat useless, but sometimes when it is used in the right place, it can play an unexpected role. Just like what Ace is stagnating now, it is the key to diverting his attention from the monk and buying himself time. If anyone who participated in the operation to eliminate the Quincy was here, he would be surprised to find that under the sand about a kilometer away, they looked very familiar. This rune, or the rune of breaking the boundary that is about to be opened, is the key to the Shinigami's attack on the Star-Cross Fortress, and it is also what allows Ace to stop this Ajukas. In fact, Ace can first find Zael Aporo and then enter the laboratory through him to find Luo Jia, which is the most likely option to avoid Baragan. But what does this mean for Zael Aporo? Forget the fantasy of forcing a crazy scientist to open the laboratory by force. Even if the other party is scared to death, Ace's purpose in finding Meng Jia is to control Zael Aporo. For Zael Aporo, helping an outsider find a way to control himself and then being controlled by him is simply a joke. If you think he can do such a thing, then he must be the brainless one, not Zael Aporo. An existence that can ascend to the position of Espada in the future is at least worthy of respect. Therefore, rescuing Roga Paramaya is the main prerequisite for Ace to complete the subsequent plan, even if it means fighting with Baragan and Zael Aporo in advance. Chapter 465. Cardbug. However, avoidable troubles should be avoided as much as possible. Zael Aporo left a day ago. The biggest problem Ace faces is the Emperor Hueco Mundo in the center of the Night Palace. Being a thief is a good thing. If you can't be a thief, Ace has also made a plan for this. If breaking into the laboratory will attract the attention of the monk, then all you have to do is to make a huge noise in another direction before that, so as to distract the attention of Bailashan. But unlike the operation to eliminate the Quincy, there were 4 captains in Yoruichi to distract the enemy. He can't expect a mere Ajukas to attract the attention of Baragan. Asterisk. Compared to being able to open a black glue hollow with his mind at any time, it was much more difficult for Shinigami to travel through space. The rune was quickly activated, but there was a process. The rune buried in the dust by Ace had been injected with enough Ryujin to be activated. On the other side, the Ajukas suddenly heard Ace's voice in his mind. Yes, sir, the Ajukas answered hesitantly. Although he was a little uneasy, he still released the ability of stagnation. In fact, this is also easy to solve, as long as the Ajukas can bring the other half of the rune to within 10 kilometers of the core of the Hueco Night Palace and open it. Therefore, one person cannot use the rune alone. Because of that Ajukas, Ace was able to do things beyond common sense, such as keeping the main rune open when no spiritual power was input into it, or even when no one was present. Advertisement that was the message left by Ace through the Keto in his body. Things were going in a direction he didn't want to see. In Hueco Mundo, especially in the Hueco Night Palace, only the boundary-breaking symbol could be relied on. However, this has 2 fatal shortcomings. One is one-way transmission, and the main symbol responsible for opening is the exit. But with the existence of that Ajukas, he was able to achieve a similar effect in another way, so it was possible. The boundary-breaking rune under the dust was automatically activated without inputting Ryujin. Now, the only person who can distract the monk is himself, that's for sure. Either find other future Espadas who can fight with the monk, or Ace can appear in 2 places at the same time, otherwise Ace has no other way to distract Baragan. Let the rune open completely, and after 10 seconds, let the stagnation state be completely unlocked, and then proceed as planned. 0 in terms of the result, it has been activated, and only the stagnation ability of this Ajukas can prevent the opening of this process. As long as the stagnation ability is activated, it will come. In addition to the space forbidden technique hidden in the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, he also had to rely on tools such as the boundary gate and the boundary breaking symbol. The other is to use the breakpoint. The main symbol must keep the input of Ryujin, otherwise the open channel will be closed immediately. In Hueco Mundo, even if an Ajukas blew himself up, he couldn't make Baragan move his A. It can be said that this is a bug in the ability. But let the Ajukas go to that place alone, the people of Baragan are not blind. If the ability of the Ajukas is not stagnant, Ace may let him do so, or even send him to Baragan to self-destruct. Chapter 466. Let Keto fly. the boundary-breaking rune behind him became dim, and the scenery on both sides was accelerating backwards. Of course, this Ryujin also came from Ace. Sakura pink light balls appeared one after another, surrounded Ace, and rushed towards the Suya Palace. The dark robe covered Ace tightly, and the wide sleeves were rubbed by Ace's arms. At this time, Ace and the other half of the boundary-breaking runes moved, that is, the other pair of boundary-breaking runes he gave to the Ajukas also started, and it seems that the Ajukas has opened the tab. Like a meteor, Ace grabbed his arm with his left hand and threw the rune on his arm. In order to avoid notifying others in advance, the action was not rehearsed in advance. At this time, the ability of stagnation is needed again. As long as the rune stops at the right time, it will remain open even if no one injects Ryujin. The sudden appearance of the huge Ryujin made Baragan, who was lying on the throne, suddenly sit up. The strange skull turned to the right, and the huge Ryujin just came from there. Passing through the blue light gate, he waved his right hand forward. The stars beside him instantly turned into pink rays of light and shot towards the distant Suya Palace. Advertisement Ace smiled and shook his head. Baragan was as he thought. He had been flying for nearly 20 seconds and was about to enter the core of the Suya Palace within 10 kilometers. There was no reaction. What? Thinking of this, Ace's mouth corners curled up, and his face under the mask was full of smiles. Is it waiting for you? When Ace saw the rune on the ground being opened, he adjusted his breathing and activated another main rune on his body. Next, let Keto fly for a while. Ace's mouth was grinning, and he would not go, but he hoped that Baragan would be satisfied with his little gift. Ace made it not only the opening state of the boundary-breaking rune stagnant. Hado number 91 was enough to completely raise the ruins to the ground. No, there is one on the left. Baragan twisted his head to the left, and he felt the same powerful Ryujin coming in that direction, getting closer and closer. Bankai. The pendulum theory that could only swing 10 times in his heart completed its mission. Advertisement. He crossed his hands on his knees, looking like a king watching a play, with no sign of impending disaster. Along the way, some Ajukas did not see Ace's figure clearly. They only saw the dense Sakura pink beam. 3, 2, 1. In the dilapidated Suya Palace in the distance, there was only a small white dot. However, without Ryujin's input, this rune will still be closed. A little nervous, but it must be said that this was a crazy and bold action. With his left hand, he took out the ghost from 137's arms, and with his right hand, he touched the white handle of the knife at his waist. 5 seconds had passed. A dazzling spiritual energy shot directly at the door of the laboratory. Almost at the same time, the expected second had been published and the sinner disappeared underground. Soon, a little pink light appeared in Baragan's sight. Hado 91, Tien Yushin Tai Cannon. This rune is that Ajukas threw it with all his strength. It is much faster than the missiles in the world. Put it on the ground and count down silently in his heart. Chapter 467. Lord of Hueco Mundo. The Ajukas who surrendered to Baragan here were able to appear here because they were strong, not because they were weak. Without a word of command, the Ajukas stood in front of the bone throne, their mouths open, and the dark red light solidified in their mouths. Sero, focusing Ryujin on the last beam of light, has always been the representative skill of the Hollow. Even for Jillian of the lowest level Manos Grande, the power of Zhou Shan should not be underestimated. Under the control of Baragan, these Sero released by the Ajukas 27 elites are not only more powerful, but also condense faster under Ryujin. The Ryujin of the Tiantai Cannon of Hado Senju number 91 is higher than that of any Ajuka Sero, but each Sero is equivalent to the full power of an ordinary Jillian. The combat intelligence of these Ajukas is not low either. They can see the weakness of Senju Jiao Tiantai Cannon almost at a glance. They don't have much language communication with each other, so they just tilt their heads slightly and are responsible for a few dry hands Jiao Tiantai Cannon respectively. Just when Senju's Tiantai Cannon was about to engulf Shu Yubai, dozens of Huxia people stood up at the same time. The dark red light was like an invisible big mouth. The moment it opened, everything that fell into the big mouth would instantly turn into blood. At this moment, the Senju Jiao Tiantai Cannon, which fell like a meteor shower, suddenly changed. It was as if there were two invisible hands, and as if there was an invisible tide in the direction, making the defeated light column draw a strange arc and gather together. This made it impossible for the already confident Ajukas to react. Even if their minds and bodies could react, it would be too late for them to have another Sero. Advertisement. The pink comet fell from the sky and hit their dilapidated white palace. The sky was filled with rolling yellow sand, and the huge roar would probably shatter the ears, let alone the bodies of ordinary people. Ace returned to the hiding place of the Ajukas that could only stagnate abilities through the rune. Although the storm had not yet arrived here and the sound was still some distance away from him. But through the ghost mask, he knew that his attack had achieved the desired effect. Even if these were the elites in Manos Grande, they still lacked experience in dealing with Shinigami, or top Shinigami. Except for a small number of Ajukas with special abilities, Sero cannot change direction once released. This is common sense in the Kyoraku, but not common sense among Shinigami. Even if the Shinigami's Kido attacks, it is still possible to control the direction. For example, Ace, Ryujin controls to a certain extent, even if it cannot complete the angle change of more than 90 degrees. But it can still change the direction within the range of 90 degrees, 083. Of course, a strong enough force can allow a certain degree of carelessness. The sand scattered and the huge noise gradually disappeared. Kyoraku Palace was still in ruins, and none of those chukas were injured. Except for a crowned figure in the eye, nothing has changed. I hope your majesty can forgive me. I deserved death for letting your majesty take action. The Ajukas knelt on one knee. If Baragan hadn't attacked at the last minute, the Palace of Night would have been reduced to ashes. They would have been damaged to some extent, losing the opportunity to evolve again, and might even degenerate into an unconscious Chilean. Chapter 468. Kill two birds with one stone. Your Majesty, I am willing to go for you and make that despicable villain who has caused so much trouble to your Majesty pay the price. One of the Ajukas saw that Baragan did not answer and immediately said. The rest of the Ajukas hurriedly agreed, knowing that the most intolerable thing for the Majesty in front of him was the incompetence of his subordinates. The Ajukas turned their backs to Baragan and could not see its expression at all. Now their Emperor Baragan was covered with sakura peach pink fine lines all over his body. This Shinigami spent too much time on this battle, which was completely different from the directness of the hollow. The fine lines on his body at this time were another Kido hidden in the Senju Jiaoshintai cannon, and its function was to suppress the opponent's Ryotsu. It is impossible to completely suppress Baragan with this method. To the naked eye, the sakura peach pink lines became thinner and thinner. Until the moment of disappearance, the heavy Ryotsu suddenly enveloped the hollow palace, and at the same time, Baragan's shadow also disappeared in his own palace. Your Majesty. The Ajukas behind him shouted loudly and followed him quickly. They knew that his Majesty was really angry this time. His old nest was almost destroyed, and now he didn't even see his opponent, which was an insult to Baragan. However, due to the temporary suppression of Ryotsu, Baragan lost the positioning of Ace Ryotsu for a period of time. So when he arrived at the last place he stayed in his memory, there was no one there. When the Ajukas under his training arrived, they could only look at the furious Baragan and dared not say a word. Advertisement, how dare a little Shinigami set foot on my land? Baragan said angrily. The Ajukas knelt on the ground, and seemed to hear the voice of anger burning in his body. Find him. I want him to kneel in front of me, break every bone in his body, and crush every inch of his skin. Let him know how stupid he is to come here. At this moment, Ace has not completely angered Baragan's consciousness, and even his existence has been forgotten by Ace. It was so easy that he succeeded. Compared with the previous fight against Zaraki Suya and others, Baragan really made him less interested. Taking advantage of the opportunity to temporarily suppress Ryotsu of Bailishan, Ace returned to Zeoloporo's laboratory again through the stagnation and breaking runes of his subordinate Ajukas. It can be said that in the brief encounter with Baragan, he not only used Kido to yin the opponent, but also used 3 pairs of breaking runes to make Baragan dizzy. Although it was only an attack, a big hole has been punched in the door of the laboratory by Ace. Ace can visualize spiritual power and is definitely a skilled robber. The door was blown open. If it was a little more, it would accidentally damage the items inside. If it was less, it would not be able to open. Now, it is just right, not more or less. In fact, in this short time, Ace not only defeated Baragan, the Hueco Mundo Emperor, but also revealed another Manos Grandes standing on the top of Hueco Mundo. Zeoloporo, please wait. In the moonlight of the desert, dozens of huge shadows were flickering. Chaotic voices came from them, with similar contents. They all tried to persuade a man named Zeoloporo to stop first. Chapter 469. Hueco Mundo Freak. The Zeoloporo they shouted at was nearly 10 meters tall, with a huge round hole under his eye that stood out from the rest of his white body. Even at high speed, the long skirt left no trace on the loose sand, and it was unclear whether it was Zeoloporo's legs or the unique hard skin of Manos Grande. The voice behind him seemed non-existent to him. The white mask, like the face of a human woman, had no organs such as ears on both sides. However, with every sound, the dense tentacles behind Zeoloporo moved faster, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety. This operation was ordered by Lord Baragan himself. You disobeyed His Majesty's order, understand, Lord Zeoloporo? Behind him, A043 Ajukas wearing a triangular mask had to say the name of the front post of the ball. It was a threat, but it was a fact. In fact, what was not the key was that Apollo in front seemed to finally understand his words and seemed to have finally stopped. The triangular head had a look of joy on his face. He just walked behind Zeoloporo, Master Zeoloporo. Before he could finish his words, his face froze. 5 fingers pierced into his triangular mask like a wound. Before he could speak, a huge tentacle rolled him up, and then more tentacles wrapped around him, drowning him in Zeoloporo's body. The others didn't move. They didn't know if the faint sound of liquid flowing was the sound of their saliva flowing into their throats, or, it's so noisy. A neutral voice came from Zeoloporo. The curved tentacles behind him had separated, and although his tongue slid across his lips as if he was enjoying it, his tone showed that he was in a bad mood. You seem to have something to say? Tell me. Zeoloporo said, his fingers casually swiping across every Chukas on the opposite side. Say. The last Ajukas who spoke has gone, and now even his bones have turned into water. Advertisement seeing this scene, the Ajukas who dared not say another word shook their heads in unison, as if they were obeying their master. Then you must keep quiet. Otherwise, I don't mind hanging you lowly creatures and scraping you alive. Zeoloporo said sternly, his tentacles slapping the ground fiercely, and he disappeared on the spot before the yellow sand rose. Zael Aporo temporarily solved his troubles, and now he was on the road again. He seemed even more excited. The tentacles on his back swung irregularly, occasionally hitting the ground heavily, as if this could speed up his speed. Kangwonki listened to the old story, or it was useful. The second door has been broken. Baragan, are they all deaf? Zael Aporo clearly felt that his laboratory was being breached layer by layer, which is why he suddenly put down the action in his hands and rushed back without saying a word. No matter who you are, I will hunt you down and make you suffer. Return the evidence. Gate number 3. Oh my god, no one can stop him? My lab? My experimental babies? No? Zael Aporo kept roaring in his heart. Chapter 470, a headache. In Zael Aporo's perception, his own experimental speed was being broken at an alarming rate. Most importantly, his defense equipment seemed to have no effect at all, which made him almost crazy. The tentacles behind him were frantically changing the topography of Hueco Mundo, just like the sound of salutes was his anger, but also the sound of heartbreak. All this fell into the eyes of a small Ajukas behind him. She stood on a tall and thin dead branch, looking at the dusty desert, biting her lips, looking helpless. It seems that the four of them can have less trouble. No, why can those two annoying guys have trouble? Thinking of this, the little Ajukas jumped down from the dead branch. In any case, the notorious Zael Aporo disappeared. Obviously, he was angered by someone. I don't know which brave man it was. I hope he can get away with it. That brave man, of course, is Ace. He broke into the laboratory, but he didn't need anyone to worry about whether he could escape. He was looking for the instructions. Now, he is facing a big problem. It was not a trick that Zael Aporo left in the laboratory, nor was it that he had broken the door to the 4th floor. This was essentially a Ryujin defense method, and it was also a clever thing, but in front of him, it was a joke. The problem was that he didn't know which sample in the laboratory was Luojia, or he needed to be sure whether Luojia's specimen was here. From the moment he entered the door, Zael Aporo's precious research materials were presented in front of him. From the first door to the second door, there were hanging corpses of the virtual everywhere, which were more like a trinket made by Zael Aporo for his laboratory than experimental subjects. Advertisement from the second door, the specimens were soaked in various liquids and began to have the treatment that experimental subjects should have, as well as a name, such as 001. Although the name is just a code name, when it is really just a code name, it is definitely a headache. Especially for Ace who comes to find someone. This is simply an insurmountable problem of this century. For Ace, a written instruction manual is very necessary to prove the identity of these experimental materials. How do these scientists have brains? Isn't it tiring to remember so many things? Please give me flowers, maybe for them. Code names and names are no different. They're just experimental subjects, no one is different. Walking into the 4th room, like the previous ones, the experimental subjects here are also lifeless specimens. Zero Ace can only rely on his immature medical knowledge to judge which ones are absolutely impossible to be Luojia. After all, according to the memory of the Ajukas, Yao Jia was captured as an experimental subject not long ago, and some of them have obviously been dead for some time, so it is very likely that they are not Meng Jia. However, according to Ace's rough calculations along the way, there are still more than 50 specimens that look like Meng Jia. If he uses all his tricks and finds that Luojia is a corpse, it will be a funny thing. If I can't find Luojia, I will blow up your lab, I will hang you until your soul is annihilated. Ace muttered to himself and opened the 5th door in front of him. I promise, Zael Aporo. Big. Chapter 471. Take a gamble. The room behind the 5th door is not big, and there is no next door at the end of the room. This seems to be the end of Sal's Apollo laboratory. But there is a door on both sides. Ace opened them in order, and on the left is an unusually tidy bedroom, very much like Zael Aporo. On the right is a place full of bottles and jars, like an autopsy room, very much like Zael Aporo's territory. The material room in the middle still occupies most of the space of 250. There are not many experimental subjects in it, only less than 10. Most importantly, they are all alive. Thank God, Ace now sincerely praises the research method that made him feel disgusted at first. What is more important than being alive? As long as there is life, there is still a chance for him and these poor Ajukas. 014, 105,141. The number range of living experimental subjects is very wide, and Ace does not know what Zael Aporo's rules are, nor does he know when and what their abilities are classified. These are all possibilities. As far as he knows, the basis of the Norelli is the importance of the real body. The name is still a big problem, but it is not unsolvable now. Since the hollows are alive, can we just ask directly? Ace glanced and found that none of the Ajukas with their own incubators were injured. It is not clear whether the liquid in the incubator can sustain their lives. However, from the perspective of Ryujin, Ace can clearly see that the Ryujin in their bodies, like the Ryujin outside the study, are restricting their own Ryujin. So even if they leave the secret room, these Ajukas are likely not to die. To be honest, Ace can't be sure. The outer wall of the incubator in front of him and the research room are made of the same material. The property of blocking spiritual power allows him to use spiritual power to restore the consciousness of these Ajukas without destroying them. What happens next is a bit risky. Ace must destroy at least one incubator first and then. However, if these Ajukas die after leaving the room, and in a worse case, the one who dies is the dream ticket, then it would be a big joke. However, time is running out. After all, this is not a walk in your own garden. Ace can leisurely come up with a safer solution. Sometimes, he needs to bet his life, as long as this one is not his own. Yi Chuang split the cultivation chamber of the number 015 experimental subject. Ace subconsciously believes that the numbers are arranged in time. The larger the number, the more likely it is to meet Luo Jia. Of course, Zale Aporo can also arrange the numbers in reverse, so this can only be regarded as an alternative form of self-consolation. Codenamed 015, this huge butterfly like a Jakka's fell to the ground with an unknown lavender liquid, bubbling, as if it were alive. The specific effect of the high concentration of Ryujin liquid is unknown, but it seems that it has no life-sustaining effect now. After all, the signs of life of the Jakkas under his feet have not weakened at all. But he is still in coma. Is it because of Zale Aporo's Ryujin? Ace looked at the still unconscious Jakkas. Chapter 472. Find the target. Ace frowned, dispelled Ryujin directly, and used Ryujin to slightly stimulate the opponent's nerves. 015 slowly woke up, but he still looked very weak, he said intermittently. Let me go, Sal, my lord. This scene was so desolate. Ace shook his head, it was so evil. Do you know where Kaija Paramaya is? Either you or Mengya? Ace's voice caught 15's attention, a small outline, but he was standing, and it was not Zale Aporo's desperate voice. I'm not Luogia, help me, I'm willing to do anything. 015 shouted. 27 This is not the Mengya that Ace wants to find, but there is good news. The possibility of sudden death outside the cabin can be temporarily eliminated, which means that Ace's actions may be accelerated. Ace waved the Zanpakuto in his hand to the side. Advertisement. A white line, like a wave on the water. As Ace's blade spread across the room, it hit other incubators. Bang! With the sound of the glass exploding, all the Jakkas were temporarily freed from the fate of the experiment. Although they looked like fish washed up on the beach, they still had a chance to survive. Isu used his spiritual power to remove the restraints on their opponents and stimulate their nerves to temporarily restore their will, but this state would not last long. These Jakkas were already weak at this time, and like 015, they fell into a coma again. Who among you is Roga Paramaya? Ace said loudly. In order to make the sound clearer, he even used Ryujin to strengthen the sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the clock ticked, and no Jakkas responded to Ace. Could it be that Roga had been turned into a specimen by Zale Aporo? Just when Ace was a little irritated, a slender limb like an insect slowly raised up. It was a spider-shaped Jakkas. A soft voice like an introverted girl sounded. I am Luo Jia. Ace walked to the front of the Jakkas in an instant. Advertisement. The central nervous system of these Jakkas is in a state of slow thinking, and the eyes are more obvious, mesh. Relax, I'm here to rescue you, you are saved. The weak Luo Jia felt her body being lifted up, and the low and hoarse voice told her the most beautiful words in the world, making her feel warm. Warmth is a feeling she has never had before. A long time ago, in the Soul 393 world, someone gave her this feeling, even though she followed Zale Aporo into the Soul Society and was the enemy of that person. Kind sir, it's not worth offending Zale Aporo for me. After saying that, Luo Jia fell into a coma, huh? Ace raised his head and looked at the unconscious Luo Jia. He seemed to have heard something just now. Is there something wrong with my hearing? I'm almost 200 years old. I'm not young at all. A few seconds later, Ace took Luo Jia out of the laboratory. The next moment, there was no living creature in Zale Aporo's laboratory. Chapter 473. Completely destroyed. To be honest, even if Ace wanted to save the rest of the Jakkas, transporting dozens of Jakkas is no less than transporting a mountain. However, the fact that this idea came up has already proved something. It seems that I am really old. My heart is not as hard as before. Ace muttered to himself and waved his right hand back. Hado 33, Kanghuo Zui. A blue-green flame spurted out from Ace's palm and poured into the research laboratory behind him. The laboratory where all defense systems had been destroyed by Ace, he could only let the flames ravage his body. Reincarnation in the afterlife. I hope you can all meet Shinigami after death. Although Rukongai's life is a little worse, it is at least more stable than this. Rest in peace. Ace did one last thing and disappeared into the underground laboratory with Luogia. Although he did something to Zale Aporo's laboratory, Ace just used a low-level keto to burn the specimens inside. This was not a breach of contract, and Zale Aporo would not be too angry, right? In a way, Zale Aporo was not even angry when he rushed back to the laboratory, or there was no time to be angry. The fire in the laboratory had been put out by him. Advertisement. The fire did not cause much impact on the main body of his laboratory. Except for changing the interior decoration, there was no other impact, but the damage was devastating. Walking in the ash-filled laboratory, everything was familiar to Apollo, but also strange. This was the 006th experiment subject, a peacock like Jakkas. Zale Aporo remembered how charming his glowing purple was. During the short break in the experiment, Zale Aporo occasionally drank a cup Seredi refreshing liquid, enjoying his perfect body curve in midair. Now he fell to the ground and broke into several pieces, his whole body burned black like an ugly loach, and the beautiful purple color became a thing of the past forever. Then there was subject 346, whose spiral horn was beautiful and hard, a rare and wonderful material. What made this beautiful thing happen? Sal Tongbo. Now he only had that horn left, lying in a pile of black ash. And the bony arms, the soft and hard subject 158. Zale Aporo remembered the true face of each of them, and the good times he had spent with them. These were his treasures, but now they only existed in his memory. Oh my god, how could someone do this to you? How could it be so cruel? No. Zale Aporo looked at the chaos along the way, and the intermittent voice echoed in the empty study, so desolate, like 10 mothers who accidentally lost their children. A mother who lost her child, this is indeed Arnold's description of today's Zale Aporo's best words. His heart is like being surrounded by countless tiny thorns. These thorns pierce his heart millimeter by millimeter, pierce his nerves, and torture his soul. Zale Aporo walked out of the laboratory numbly, and then his face began to completely distort. The feelings of heartache, regret and nostalgia were mixed together, and it was not until Zale Aporo walked into the last room that he completely broke out. Chapter 474. Yoruichi looking for her husband, Shinigami. No matter where you hide, I won't let you go. You lowly ant, I'll make your skin into footpads. No, I'll take out your bones one by one. Ah. Uncontrollable anger accompanied Ryotsu, erupting like an erupting volcano. Even under the destruction of Hado No. 33, the laboratory, which was still intact, was trembling at this moment. This was a rare misconduct of Zale Aporo. This unknown Shinigami did all this, destroyed his 100 years of work, and ironically left an empty shell. Zale Aporo didn't even close his eyes, and a mouth that laughed indiscriminately appeared in front of him. This silent laughter was more insulting than 310 slapping him 1,000 times. What's more, no one can hit him, dare to hit him, and is qualified to hit him. Find him, in Hueco Mundo, in the present world, and even in Soul Society, find him, at all costs. Zale Aporo kept roaring, you really have to find him at all costs. Walking in the maggot nest, Urahara Kazuki looked at the wanted posters posted on the wall about Ace's disguised identity, aka, and felt helpless. His marriage was abandoned. No, it should be his marriage was robbed. It doesn't feel right. Anyway, Yoruichi, who didn't get married, has gone a little crazy. You mean those? It's been posted for a long time. Yoruichi in front glanced around and said casually, this was posted 2 years ago. At that time, I thought there were some old guys here. Maybe some of them knew that old B******************* D. In the end, it seems to have failed. Urahara Kazuki curled his lips. Not to mention how ridiculous it is to show the wanted posters to these people who have been in prison for who knows how long. Just the face of Ching covered by the mask is outrageous enough. There are so many masks like this in Soul Society. Of course, this is a failure. It has been proven that the reason why this old B************* D is an old B******** D is that he must be old enough to live a long life. Especially when someone is thinking about him. CHBJ, FC Shaw. Yee. While saying this, she couldn't help clenching her teeth. Every time she talked about Kai, her cheeks would hurt for a while. 2 years have passed, and the other party still hasn't put Ace back. Cultivate, advertisement. I'm afraid he won't give up until he's old. By then, her husband may have seen through the world. He may even become bald like old man Yamamoto. Such a scene is unimaginable, too cruel. You old B******************************** D, you can't pass this custom to your disciples without marrying a wife. The Shihuan family is still counting on Ace to carry on the family line, don't go too far. Okay, that's all for the maggot list, except for the person behind you, you can choose anyone as long as you don't kill them. If you understand, I'll leave, Yoruichi said angrily, pretending to leave, but Urahara Kazuki stopped her immediately. What's wrong? Did I offend you? I thought you asked me to transfer you to the second team to help me find that old B********************** D, but you came to slack off. Yoruichi Kaido. Urahara Kazuki looked at Yoruichi's pair of dark eyes and really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ace's disappearance really hit Yoruichi, Ace's fiancé, hard. Chapter 475. A strange combination of circumstances. It's not like I haven't helped you find him, you said it yourself. For this old B************* D, the most important thing is to live a long life. Don't be too hasty. Ace will definitely come back in 1,000 or 800 years at most, Urahara Kazuki said. Yoruichi couldn't help but cover her forehead when she heard this. Isn't it what she fears the most? But where did that old B********** D take Aisu? In the past 2 years, Rukongai has been turned upside down by her. However, it is almost impossible to find the most likely murderer, so she can only try her best to obey the arrangement of fate. Yoruichi was distressed and could only breathe a sigh of relief. Let's continue to train Sui Feng. The child's Zanpakuto is too perfect. Try hard and see if you can develop it again. If this old B******* D really puts Ace back after 1,000 years, let Sui Feng hit him because it's not a blessing. Watching Yoruichi's figure disappear in the group, Urahara Kazuki took out a pendant from his arms. He really didn't know how his Ace in Hueco Mundo, but he doesn't seem to be in any danger. The foolish greedy will never close their mouths, this is called arrogance. Zale Aporo smiled, slowly closed his palms, and his long skirt dragged out of his laboratory with a gloomy laugh. Advertisement, wait and see, Zale Aporo brought a disaster called punishment. Several ghostly figures in the laboratory swayed back and forth in laughter, like wind chimes swaying in the wind. They watched their master leave step by step, waiting for the laboratory to be filled up little by little, and Eclipse was a Shinigami who came to the virtual country. Because he took Ryujin away, Zale Aporo had a way to find Ace, but Ace didn't know at the moment, and he didn't know what Zale Aporo had prepared. But Ace, who returned to the Manos Grande forest, looked at everything in front of him, and it was still quite a headache. This operation not only found Ryujin, one of his original targets, but also caught a man named Luo Hua on the way to help Ace distract Baragan's attention. Luo Hua, the famous minister of Chukas who can only use the ability of stasis breeding. After that, he also successfully escaped. At least Ace didn't think that there would be any accidents in bringing him back, which was enough to make a completely ordinary Ajukas proud. Theoretically, Luo Hua could not escape, especially when Baragan personally went to hunt him down. Luo Hua could not completely hide his Ryotsu, and at worst he would be a captive. Therefore, Ace planted Keto in his body at the beginning. Once he was discovered by Baragan, it would trigger Keto to explode at Baragan and make him completely forget the existence of Ryotsu in Zale Aporo's laboratory. Luo Hua never knew that he had been so close to a cannon fodder. If he knew, he would definitely not be as grateful as he is now. Yes, different from the initial life being forced to help, but now he succumbed to Ace from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, he was able to successfully escape from the clutches of Baragan, and even in his own words, he could be said to have played a trick on the great Hueco Mundo, all of which were brought by the adult in front of him. As a mere Ajukas, I don't know how many there are in Hueco Mundo, but I was able to play with the Lord of Hueco Mundo. Chapter 476. Detailed explanation of abilities. This ability to stagnate seemed insignificant to him, but through Ace's hands, it could do more than he thought, which made Luo Hua re-examine himself. Perhaps the adults were teaching me that even the weakest abilities have the potential to shine. A mistake Ace made about the ability to stagnate was that Luo Hua relied mainly on consciousness, not Ryotsu, to drive it. So, after Luo Hua stagnated the last boundary-breaking symbol, he stopped several Joshans that were about to be launched on the road. After waiting for Baragan's people to find the last Ryotsu, King Hua cancelled the stagnation and fired Sero at Baragan's people in two completely different directions. None of these would hurt Baragan, not even at close range. But his purpose was to distract Baragan and prevent him from moving in the right direction. The end result was that Luo Hua was safe, and the feeling of evolution made his blood boil. Finally, Ace's appearance made him even more excited. This adult is really teaching him. Hearing this, Ace was surprised that great things always happen unpredictably, and at the same time made a new plan for Luo Hua, both for his ability to stagnate and for himself. The ability is triggered by will instead of Ryotsu, so is this ability effective? Why is it affected by the strength of Ryotsu? Or, is it not Ryotsu that impressed him? Ace looked at Luo Hua, who was teaching Tate not far away. He wanted to start analyzing and studying the ability to stagnate right away, but now is not the time, there are more important things to do. This is what has troubled Ace for a while. His target Luo Jia has an ability to attract people, and now he has an ability to stagnate. The pain of happiness is really disturbing. It has been a while since Luo Jia woke up, but she was not able to move again until recently, and she could not do anything. Ace will not treat Kaido, he can only let Luo Jia recover a little by herself. Fortunately, after waking up, Luo Jia was very obedient, and he didn't even need to threaten him. Advertisement Luo Jia thanked him and wanted to follow him, and he didn't have to answer any questions, saving Ace a lot of effort. Ace also learned from Hueco through Luo Jia Mundo's upper echelons got more information. Information about the future Espada. Besides Baragan and Zale Aporo, there is not much information, but some strange things are still interesting, such as the moving desert of bones, which reminds you of a person. The rest is the ability of the dream spirit itself. After all, that is the most urgent thing for Ace to know. Whether he can control someone like Zale Aporo depends on Luo Jia. When Zaraki Futaba invited Ace, they said that Nijia's ability is to absorb his thoughts. However, this is just something Zaraki Futaba guessed from his own experience, and it is not Luo Jia's real ability. The real name of Luo Jia's power in 4.1 is Soul-Stealing Web, and the mind assimilation mentioned by Zaraki is completely different. In short, mind assimilation is to allow different individuals to think about the same thing in the same way, so as to make the same choice and deal with the same things, so that all people look the same and get rid of various emotions. Luo Jia Paramia's Soul-Stealing Web is much more complicated. Chapter 477. Beautiful Misunderstanding. First, Luogia can weaken the enemy's willpower to a certain extent by releasing a special toxin. This is Soul Plunder. The spider web woven by Luogia transmits his own consciousness, and wherever the silk thread reaches, there is Luogia's existence. If the connected things have individual consciousness, Luogia can also connect with the consciousness of others through the silk thread, thereby invading the consciousness of others and transforming it, weaving the enemy into the form he likes. It can be said that Soul Plunder is for weaving a web, but the soul web woven by Luogia will also trap the enemy firmly in it, unable to be free, which is equivalent to taking away the enemy's soul. In other words, Luogia can use her own preferences to shape people with various personalities, rather than simply turning people into her own. Although it can be done, it is completely different from mind assimilation. According to Luogia's own description, when she first invaded Soul Society, her ability was still in the early stages, and the weaving network could only be based on her own template. There is a process of weaving a web, and Ryujin remembers that she has not done it yet. When she was stopped by a tall Shinigami, her consciousness was scattered in the bodies of several Shinigami. Perhaps it was because of this scene that Zaraki Shuang also had the speculation of mental assimilation. It can only be said that this is a wonderful misunderstanding. But Yaoji's power will dissipate. Another is that although Ryuji's weaving web is almost irreversible, once it reaches the level of consciousness, the thread that transmits consciousness is composed of spiritual power. It also means that if the will is strong enough and the smell of fighting is sharp enough, when it senses that something is wrong, it can stop the process in time. Just like when they first invaded the Soul Realm, they did not give Qingye a chance. Before there was enough power, he played the role of icing on the cake. However, these 2 points are not the decisive factors affecting Ace's plan. What really bothers Ace is another defect of the soul-stealing net, a defect that is not a defect. According to Ryuji's description, the ability to weave the soul web is not for transformation, not for maintaining the consciousness of others, while giving others the idea of absolute trust or loyalty. Ryuji's ability is a complete recreation. With her current power, she can only create some extremely simple, almost instinctive personalities, such as gluttony. These are all manipulated by her, not to mention research. She doesn't even have the most basic thinking ability, and can only show a fixed action of an advanced machine at most. This gives Ace a headache. He can use Ryuji's ability to control what he wants to control, but if he loses his personal consciousness, he is putting the cart before the horse. It is more valuable for top powerhouses like Stark and Nellilu to have superior combat instincts, which is the ability to improvise in battle, which is the so-called combat wisdom. For scientists like Zaya Laporo, their ideas shine with a unique light. If they are really turned into idiots without self-awareness, then their existence will be meaningless, at least for Ace. However, this defect cannot be made up. When Ryujin invaded Soul Society, she instinctively used her ability. Chapter 478. The Probability of Despair. All that can be done is to turn the soul-weaving object into one of her. Up to now, she has been able to shape a character that does not belong to her, which is an improvement in the accuracy and strength of her control. The abilities of Zanpakuto and Manos Grande representing Shinigami still need to be improved. For example, the Zanpakuto from Shikai to Bankai is not only a significant improvement in the level of Ryotsu, but also an increase in the strength of their abilities. There is even Sui Feng's Zanpakuto, Suzambaki, whose Bankai and Shikai abilities are a special case of two extremes, and they go in opposite directions. Roga, still in the Ajuka's stage, is still in the stage of being limited by his abilities. Just like the Shinigami of Shikai just now, he may not really understand his abilities. Only after Bankai, the Shinigami began to dominate his Zanpakuto. According to Ace's reasoning, Roga Paramaya should have evolved into Vasto Lord before seeing his own power clearly. It seems to be the most direct and convenient way to make Ryujin a Vasto Lord in a short time, which is also one of the areas Ace is studying. From the void to the Manos Grande is a process of Ryotsu promotion, and becoming a conscious Jillian is a process of will over instinct, is the path to evolve to the Yajuankas. So the conscious Jillian only needs to continue to devour its own kind, and it will sooner or later become Ajukas. However, the evolution of Ajukas into Vasto Lord is a huge problem. Ace has not experienced an encounter with a Manos Grande at the level of Vasto Lord, and he has not seen the birth process of Vasto Lord, so the source of all information at that time was Boja. Advertisement but Ryuji's description of Vasto Lord is too abstract. In her opinion, the Manos Grande of Vasto Lord is fear itself, representing the terrible existence of death. This makes Ace look like he is looking at an abstract painting, only knowing that it looks good, but not knowing why it looks good. These are 10 head-scratching works. Ryuji's answer to the question of how Ajukas evolve into Vasto Lord is similar to what Ace knows. That is, you need to constantly devour and increase Ryotsu until Ryotsu reaches a point where it can no longer grow, but it has not evolved yet, which means you cannot evolve into Vasto Lord. Whether an Ajukas can become a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande is destined from birth, and it is the fate of every hollow. It is unchangeable for every Ajukas level Manos Grande, and good fate only favors a few lucky people. There are very few Vasto Lords. In Hueco Mundo, Meng Jia knows about only 5 or 6, no more than 10. How many are there in Ajukas? A strong Ajukas can eat thousands of Ajukas a day, and this process can last for several years or even hundreds of years. Therefore, it is not easy to become a Vasto Lord level, Lili Hao, Manos Grande, but in terms of numbers, it is much more difficult than becoming a captain in the Gode 13. That's why Seirei keeps saying that 10 Vasto Lord level Manos Grandes can destroy the entire Soul Society. Ace knows that this is just an exaggeration, unless it is Seirei without a captain. 10 ordinary Vasto Lord level Manos Grandes? They can only warm up old man Yamamoto, but it's just a dream to destroy Soul Society. Advertisement Chapter 479. A brand new road, but it is undeniable that the inexplicable fate of human intervention in the evolution of Vasto Lord level Manos Grande is a problem that must be solved, and Ace still knows nothing about it at this time. Perhaps from the perspective of the Shinigamiization of Hollow, Manos Grande like Ajukas is regarded as a Shinigami who has realized Shikai, and Vasto Lord as a Shinigami who has mastered Bankai. The difference between Shikai and Bankai couldn't be clearer. Bankai is to materialize the body of Zanpakuto and make it succumb. However, Manos Grande does not have Zanpakuto, but his ability is equivalent to an invisible Zanpakuto. From another perspective, Zanpakuto can also be said to be the talent of Shinigami. This has been confirmed by Ace in the past. When he was underground, he 067 relied on the 81st Bakudo, splitting void to block Yoruichi's Shikai. This is a special Bakudo that can completely defend against Hado below 89. Luigi's ability can also be blocked by splitting void, which is enough to prove that Ace's idea is not a problem. The next step is how to make this gift Kido concrete and conquer. To be honest, it is really not easy to achieve this without the medium of Zanpakuto. So Ace's current thinking is still on the exploration of Kido, or to Kido as Luigi's ability. This is completely different from the process of Ace's initial development of Kido. Everyone has different feelings about the process of releasing Kido. And Ace has a unique advantage in this regard. In the process of releasing Kido, he uses his own spirit to create different patterns. Advertisement. As he continues to go deeper, the lines drawn by Ace become clearer and clearer in his perception, allowing him to draw some partial patterns of advanced Kido. Analyze their functions, and then change them to form a new Kido to meet his expectations. In essence, this is actually a split and reorganization of a known Kido, and strictly speaking, it is not a brand new Kido. Now this is a completely different process. He wants to Kido Luigi's ability, which means he has to depict a brand new Kido, and perhaps every part of the Kido that is different from the one he already knows is depicted. It is a completely new and huge project. Although it is unknown, it is exciting. This is the path that every seeker of knowledge, seeker of truth, and pioneer will take, and now Ace has finally come to the starting point and started his own long journey. Starting with Luigi's ability to weave souls, Ace began to explore the true face of Kido. In fact, there is no shortage of abilities to attack at the level of consciousness. In Soul Society, the Zanpakuto Nifu owned by Hiriko Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division, and the Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu owned by Aizen Sosuke, who is now the vice captain of the 5th Division, have the ability to affect the enemy's consciousness. However, because Luigia uses her ability as a medium, the means for her own consciousness to enter the other party's consciousness have not yet appeared in the soul realm. What is the process of soul-stealing web and how it transmits consciousness through Ryotsu's silk thread are all curious things. These things cannot be decided by Luoja alone. He needs to see it with his own eyes and even experience it with his own hands. Chapter 480. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. So when Mengya recovered, Ace began to study her ability. Starting with the use of ordinary unconscious Jillian, Luigi's ability to paralyze the enemy, on the surface, as she said, is through the invasion of silk threads. From the Kido inserted into the enemy's body in advance, from the beginning of the invasion to the end of the invasion, the target's body parts and Ryotsu did not suddenly change. The target changed silently. After weaving, the Ryotsu of the woven did not change, which can explain why the woven was able to return to its original state after Bojia's death. The soul-stealing weaving net is also only used to bind the other party's consciousness, not to attack it directly. What is the experience of consciousness being invaded and transformed? This is something Ace urgently needs to know, but it is difficult to understand just by endlessly trying other things. This level of consciousness does not seem to bring any changes to the body. Ace understands that in order to understand an ability more clearly, nothing is more direct and effective than becoming the master of this ability. Just like Yoruichi, the body was damaged again and again, and the difference in Ryotsu between different Kido was experienced, so that white hits and Kido could combine as perfectly as possible to develop this technique. The ability to affect the level of consciousness, what needs to be observed most is also the ability to affect consciousness, not the body. Advertisement. Of course, there is no way to observe consciousness now, unless he himself is the object of observation. Ace turned himself into an experimental subject, and at the same time was in the best observation position. He believed that this was possible, because his powerful soul determined that he was sensitive to Ryotsu and Kido's release. Especially in the absence of a trusted helper, this is tantamount to giving up his own life. Even lunatics like Netiri and Zael Apuro would not take this step easily. Is Ace crazy? Obviously he is not. He is more cautious than anyone else and cares more about his retreat. With the ability of static recording, Ace can ensure his safety even if he is alone. But this does not mean that Ace can do whatever he wants. After all, Ace has not tried whether the ability of static writing can offset the effects of Nifu or Kyoka Suigetsu. He had to eat one bite at a time. He had to take it step by step. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So at the beginning, Ace kept Bankai released while allowing Luigia to use the ability of weaving the web to invade his consciousness without using the ability of mind invasion. Advertisement. This was to see what a relatively direct attack on the consciousness level would feel like. 0, but it failed, and Shuangxi's consciousness could not penetrate Ace's body at all. The reason is unknown. Even Luigia herself was the same. 100 years ago, she had no chance when she fought against Kuyashiki Kenpachi. Now, Ace gave her a chance, but she couldn't invade. With no choice, Ace had to let Luigia use all his abilities while weakening himself a little bit. After a period of constant adjustment, he was almost defenseless at this time. Luigia, did you use your ability correctly? Ace felt the fatigue of his body, which was the effect of Shajia's attack on him. Despite Tate's 5 Jillians, he was still in this state again. Chapter 481. Beauty and Ugliness, almost done, Lord Kai. Luojia's cheerful voice came from behind. Ace's mouth twitched slightly. As soon as he turned around, Luojia's big face almost stuck to his body. If it weren't for the crystal-clear clothes in the other's hand, Ace would have punched him. Lord Kai, does this dress look good? Luojia said as she put the skirt on Ace. The crisp sound of 2, 1, 3 was out of tune with her spider-like body. It seems a bit too wide, I will make some changes. Ace didn't know what to say, he couldn't say the words he was going to teach. From rescuing Luojia to taking care of her freedom and letting her cooperate with his experiments, Luojia acted like an inexperienced little girl, and in the eyes of the other party, he was like her father. At first, Ace's heart was still closely guarded, however, as he came into contact, his heart gradually relaxed. It seems that he really has a loyal follower, but this follower occasionally makes some actions that make him lose his voice. This is not bad. Very nice. Ace held back for a long time, but in the end he didn't come up with such an inspiring sentence. He was helpless. He was really a person who was willing to accept gentle words rather than tough words. But I didn't order you to knit a sweater, Luojia. Oh, I'm sorry, Yins, Luojia said, sticking out her tongue, her voice full of indescribable cuteness. Seeing this scene, Ace turned his head silently. The gap between the sound and the picture was too big, it was so big that his heart seemed to be suffering from repeated blows. Don't worry. The next step of the experiment will be to go all out, and the invasion degree can be at 35%, understand? Yes. Luojia nodded. Remember, Yinshinrin. Ace listened and slowly closed his eyes. It was indeed out of sight, out of mind, the ancients did not lie to me. The experiment started again. No, the experiment finally started. Luojia looked at the back of Ace in front. No matter how long he looked at the back, it was so charming. Advertisement Luojia is indeed like a little girl, but she has experienced the most desperate moments. So she understood that Ace did not regard her as an equal. One is a Shinigami, and the other is a hollow, how can they be equal? But unlike Zale Aporo, Ace needs her ability, but not just for experiments. Teaching the way of Kido by herself, experimenting on herself, in order to let her grow into a vasto lord. Ace's behavior helped Luojia regain the feeling of being respected in her life. Even as a subordinate, it is enough to follow him forever. The Manos Grande forest is on a hollow tree about 10 kilometers away from Ace. A blurry picture floats in the air. 3.6 Ace, Luojia, Ashido and others are all in it. So ugly, after leaving me, have you lost your beauty, Niu? A long and sharp nail scratched Luojia Paramia's screen and moved towards Ace in front of him. Release the 5th batch of hungry dogs. Yes, Master Zale Aporo. A respectful but fearful voice sounded. Chapter 482, Sudden Change. When Zale Aporo heard the answer, he didn't even turn his head. His long nails somehow dug deep into the body of the painting. Arrogant invader, the day we meet is coming soon. Luo Hua looked at Tate, his Ryotsu was getting stronger and stronger. He smiled and nodded. If this trend continues, Tate will evolve to the Ajuka's level Manos in a day or two Grande's level. Just when Luo Hua was feeling proud in his heart, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The garbage is coming, clean it up quickly. Yes, big sister. Luo Hua shouted, subconsciously raising his head until the words came out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head and met Luojia's unfriendly eyes. If you make a fuss again and disturb the adults, I will kill you. Luo Hua didn't need to blow his hair to know what the expression on Meng Ting meant. Advertisement a few days ago, he accidentally filled a place. If it weren't for Meng Nan's attack, the other party would probably have pounced on it. Although it would not pose a threat to the adults, it would definitely interfere with the adults' practice. After a while, Luo Hua experienced a memory blank, so he came back to his senses and actually found that his body was buried in the ground, with only half of his head in the ground. You just felt like a tree, and if there is a next time, you might feel that your hands are delicious. Meng Piao, who said these words with a smile, left a deep impression on Li Sen. The adults are still the supreme adults, but from that moment on, Meng Jia is his big sister. But even if the adults care about her, she is also his big sister. Luo Hua muttered to himself, and then walked in the direction where Luo Jia directed him. It's not good to just talk about trash. After all, they belong to their own kind. In this Manos Grande forest, there are many red-eyed, mad dogs. Sure enough, everyone looked at the dark sky in front of them, and their eyes were lightning. They were probably starved to death. This is a good place to find confidence, just like now, when Luo Hua uses his ability to stagnate, these guys will let him do whatever he wants, making him feel that he dominates everything. Advertisement, no one can escape this net. Hedgehog Head has learned his lesson this time. Luo Jia, who was still beside Ace, saw through the silk threads in the forest that Luo Hua had executed his orders well, so he no longer paid attention to the matter. This is a pretty good job, but the black smoke coming out of the just-killed shoe is really disgusting. He must be cleaned up by Luo Hua before he can come back. It would be bad if he smoked Lord Kai, but if Luo Hua was with Luo Jia, no, he didn't have to be with 390, as long as he could move, even if it was just his mouth, he would tell Luo Jia that he didn't kill the smoke-spraying shoe. It exploded by itself, but now he has been tied up like a dumpling, and the surrounding shoe are still bursting, and the black smoke is spreading wantonly. These are not ordinary shoe, obviously not affected by stagnation, but pretending to be a stagnation appearance, and suddenly showing fangs when he approaches. With the sudden outbreak of black smoke, Another body also suddenly burst out with a white skull-like thing tied to his body, sealing his mouth, and controlling him step by step to move in an unknown direction. Chapter 483. Analysis by Zalapuro. The black smoke was to deceive Luigi Paramia's eyes, and the skeleton was to catch himself. Was the target of each other himself? Of course it was possible, but Luo Hua would rather believe that the target was an adult. Luo Hua tried desperately to control his body to do something, but now his mind was clear, but he couldn't control his body, as if it was not his. The target has been captured and is flying towards us, Master Zalapuro. I understand, be careful, your dirty hands are not worthy of leaving a scar on him, you are going to. I understand. Then retreat. Zalapuro waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the screen. In Zalapuro's memory, this forest of Menos Grande, or the lower Hueco Mundo, is so old that it is not familiar at all. If it weren't for the Shinigami on the screen, Zalapuro swore that he would never set foot here again. The lowest level of the virtual pavilion has no meaning, nor is there an object of interest to him. Although he came with anger, Zalapuro did not go directly to Ace. A person who could break into his laboratory in a short time and remove the traps that trapped him in an extremely sharp way was not someone who could be dealt with easily. At the same time, Byler's trap seemed to have been tricked. Advertisement 2 bold Shinigami, or more than 2. Zalapuro, who had just arrived, was not clear about this. What he wanted was to capture those stupid intruders alive and make them into the best carpet possible. Just killing or repelling them was simply too cheap for the other party, so Zalapuro began to collect data on Ace. Although Ace left no trace in the laboratory, Zalapuro was able to infer some useful information from the incidental details. The first was a completely different way of getting in and dealing with traps, which was precise and successful at one time, proving that the other party's perception of Ryujin was very powerful. This door requires force to break. At least the powerful Ajukas can do this, but even with brute force, the other party's control is very delicate, indicating that this is not his limit, and Ryujin is definitely not a low slave. The destruction of the internal trap is straightforward and will not delay time. This shows that the other party is very sensitive to his own Ryujin controlled very confidently. Of course, this confidence was not arrogant. Finally, he took his experimental subject, but ignored the experimental data in his experimental degree. Zalapuro understood that this Shinigami was not like a scientist like him. Frankly speaking, he was a barbarian wielding a knife. Although he had a brain, he was a fool, not because he dared to offend the noble Zalapuro, but because he was stupid. But now it seems that the last one can be temporarily deleted by Nuo Zhao. A cute little guy who can stagnate things. Interesting things are enough to fill his last empty room, but more interesting is the Shinigami himself. Take yourself as an experimental subject? This is crazy, I like. Zalapuro's fingers moved. You should be a talking mural on the wall of my room now, but if you are more interesting. Chapter 484. Raid. Zalapuro was talking to himself in the tree hole, and his transformed void was slowly approaching Ace and Luigia. I can have 3 more experimental subjects in my laboratory. The black smoke gradually developed into a barrier to block the senses, gradually spreading deep into the forest, to the cave where Aceto lived. This batch of voids was deliberately modified by Zalapuro, showing great patience, without external interference, allowing the black smoke to spread naturally, and he took advantage of the smoke to move forward little by little. There were evil spirits in the smoke, but Luigia and Ace knew nothing about it. Luigia's lack of response was understandable. She had been a follower of Zalapuro for hundreds of years, and he had been studying her for some time. Zalapuro knew Luigia better than she herself. As for Ace, if he couldn't sense the place where Luihua was captured, he could still feel something when the void approached, even if Zalapuro managed to block his senses. However, as Luigia continuously increased his invasion level to the current 80%, he was right to experience the feeling of maximum conscious resistance while staying awake, at the cost of having to devote most of his energy to his ministers. If it was the upper Hueco Mundo, this method would be too bold. But now they're in the forest of Menos Grande, mostly just ordinary hollows in the lower Hueco Mundo where Jillian lives. In such a place, if these people must always be vigilant to survive, then Luigia and Luihua can both be reshaped, and Ashido can consider committing suicide. Perhaps the only fact that is overlooked is that Zalapuro was able to find himself so accurately without anyone noticing. Advertisement. This is the drama that Zalapuro has been preparing for Ace, and now the prologue of this drama is about to be unveiled as he should be. The smoke finally dispersed less than a kilometer away from Ace. Although the smoke was dissipating, Mengyuparami Yashu, who had been watching closely, decided to disperse it. How can such filth be allowed to approach adults? Just as Luo Jia was thinking about this, Sha, a pelican-like virtual in the smoke suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. When it flew into the sky, his chin seemed to swell up. As if rising to the fireworks column, accompanied by a loud bang above the head, the pelican in the air suddenly exploded. The small body actually created a dark lake above Ace and others. Then, it fell to the ground under the action of gravity, like a magnificent waterfall, pouring down from the night sky. This effect has reached its limit. It's really imperfect, the material is really poor. Zalapuro raised his chin and shook his head. He saw Ashido waving his sword and swinging it into the distance. It looks good, he said to himself, but I have much more than that. As soon as the words fell, a black waterfall suddenly jumped out from several white wide bands, twisting its body like a headless snake to attack Asido. Meng Jia, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and swiped his forelimbs. Several silk threads flew straight into the air, flying towards those things that were unknown whether they were dead or alive, hoping that Asido would not be disturbed, and split the waterfall above his head. Chapter 485. Mental State. Ashido had no gratitude for Roha's kindness. He swung his sword a few times, and the white wide belt that was about to tie him up was cut into pieces. Nothing more. Originally, he thought this sudden incident was a big trouble, but now it seems that the other party's body is at the level of an ordinary void, not worth mentioning at all. Just as Alito was disdainful in his heart, the belt suddenly spun in the air, and a small round mouth opened on the wide surface, and the whole belt quickly shrank, as if it was sucked into the mouth by the small mouth. One after another, purple light balls lit up around Ashido, and when these light bands disappeared completely, they turned into cannonballs and shot towards Ashido in midair. Phew! Zale-Laporo looked at the purple light, with his arms stretched out like a conductor. Roha was very familiar with the purple light that engulfed Ashido. She thought everything was over and she was no longer afraid. But when the familiar smell appeared again, Roha's body still trembled involuntarily. 100 years of nightmare is not so easy to dispel. Master Kai, hurry up! Luo Jia trembled and lowered her head, looking at the place where Ace's figure was not on the open ground. Advertisement, Master Kai? Catch him, Luo Jia. A familiar voice came from the air. Luo Jia looked out, and a figure fell vertically. Luo Jia reached out and grabbed him in time. It was no one else, it was Axido surrounded by purple light. Thank you. Although the mask covered Axido's face, his voice sounded awkward. Where is the master? Luo Jia Paramaya was about to ask when the purple light that exploded in the air was cut off from the middle. The white Ryatsu surged upwards, splitting the falling waterfall into two. After flying for a while, it dissipated. Master Kai, it's Zale-Laporo, he's coming. Luo Jia shouted in fear. I know, Advertisement Ace said lightly. He and Zale-Laporo had fought in the laboratory, and he knew the opponent's Ryatsu, so Zale-Laporo must have found them. But this time it was really bad, and for the sake of research his mental state was worse than ever before. Zero in fact, at the moment when Shu suddenly appeared, Ace had already woken up. But the continuous experiments actually made him disappear for a short time, that kind of drunken feeling, and everything he saw was abstract. After waiting for Ashido to rush up, he was able to recover, and in a sense something was wrong, rushing to save Ashido. But this does not mean that he is fine, in fact, he is in trouble. Under normal circumstances, he would break through the light ball and pass through the waterfall above. Ryatsu would not overflow at all. It's just that his body and mind have lost synchronization. This incoordination has a greater impact on people with his fighting style. So now is not the time to meet Zale-Laporo, but it seems that this is not something he can decide. With just one glance, Luo Hua disappeared. At least he was caught by Zale-Laporo, and it is estimated that he is finished. The black liquid falling in the downpour is not normal. It is obviously made by Zale-Laporo. It is not clear what effect it has, only that it has no corrosive power. Chapter 486. Plotting against each other. Did it appear? Interesting. Zale-Laporo rubbed his hands in the tree hole. Let me see what you can do first. Rain splashed in the forest, which was rare in Hueco Mundo. Although the black rain could not fall on them with Ace's knife, he still felt a little uneasy. The unknown is the most terrifying. This feeling of being calculated step by step, he really, 0-0, experienced it for the first time. He thought of many possibilities in his mind. At the same time, he turned his wrist slightly and put his fingers on the hilt of the sword. He hoped that doing so would eliminate the inharmonious feeling in his body as soon as possible. However, Zale-Laporo did not seem to intend to give him the opportunity to waste time. The air in the forest suddenly became distorted. 5 black cavities, twisted open, a strong Ryatsu, filled the air. Goo-goo. As soon as he walked out of the black cavity, a cyanojukas puffed up his cheek. Even when he walked to the open space where Ace was, the harsh sound did not diminish at all. Luo Jia instinctively blocked her ears with her forelimbs, but it seemed to have no effect. The sound seemed to crush the flesh and blood under her hard skin. Tate, who was still only Yu Leon, was holding his head and yelling. On the other hand, Ashido was even more miserable. Although Kido blocked his hearing in time, there was still a faint fishy and pungent smell in his nose. If he hadn't released Ryatsu in time, I'm afraid he would have spurted out a mouthful of old blood. The Ryatsu on the surface of the body is mainly used as the first line of defense for Shinigami. Compared with the natural hard-skinned Jukas, its loss is too great. Of course, Ace is not one of them. Sound waves and Ryatsu mixed together will affect him. But once hurt, he will die in Hueco Mundo, but the Ryatsu in the forest is too chaotic. Although his current poor mental health affects his perception of Ryatsu, there will be no such thing as irregular Ryatsu phenomena in all directions at the same time. Fugo Garcia, weakened by other aspects, focuses on improving its sound ability. A kind of interference with your senses, Jukas. Zale-Laporo looked at the picture in front of him, with his right hand on his chin and his index finger on his face. You must be afraid to come here. After all, for a telepath like you, you must feel that there are endless voids in the forest, too. Of course, Ferg couldn't do it alone. The problem was the black liquid scattered in the forest. The body's Ryotsu could not be stopped from dissipating. Even the Sero released by his Zalaporo's specially prepared Manos Grande could make use of the invisible Ryotsu that had dissipated. As long as they were in contact with a certain amount of Ryotsu at the same time, the liquid would absorb these Ryotsu and then release them in waves. 3.1 The more sensitive a person is, the more obvious the reaction to this phenomenon will be. Zalaporo could imagine that in Ace's perception, the Manos Grande forest at this moment was like a lake in the rain, rippling with completely confusing chaotic ripples. The situation was the same as Zalaporo thought, but there was only one thing. He didn't enter the forest not because he was afraid, but... You want to get behind me by putting on a layer of skin? Ridiculous. Chapter 487. Dazzling Light. Ace in the forest suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword with his left hand and swung the sword violently. The air on the left-hand side was cut by the sword, a column of blood rushed into the sky, and a round figure like a hill appeared in the air. How could this happen? Seeing Zalaporo's scene, he was a little surprised, and his hands stopped moving involuntarily. The invisible virtual name on the screen was Almond Chase. After his transformation, the fusion of his body and the surrounding environment reached a level that could not be distinguished by the naked eye, coupled with the continuous sound interference of Ferg. It can be said that this is the hidden Ajukas defined by Zalaporo, which is almost invisible. Is the sixth sense of Shinigami so puzzling? Or is the other party's perception stronger than he thought? Stronger than the noble Zalaporo? Interesting. Ace didn't know that he was praised by Zalaporo. He didn't kill the cunning little mouse with one knife. He was a little dissatisfied with himself. Turning on his toes, he caught up with Almond who was dragging Bloodline back, but in the other party's horrified eyes, he cut through with a knife. Almond's big head rotated in the air and landed on his chest. In his empty eyes, the last thing he saw was blood flowing from his neck, but he couldn't catch up with the Shinigami who killed him with a knife, the Shinigami who was going to plunder more lives. Although mosquitoes are ants, they are still annoying after listening for a long time. After only 1 or 2 steps, Ace saw Cass lying on the ground without making any sound. Just as he was about to completely deal with the person making the noise, a shadow shot down from the tree on Ace's right and appeared behind him the next second. Go to hell. A tall Ajukas with black moderate dots all over his body, like a dog, said. Its long tail, like a cone, pierced Ace's heart. Before he could be happy, the Ace Ning actually seemed to have disappeared, and the figure gradually disappeared. Advertisement, what do you want to say goodbye to? The old voice came from behind, and the white blade with a cold light fell from his head, but he could not see it. The knife light, which was colder than the knife light, was hidden behind the eyes of the mask. This knife was unavoidable. To be frank, even Zaraki Schwangye had to block this road. Having said that, a strange thing happened, and Chukas's upper body shrank like a deflated ball. There was a sudden explosion in the lower body, and the whole person turned rapidly to the right and flew out. Let this 353 inevitable knife, like a ribbon, hit the arm that rolled down. Ace was about to catch up and give the weird Chukas a knife. Suddenly, 6 bubbles appeared on the back of the frog like Ajukas, and his whole body became bigger. Gu. From the air, it spread in all directions like a wave of water, and the frog like the ground beneath Ajuka's feet was covered with dense cracks, and the large fake forest seemed to be made of quartz tree trunks, with cracks vibrating out. When a scarlet, dazzling light shone from behind the big tree behind the frog like Ajukas, Ace's eyes fixed. Chapter 488. Combat Values. The dark silhouette of the tree trunk quickly melted in the red light, a move unique to Manos Grande, Sero. The next to melt was Ace. What a fast speed. Only the speed can be compared with the revolving of Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. In the treehole, Zalaporo used the recording insect to record various data of Ace in battle and watch various data of Ace in battle. The Ajukas just now was almost split in half by Ace's knife. The Ajukas with small holes all over his body sacrificed the powerful Ryotsu in his body. In terms of speed, he almost reached the limit of Ajukas, and it was an extremely sensitive Ajukas he modified. What about the instant Ryotsu? Zalaporo looked at the scroll in front of him with interest. How will this terrible Shinigami deal with the coming Sero? In the forest, a white sword mark rose to the sky and stood in front of Ace, like a lonely reef in the rapids, separating the surging red tide. After separating Sero, the instigator also entered Ace's field of vision, a huge Ajukas with a forehead protruding like a cannon barrel. A round ball of light gradually gathered on his forehead, as if he wanted to release Sero again. But Ace didn't intend to pay attention for the time being. For him, the unknown frog like Ajukas was the problem that needed to be solved. Instantly taking a step forward, the back of the sword was on the side of the hand and waist level, and the man went out in the direction of the knife, wanting to kill the man in front with a blow. Advertisement. The ground suddenly shook, and a huge arm passed through the ground to block Ace in front of him. It seemed that Zalaporo was deliberately arranged to protect the Manos Grande of Fuge. The Ajukas hiding underground, Ace had never felt the opponent's Ryotsu before, not even at such a long distance. Either the opponent's control over Ryotsu is equal to his, or there is no Ryotsu in the opponent's body. In any case, one-hit kill. Hado 78, Shinwa Wheel, a solid white blade wheel clamp appeared as Ace Zanpakuto glided along the track. The entire space was split into 2 by the rotating blade wheel. The huge arm passed through the soil, and the whole body had swelled into a balloon, as well as the tall trees around them. They all split into 2 along the same line. After a long time, the noise finally stopped. The restless Ryutsu fluctuations in the jungle also gradually subsided. The remaining two people, including the Madara-point dog-like Ajukas who had just escaped, could not avoid Ace's perception. No, there should be 3 feet, and the Ajukas who lost one hand. He kicked the stone above his head angrily. I don't know if the long, dull roar was because of pain or anger. Ace has now been able to determine that there is no Ryutsu under the feet of this big guy, and there is no major threat except for the relatively solid surface of the crust. He, the good king, used the power of his feet to move straight to the blue veins flashing behind him. It was a thankless task to catch or avoid Sero. He did not intend to scare the other party, nor did he want to subdue the other party. He knew that these Ajukas were sent by Zealaporo to test him. There was no doubt that if he really wanted to end his life now, wouldn't it be more efficient if another person came to match them with these 5 unique Ajukas? Chapter 489. A belated meeting. Data-driven fighting style. This is really the constant fighting style of scientists. Ace shot killed the heavy turret in front of him. As he thought, these Ajukas, any vice-captain level Shinigami, as long as they are not killed instantly, they can easily play with this big guy, who even needs 2 to 3 seconds to turn his head. Such Ajukas must have been transformed. It turns out that this Ajukas, in sharp contrast to the one known for its speed, is Zealaporo who sacrificed most of his movements in exchange for the extraordinary Ryutsu in the Ajukas level Manos Grande. At this point, he has no interest in the next battle. It can be said that the test ended the moment these few Ajukas were killed 443, and his same luck in catching the opponent relying on these 5 pieces was completely ruined. Whether it is the hard skin that is comparable to the level of Vasto Lord or the speed, with the help of losing sensory interference, it will not cause any fluctuations. Zealaporo looked at the chart on his right hand and smiled. He already had the information he needed about this Shinigami's physical strength, Ryutsu structure, etc. That was the value of 5 pieces. It was unrealistic to expect them to achieve their goals. Zealaporo, Chag, glanced at Ace on the screen and slowly stood up. He couldn't wait to collect him. In the forest, Ace was slowly pulling out the Zanpakuto from the huge skull of his foot. Including the Madara-point dog that just tried to assassinate him by hiding behind the stone thrown by the guy, he had killed 5 Ajukas. Advertisement: the incoordination in his body had disappeared, but it didn't mean that he was back to his best condition. Mental damage could not be compensated by fighting warm-ups. But overall, his physical condition was much better than when he just woke up, and the Ryutsu consumed to deal with these 5 Ajukas was not in vain. Similarly, Zealaporo may have gotten the information he wanted, so he didn't know whether the enemy would continue to send Ajukas to consume the information, or whether he intended to end it all himself. The answer soon appeared. Ace slowly appeared a crack in the air, and a black cavity opened in front of him. Ace did not retreat either. He bombarded with a Ryutsu and aimed directly at the black cavity. No matter what was inside, he would first send a big gift. If the opponent did not have enough strength to catch it, then he would die inside. However, before it entered the black cavity, Ace's spirit jade dissipated. It seems that this gift was not liked by outsiders. Too impatient, this is not the way to treat guests, Shinigami. A neutral voice came from the darkness. But in the end, it was a wrong cycle. We are the host, but you don't seem to have the feeling of a guest. One by one, the Ajukas with unfriendly faces walked out of the black cavity, not rushing to attack, but standing in a row, as if welcoming something. It's a belated meeting, but you don't seem to be looking forward to it, hee hee hee. The neutral laughter sounded again, but it sounded scary. Chapter 490. The first Vasto Lord. But I've been looking forward to it. Now, we finally meet. The B***************** D who messed up my beloved laboratory. The owner of the voice slowly walked out of the darkness. I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself first. I'll only say it once, so you have to remember, Zealaporo Grants, which is also the name of your future master. Zealaporo, the last person to come out from the middle, has huge flat-topped mountains on both sides, looking like a small figure and posing no threat. But he is the most eye-catching existence in the team, and a unique Vasto Lord level aura cannot be concealed. Apollo at this time in the 8th Espada and Ace's memory can be said to be completely 2 people. Except for the dress of a medieval European noble lady, the 8th Espada in front of him has no human characteristics at all. Looking at him up close, it is even more uncomfortable. The lower body of the noble woman is composed of white tentacles like maggots. The hollow under the abdomen always reminds people of some bad things in the previous life. The tentacles curl back like the tentacles of an octopus. Of course, the number is far more than 8. The delicate mask has obvious facial features, but Ace can't find any familiar shadow on it. Shouldn't you introduce yourself too? No polite Shinigami. Zealaporo pointed at Ace and shook his head, then continued. But it's not surprising that a humble Shinigami would do this. This is what humble people should be like. Red. Ace said lightly. Yes, of course I know your name. I know you better than you know yourself. Zealaporo patted his temple. So give up, he said proudly. I don't want to leave too many scars on my experimental subject. Ace was speechless for a moment. This overconfidence, extreme narcissism, is no different from the previous life. However, this may be one of the common points of scientists. At least, Kuretsuchi Mayuri appears confident in front of anyone. Advertisement: I don't think you're hurt. Real ambition, but this is not something that ambition can avoid. Ask for flowers. Zealoporo's mouth twitched and said with a smile. You will soon know how naive and ridiculous you are when you say such things. But before that, I need to get back the experiment you stole. You go and bring back my lovely experiment. Of course, I don't want to see her get hurt. Yes, Lord Zealoporo. On both sides, Ajukas nodded slightly and walked behind Ace with a smile, as if he didn't care about him at all. It's okay to want to be a thief, but it's too presumptuous to do such a robbery in front of me. Just as Ace opened his mouth, the Zanpakuto on his waist immediately came out of the scabbard. Although Ajukas on his right subconsciously took a step back, his head was still chopped off by the knife, and Ace's trace disappeared from his sight. Really fast. At the same time, the thought that suddenly appeared in Ajuka's mind, not only the speed of his knife, but also his teleportation-like footwork, made them feel cold, and they had to look back. Chapter 491. Ajukas are like ants. Facing the flying tentacles, Ace did not retreat, and his left hand pointed straight in front of Zealoporo. Ace returned to the ground and killed another Ajukas with one sword. He turned around and said to the group. At the same time, Ace's figure flickered in the forest, and each time represented the death of an Ajukas. Two huge Ryotsu appeared out of thin air. When he raised his head, it was none other than Zealoporo who was behind him just now. 250. The next second, the four Chukas were cut in half by the white blade wheel that suddenly appeared. The last Ajukas who resisted fell under Ace's knife. Without the intervention of Vasto Lord's Manos Grande, they looked like a group of ants. Hado 78, Jeanwallen. Really, not far away, Zealoporo half knelt on the ground. His white body seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. Occasionally, a few flashes of lightning would appear on his body. He looked miserable. Because they know that if they don't stop, they will be the next. Hado 63, Fiery Lightning Howl, Advertisement. Just now, Zealoporo was just testing. If the opponent went all out, Ace couldn't guarantee whether Luo Jia would be caught by these Ajukas. Zealoporo showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he pulled towards Ace. The owner of the white blade tightly grasped by 5 fingers was none other than the missing Shinigami. The air was filled with the familiar voice of Zealoporo, and just as these Ajukas were about to answer, the old and deep voice came. It looks like this. The blue light exploded in the air with the crackling sound of electricity, engulfing Ace and Zealoporo. Not to mention that he retreated at the right time and stayed away from the most deadly core area of Fiery Lightning Howl. At most, his body stiffened slightly. Screams rang out one after another. On the ground, the Ajukas didn't know what to do. Of course, this was just how it looked. Zealoporo laughed weirdly. Of course, this was why Ace chose to use Fiery Lightning Howl. Advertisement, a new owner. The humble Shinigami has all kinds of interesting ideas. He. 1. Although he was not a Vasto Lord who was good at using a hard shell for defense, it was not a problem for him to resist the Hado dispersed by Ryotsu like Fiery Lightning Howl. Fast speed and large range. Although the power was not enough to threaten the life of a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande, the electric current it carried would still cause trouble to the enemy. At that moment, Zealoporo seemed to have lost the will to fight. His men were screaming his name before they died, as if he didn't exist at all. You are also one of the reasons why I came to Zugon. I wanted to give you more time, but I didn't expect you to come to me. This really exceeded my expectations. You came all the way to find me just to ask your new master how you are. Right, Zealoporo. It's a bit noisy. I don't like it very much. Ace raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and pointed at Zealoporo in the distance. Why did you all stop? A belated meeting. It's ridiculous. The speed was so fast that they had no chance to react. Chapter 492. White hot. Zealoporo stood up trembling. Who can be my master? Zealoporo. You mean Baragan? This really bothers me. To me, it's just a helper to help me collect materials. What about you? Zealoporo pointed at Ace with an evil smile. A chess piece I put on the chessboard a long time ago, dreaming of becoming a king. Unfortunately, he didn't know that his hands had been playing with his head. Are you still talking harshly? Ace sneered. The lesson just now seems not enough. You still don't believe me? Zealoporo asked back. He shook his head and said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. You will understand soon. Before that, let me clean up the stains on my body. Advertisement cleanliness is another characteristic of Zealoporo, but he is not the state of Arankar in the future. The hard white skin on his body is considered armor, but it is part of his body. The dirt on his body is not dust or mud. It is the wound caused by Fiery Lightning Howl. It is not very serious, but it cannot be washed off with water. Will Zealoporo perform skin replacement surgery in front of him? Zealoporo extended his tentacles into a pool of black water on the ground and sucked in the liquid he had used to interfere with Ace's perception before. In addition to distraction, I also added various drugs. The dust on Zealoporo gradually disappeared. Ace knew that if the opponent did not resist, the Fiery Lightning Howl just now would not affect him at all. The entire forest is also Zealoporo's medicine storehouse. This has become his main arena, allowing him to enjoy treatment while fighting. It is definitely not a good thing for Ace. However, it does not seem impossible to solve. He tiptoed, and Ace appeared in front of Zealoporo. As long as he does not give the opponent a chance to treat him, he can still do it. To the right, Zealoporo put down 5 fingers on his right hand. According to his data, Ace is used to making the first cut in a coincidental way. Of course, such a cut is very fast. It is hard to say whether he anticipated Ace's attack route in advance or stopped it in time. Advertisement 5 sword thin nails, and Ace's Zanpakuto appeared at the same time, colliding in the air. Hado 78, Hualin, do you think you can succeed? Zale Aporo laughed strangely. Facing the white blade wheel that appeared on Ace's blade, Zale Aporo was not afraid at all. His slender tentacles rolled towards Ace's ankles, and his left hand became a claw and grabbed it fiercely. Zale Aporo's words seemed to be a prophecy. The 157 machete appeared in less than a second, just like the wind was blown away by ordinary clouds. At the moment when Zanpakuto was released, Ace already felt something was wrong. While dodging the tentacles under his feet, he quickly moved to avoid Zale Aporo's grasp. Hado 78, Hualin, Ace waved the Zanpakuto in his hand and released the porcelain wheel that had just collapsed. At the same time, Ace's left hand clenched into a palm. Hado 33, circle pressure. The blue flame roared towards Zale Aporo like a wave, carrying the white blade wheel. Chapter 493. Ryujin structure. I didn't see any special moves from Zale Aporo. Just a point of the index finger, and Zanwalin was defeated directly. The blue flame in the pale flame also weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it was only nearly 100 meters away, and when it reached Zale Aporo, it was already a thin layer of flames. I'm not just talking about the moves you've already used. Zale Aporo stepped on the flames on the ground and walked over slowly. I've analyzed everything about you. Everyone has a unique Ryujin structure. As long as you understand this structure and know how to crack it, all your moves will no longer pose a threat to me. Zale Aporo was talking, and the people on both sides were distracted, monitoring each other's every move to prevent the body from attacking. On the other hand, Ace tried to attach Ryujin to his Zanpakuto. At this moment, he faced more than just the problem of the Ryujin structure being destroyed. The concept of the Ryujin structure does exist, but it does not represent a weakness in the move released through the power of Ryujin. Ace can do it well too. If you compare this action to a wooden table, different tables have different structures and shapes, but they are the same. So the mental structure is like a wooden table, whether it is mahogany, pear tree or some other wood, and this most basic structure is difficult to change. At least Ace cannot change it now. Therefore, Zale Aporo is right. If you can crack a person's Ryujin structure, then all the opponent's moves can be easily cracked. At this time, there is no need to judge the weakness of the press. This is a problem, but it is not insurmountable. Advertisement. After all, breaking a Ryujin structure is not something that can be done overnight. As long as you can hit the enemy before the structure is destroyed, it is no longer important whether the enemy has destroyed your mental structure, so this is not the most troublesome thing for Ace. The same is broken, but the Hualin and Wanhoju are completely different structures. This was noticed when he first released the Zan Hualin at close range. After being afraid that it was his own illusion, he deliberately tried it again, and the result was almost the same as he thought. His Zanhua wheel seemed to have an invisible barrier at the moment, absorbing his Ryujin, making it difficult for his Ryujin to attach to it. Although increasing Ryujin can temporarily alleviate this situation, it seems that the barrier will grow and absorb more Ryujin. Before long, it will return to its original state, and in the end, it will be impossible to attach Ryujin to the Zanhua wheel. Did you notice? You are an insightful person. My analysis is not wrong. Ace's behavior also attracted the attention of Zale Aporo. Instead of rushing to attack Ace, he stopped and patted his head, looking lost in thought. What are you thinking right now? Let me guess. 11. Why can't I have Ryujin on my knife? What causes it? Is it Kido or a special method? While Zale Aporo didn't get everything right, he did hit some key points. Zale Aporo didn't apply any Ryujin on his Zanpakuto. Ace was sure it wasn't a special move that released Ryujin. It was probably some strange spiritual tool that Zale Aporo invented. Chapter 494. Weird means. Ace's eyes flickered. But when did he do it? How exactly was such a blockade broken? If the function of this unknown spiritual tool is to absorb Ryujin, then this Zanpakuto of his is equivalent to being blocked. Free or not, it doesn't matter. All this is a piece of scrap metal. Being blocked by various means is not good news. Of course, he still has unknown means, but this chaotic situation must be solved. Fortunately, Ace's opponent is Zale Aporo, a megalomaniac who can't wait to start bragging about himself as if he is a winner. I told you that you were just a self-proclaimed king, but unfortunately you are just an insignificant pawn. As the person responsible for all this, do you think I will let you kill those people easily just because you hurt me? Zale Aporo proudly explained his method to Ace, who always thought it was incredibly stupid, but it must be said that if it happened to the enemy, it would save him a lot of trouble. In fact, the Ajukas that Ace had just killed were also transformed by Zale Aporo. However, this transformation was not as complete as before. The Ryujin in their blood was only removed and some seasoning was added. The Ryujin, a bacteria called worms but smaller than Ryujin, has no special abilities or signs of intelligence other than reproduction in a basic set of 5 senses, and does not cause any harm to the host. Advertisement, however, they are able to record the first touch of Ryujin and use it as their only food, and are completely controlled. This worm was originally used by Zale Aporo to monitor the slightest changes in the body of the experimental subject, but it had an unexpected effect on Ace. The eggs of the Ryujin can only hatch if they absorb Ryujin. If they are in the natural environment, they will just stay where they are, reproduce, and then die. Even if they are sucked into the body through the hollow, they cannot eat because the Ryujin structure is different, and eventually die. However, if these eggs were inhabited in one person from the beginning, Chad, and hatched by another person's Ryujin, and the host did not know how to control them, it would be a disaster. Just like Ace now, his Zanpakuto is also full of such spirit insects, and as long as it is made of Zanpakuto and Ryujin, it will be devoured for half a day. In addition, if he allows this situation to continue to release Ryujin, no matter what the situation is, because these soul-dispelling insects continue to reproduce, he will not have enough Ryujin to feed the sword. This method is very suitable for Ace, who has a strong sense of Ryujin. Even if he wears a ghost mask, Ace cannot detect these little guys who are born without Ryujin. So now that his Ryujin structure has been analyzed and the Zanpakuto in his hand has been blocked, it is not surprising that Zeoloporo can have such a confident performance. After all, Zanpakuto is too important to Shinigami. Ace put the knife back into the sheath. The way to control the spirit-dispelling insects is definitely not to rely on Ryujin. In the unknown situation, the only solution is to cut off the Ryujin and let them die, at the cost of the knife being considered useless for a short period of time, little better than a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 495. The Deciding Factor. But in Zeoloporo's view, this is a sign of surrender, a sign of Mingliu. It's just that his high interest was immediately killed. Such a Shinigami can only leave a corpse at most. When Zeoloporo despised him, Ace took new actions. Suddenly, a series of subtle sounds came from the air. The white mask on his face was covered with fine lines, like a piece of porcelain marrow that was about to break. It seemed that it would be torn into countless pieces in the next second, by the publisher's face. If it's just these strategies, I'm disappointed. Ace said calmly, as if the current unfavorable situation did not exist. At the same time, under Zeoloporo's gaze, the white mask on Ace's face appeared with fine lines. The original white mask turned into fragments and fell directly to the ground, and Zeoloporo never saw the old face he imagined again. It's uglier than the mask just now. Killing is ugly, at least from the perspective of the killed. Zeoloporo chuckled and said contemptuously, "Is this your last stubbornness? I'm sorry, but you're more stupid than I thought." Ace would not waste any more time talking to Apollo. He stamped his right foot on the ground. Hado 57, the earth turns. The rocky ground between them was like a rolling wave. It rose from Ace and hit Zeoloporo. The sound of the huge rock breaking was not as gentle as the waves. The movement that can cause the ground to change is not a problem that can be solved by simply destroying the pressure structure. This is a wise move. But using this to threaten him, Zeoloporo, isn't it too naive? The tentacles behind Zeoloporo swung wildly, turning the 10-meter range around him into a restricted area, and no stone could touch his body. Hado 73, Lotus Pendant. When Zeoloporo smashed a rock below, Ace's figure appeared behind him, and at the same time, there appeared a blue flame that was about to burst out from his tightly clenched hands. He didn't seem to panic. He pointed his right hand at Ace. The blue flames on Ace's hands turned into starlight and spread in all directions. "Please give me flowers." Advertisement Hado number 73 had already cracked before he made a move. "It's useless." Zeoloporo looked at Ace and said softly, "If that's all, I'm really disappointed. You don't even have the right to keep your entire body." It seems that 10 meters is not enough. Just now, Ace leaned against the earth to block Zeoloporo's sight. 0.00 at the same time, he can hide his Ryujin in this position, but he can't launch a sudden attack. In other words, the opponent here can quickly destroy his Ryujin structure. But considering that Zeoloporo took a few steps back, the distance might be about 20 meters? Ace understood that in order for his Kido to successfully hit Zeoloporo, he had to get as close to the opponent as possible when using Fiery Lightning Hell. Even so, his Kido would be weakened. Now he seemed to have found another way, a more effective way. He moved forward in an instant and appeared directly in front of Zeoloporo. Ace clenched his right hand and placed it on his waist, as if he wanted to kill the enemy in front of him with one punch, even if it was Zeoloporo, a Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level. Chapter 496. Unique Boxing Skills. Zeoloporo did not retreat, but thrust his 5 fingers together and thrust directly at Ace. Even if Ace released Kido, he could still pierce Ace's head at this distance. Shinigami lost Zanpakuto and wanted to hurt himself with his fist? Ridiculous. Although his body was statistically comparable to Jillian's, he was still too weak. Bang! With a burst of white air, Ace's uppercut left the gun barrel like a cannonball. It landed heavily on Zeoloporo's palm, and the crisp sound of bone breaking seemed particularly small under his wind. Crack! Zeoloporo watched his hand swing back like a branch broken in the wind, and then the pain came back. This pain is so real, and not an abnormal dream. One punch, just one punch, broke his wrist. How could the Shinigami cause such damage to his body? He is, Vasto Lord. Although his arm exposed from the sleeve is now tense, much stronger than his wrist, Zeoloporo still finds it difficult to accept what happened. Advertisement. Is there something wrong with the data? Can the physical strength of the Shinigami in front of him be at the same level as Vasto Lord? No, even higher than Vasto Lord. This is beyond his imagination, which makes Zeoloporo a little confused. Ace doesn't know what Zeoloporo is thinking. If he knows, he must be laughing now. Ace uses the unique boxing of Old Man Yamamoto. Of course, it is also taught to Ace. This boxing concentrates his strength and strikes at a very fast speed, allowing the Shinigami to do far more than his current physical level. He just broke Zealoporo's bones. If he just faces old man Yamamoto, he will lose half his life if he is not beaten to death. Although Ace's last blow was very powerful and successfully broke Zealoporo's wrist, if it was old man Yamamoto who threw that punch, his power would not be wasted. There would be no explosion at all, only the sound of the enemy's body breaking. Compared with the old man, he is still too weak. It would be a shame if he couldn't break Zealoporo's wrist with one punch, but breaking the opponent's wrist has already achieved Ace's goal, and he can do a little at his current level. So he just hit the wrist. If he really had the power of old man Yamamoto, he would not just say hello to the wrist. Instead, he would directly kill Zealoporo. After a successful punch, Ace fell to the ground and stabilized his body. He held a golden light rope in his left hand. One end was held in the palm of his hand, and the other end was wrapped around Zealoporo's right wrist. Bakudo 4. He pulled Zealoporo's hand over with all his strength. Ace used the strength of his left hand to turn his body to the side. The muscles of his right arm bulged and he punched the already stretched wrist with 10 heavy punches. Bang! 2.6 Another loud noise. It was even louder than the previous one, because Ace's single bone was more powerful than the first time because of a small rotation. Crack! The slender wrist was broken by this punch. The fracture was uneven, connected by only a thin rope, which was either tendon or hard skin. It looked extremely miserable. Chapter 497. See through everything. A scream sounded, and Zealoporo was awakened by the constant pain in his wrist. Does this Shinigami want to kill me with one punch after another? This thought suddenly appeared in Zealoporo's mind, making him feel humiliated, as if he was despised by an ant. As he stepped back, the tentacles on his back touched the ground. Of course, this does not mean that Zealoporo is afraid of Ace and is ready to run away. This is just an instinctive reaction in battle. Ace certainly won't give him such a chance. He pulled away and didn't let himself get close. His tentacles had to absorb the black liquid on the ground before he could restore his body. He 27 had already guessed everything Zealoporo did. Hado 57, the earth turns. Hado 58, the thunderstorm. Ace changed his palms and slapped them on the ground. The once destroyed earth was blown off a layer again, and at the same time it cracked into stones. The storm came. Advertisement for a moment, it seemed that the world had changed. The storm, wrapped in the torn rubble, and Zealoporo, who had not yet stabilized, was pouring into the sky. The black liquid did heal the body, but according to Ace's observation, he had to take it directly through the body, such as the tentacles. Hueco Mundo changed the terrain, keeping Zealoporo away from the ground, and further enhanced this effect, and dispersed the black liquid on the ground. Even if Zealoporo could be healed, the speed would be slower, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, Ace would not be satisfied. From the moment he broke Zealoporo's wrist, he had the intention of completely conquering the opponent. If he could, he would not give the other party a chance. Hado 33, Kanghuo Zui. The light blue flame instantly engulfed Zealoporo in the air. This Kido's level is not enough to kill him, but can the physical strength of the Kido kill him? Of course, the answer is no. Ever since Ace learned that these liquids have healing effects, he has been trying to get rid of them. Advertisement and the reason why he chose the green flame to test Zealoporo was to see if the temperature of the flame could evaporate the liquid on the ground. Ace looked up at the burning Zealoporo in the sky with a contemptuous smile on his face. There is a Ryotsu outlet on each of his wrists. Although this is not the only place in his body where Ryotsu can be released, it is the main place to release Ryotsu. This is what his good friend Urahara Kazuki told him. Of course, Ace, who can see the flow of Ryotsu in the enemy through the Ghost Straight tool, can also find this. When Ace tested Saroporo, he found that the Ryotsu in Zealoporo's body was released at a complex frequency at the wrist. The Vasto Lord level Manos Grande, or in other words, Zealoporo's Ryotsu output, is also based on the Ryotsu output on his wrist. More importantly, the structure of Ryotsu is also based on Ryotsu. As long as the exit of this Ryotsu is sealed, the opponent will never be able to break his Ryotsu structure again. Ace understood this and immediately gave up his original idea, breaking Zealoporo's two wrists with boxing, and this action did not cause much fluctuation before release. Chapter 498. Completely bound. If even a low-level Kido like Kanghuo Zui can reach Zealoporo, it means he is already in trouble. Bakudo 63, Chain Binding. A huge snake-shaped chain stretched out from Ace's palm and dived into the blue flames that gradually spread in the air. It hovered and gathered Zealoporo's waving tentacles into a ball. Bakudo 61, the Garden Pillar Lightseed. Bakudo 37, the Hanging Star. Before Zealoporo could react, his body was trapped in one of the 6 paths beams, unable to move for a while. The white Ryotsu intertwined into a net in front of Ace, like a hammock that would hang Apollo in midair. After the flames dissipated, Ace's familiar figure appeared in front of Zealoporo again. He pinched 2 fingers together and turned them into a sword. Before Zealoporo could say anything, a red light, Ace's fingertips, appeared and flashed across his shoulder. Advertisement, puff. At this time, the Hueco Mundo Center, located on the upper level of the virtual circle, was in the virtual night palace. Baragan leaned on the throne and was suddenly awakened by one of his own Ajukas. Your Majesty, according to the news, Lord Zealaporo has found Shinigami and is ready to kill him with his own hands. In the Night Palace, Bai Zhanwan was awakened by his subordinates. At this moment, in the forest of Manos Grande, Zealaporo was experiencing his own life. No, it should be said that this was the first time he was beaten in his virtual life, really beaten. Hanging in the air, with his body completely locked by chains and 6-rod-like prison, Zealaporo had no way to fight back against Ace's attack. Of course, it was not absolutely impossible. After all, Ace did not release the advanced Bakudo. With Zealaporo's outstanding Ryotsu and the means to break the opponent's Ryotsu structure, it was only a matter of time for him to get out of this predicament. Although it was only a matter of time, for Zealaporo, time was the biggest problem. Advertisement: every time he moved his Ryotsu, a red beam would appear at the right time, leaving a scorching hole in his shoulder, abdomen, etc. These crimson beams were fast and penetrating. Most importantly, the temperature was extremely high. Every time it passed through his body, it would make his body Ryotsu surge. He simply couldn't break free of the shackles on his body. This is exactly why Ace chose to use this Kido. Although he had broken Zealaporo's wrist, it only weakened his opponent's ability to release Ryotsu. This does not mean that Zealaporo cannot launch Ryotsu. So Ace had only two choices at that time. The first was to directly release a high-level Kido to beat Zealaporo half to death. But the Hueco Mundo scientist in front of him was also one of Ace's purposes for coming to Hueco Mundo. Zhao Nuahao, and it can even be said to be the biggest goal, so he still had to try to keep his life. The second option was to seal Zealaporo's Ryotsu, while saving his life and minimizing his threat to himself. However, based on the fact that his Ryotsu structure had been broken, sealing him directly would be ineffective. It might even waste the opportunity he had worked so hard to create, allowing Zealaporo to escape and play temporarily. Chapter 499. Out of control and crazy. Therefore, it is most appropriate to use this Kido against Zealaporo. This destructive power, which condenses the flame into a point and eventually radiates out, is actually not as strong as most Hado above the 70th level. However, it has excellent penetration and extremely high temperature, especially when it is released with the tip of the Zanpakuto. Its temperature is already comparable to the temperature of the flame released by Ryujin Jakka in the Shikai state. The release of the fingertips is much weaker, but it is enough to deal with the bound Zealaporo. The strong penetrating power makes the high temperature of the flame cause great damage to the enemy's body in the first time. Although not fatal, the Ryotsu in the enemy's body is self-protective and will cause a period of restlessness. Except for the point that Ace is aiming at, it is not a key part of the Ryotsu flow in the body. Unless Zealaporo is the kind of person who is sensitive to Ryotsu manipulation like him, it is almost impossible for him to use Ryotsu to break the shackles on his body. However, this way of interrupting the enemy's actions in time, in Zealaporo's view, is like a wild beast tamed by a tamer. This is a mockery and insult to him. Advertisement. Damn it. Zealaporo opened his mouth with an ugly face, and a faint purple light appeared. He wanted to use his unique Vasto Lord level Manos Grande Virtual Cero to completely eliminate the ants who insulted him. This idea is cruel, and this world is also cruel, but this cruelty is aimed at Zealaporo. Swish. The crimson column of fire pierced Zealaporo's collarbone, and the uncondensed flash suddenly turned into a burst of purple fireflies. A strong urge to vomit came up, but Apollo in the air couldn't even spit out a drop of saliva, let alone. Only a faint gray smoke spurted out of his throat. Damn it, damn it. How dare a lowly Shinigami do this? I will tear you to pieces. His hoarse voice spoke a language that only he could understand. For thousands of years, Zealaporo had never been so out of control and crazy. It was because he lost his composure that he chose the current meaningless means to try to reverse the situation. Advertisement. How could Ace, who could see the flow of Ryotsu in the enemy's body, let him concentrate Ryotsu and release such a powerful move? It seems that there is also a Ryotsu outlet in Manos Grande's throat. However, from the perspective of control, this Ryotsu outlet can only perform simple tricks such as Sero. The power of Sero can only be said to be average, and it is completely incomparable to Wangshu's flash. Ace has been analyzing the difference between Manos Grande and Shinigami, thinking about how to release the next seal. Generally speaking, there are two types of sealing techniques in Soul Society. One is the Ryotsu seal, and the other is the consciousness seal. Each of these seals allows the sealed person to retain consciousness, but cannot perform Ryotsu, just like a person. The disadvantage is that the sealed person may open the seal by himself, and the seal based on Shinigami is more changeable on bodies with different structures. Since the second seal seals consciousness, there is no natural possibility for the sealed person to escape from himself. But the enemy's body will still be in the self-recovery of the seal. Once the seal is released, the opponent will waste some energy in the restriction. Chapter 500. Ultimate Fear. Especially for Zealaporo, Ace's purpose is to control others from the level of consciousness. In order to test the results, experiments will be conducted frequently, and the seal will be opened many times, which is a difficult task. If possible, he still wants to achieve the purpose of controlling the opponent for a period of time by blocking Apollo's Ryotsu. The principle of this seal is difficult to say, it is not simple to say, and it is not difficult to say. Sealing the flow point of Ryotsu in the enemy's body is the principle of this sealing technique. Yu Lingding used the same method on the prisoner. First, he sealed the outlet of Ryotsu on the wrist, and then he used the death suit to suppress the pressure on the body. This is for Shinigami, and for Zeoloporo, it is a huge lie. The rotation point on his torso is similar to Shinigami. The wrists of both hands also need to be sealed. Now, the outlet of Ryutsu on his throat also need to be sealed. As for the tentacles on the lower body and back, the tentacles on his back need to be dealt with. Ace raised his hand and attacked the 10th floor tentacles on Saroporo's back. The Ryutsu of these tentacles did not come from Zeoloporo's body. Advertisement as for those on the lower body, Ace planned to wait and see, mainly because there were too many of them, and his eyes were almost dazzled by the dense crowd. He had made up his mind and clenched his hands together. Then, his right hand suddenly split, and a 5-pyramid dagger about half a meter long appeared in his hand. At the end of the dagger, a long gray shadow was wrapped around it, like a chain covered with spikes. The other end was connected to the palm of Ace's left hand. Bakudo, Ace said lightly, using his own advanced way. This was a move he had never seen before. Zeoloporo looked at the chain on Ace's hand and felt a sense of relief in his heart. 100 years ago, he had invaded Soul Society and encountered the 11th Division led by Kenpachi Kuyashiki. Of course, Zeoloporo didn't know who Yachu was. Although he was just going through the motions under Baragan's orders, a Shinigami could force him back without even releasing Zanpakuto. Jiru-Fu Kenpachi's power impressed Sar. Please give me flowers 0. Advertisement, but compared to the huge waves that destroyed everything in front, the Ace in front of him was like a huge maze without a trace of light. Although it was also spectacular, it made people feel more mysterious, strange, and terrifying. It seemed to be alive, so you never knew whether the next turn was a trap or a dead end, but you knew it was definitely not a reward or an exit. 0. You might be walking leisurely the previous second, and you would enter the abyss the next second. Even walking in a straight line was terrible, because the dark road seemed to have no end. Even if there was, it would not be heaven, but a more desperate hell. Just like now, Zeoloporo didn't know what the chain that appeared in Ace's hand was. Zanpakuto's liberation. No, the other sword is still in its sheath. What are these chains for? I don't know. A new way for a lowly Shinigami to humiliate himself? Maybe. But Zeoloporo had a feeling in his heart that if he continued to let the other do nothing, he would definitely experience something more humiliating than being beaten. 7. Chapter 501. The Breath of Decay. No, absolutely not. Zeoloporo roared in his heart, but his mind was blank, more like praying with a bad attitude. Ace certainly didn't know what Apollo was thinking at the time. Even if he knew, he couldn't stop. As the enemy of the other party, how can he satisfy the other party's wish? But just as he was about to attack, a black cavity opened in a tree hole in the distant forest. 470. That is where Zeoloporo temporarily lives. Ryutsu with a decadent atmosphere overflowed from the black cavity, making this lifeless tree hole look more desolate with age. The dust falling from the rock wall seemed to be the lonely tears they left behind. Not here. That voice, older than Ace's disguise, echoed in the black cavity of the tree hole. Ace and Zeoloporo, thousands of miles away, were shocked at the same time, as if they could hear the sound even from such a long distance. Baragan? Come just in time. This familiar praise, like a god, descended from the sky. It ignited the fire of hope in Zeoloporo's heart that was about to be tested. However, for Ace, it was just an unwelcome guest. It was indeed timely. Whether it was through the ghost mask or Ryutsu perception, this sudden Ryutsu can let Ace know who the new uninvited guest is. This Baragan who calls himself the Emperor Hueco Mundo appears at this moment, which is definitely not a good thing. Advertisement: if he and Zeoloporo can meet, it will be very bad news. After a short thought, Ace's right foot suddenly rushed towards the Saroporo in the air. He didn't have much time. He must seal the Saroporo in front of him as soon as possible. In Zeoloporo's surprised eyes, Ace stabbed Zeoloporo's throat directly. The coldness of the blade was quickly wiped out by the warm blood, but it could not wipe out the chill in Zeoloporo's heart. He wants to kill me. At this moment, Zeoloporo did not realize that if Ace wanted to kill him, he would not exist. Although it is easy to imagine a sword piercing his throat, if you feel it carefully, the sword does not hurt at all. Of course, at this moment his pain is close paralysis. I don't know if it's an illusion. Ace's right-hand conical sword had already pierced his throat, but Zeoloporo saw that the other party was still holding a conical sword in his hand. It was not until a brief chill appeared on Zeoloporo's left shoulder that he realized that he had seen nothing. At that moment, Ace was like a real Shinigami, pulling out a shadow from the conical sword that pierced Zeoloporo's body. Even the illusory winding in the palm of his left hand was divided into 3. Left wrist, right wrist, abdomen. It seemed like a long time, but it was just a few blinks. Every 1.7 part of Zeoloporo's body was pierced by a conical sword by Ace. At this time, Zeoloporo also began to realize the role of these cones. If his Ryutsu was seawater in the past, then at this moment, Zeoloporo felt that his Ryutsu was like mud and mercury, not because the density increased, but because this feeling of stagnation made him unable to control his Ryutsu. Chapter 502, Seal Ryutsu. The initial effect of the conical sword chain combined with the net is shown. This Ryutsu seal developed by Ace can be adjusted at will. Theoretically, it can seal all species with Ryutsu. As long as it is the same as Ace, it can see the Ryutsu in the enemy's body. He didn't use it before because Zeoloporo could break his Ryotsu structure with Ryotsu in his body at that time. After being weakened, his opponent could no longer resist. Of course, at this time, if Zeoloporo has the same level of Ryotsu control as Ace, he can still barely mobilize Ryotsu. After all, this sealing technique blocks the flow of Ryotsu in the body of the sealed person. Another knife pierced 27 Zeoloporo's cervical vertebrae, and then made a series of seals in different parts of Zeoloporo's spine. Even Zeoloporo was at a loss. The ominous premonition came true. Zeoloporo also realized Ace's intention. He was too familiar with the methods of restricting Ryotsu to be aware. Did you come all this way just to say hello to your new master? The words Ace once said flashed in Zeoloporo's mind, which seemed to be a joke of arrogant words at the time, but was he prophetic? Unable to accept, whether it was the terrible future of becoming the truth step by step, or the absurd thing that a humble Shinigami actually said the truth, Zeoloporo absolutely could not accept it. When Baragan arrives, everything will be reversed. As Apollo tried to control his emotions, he was also hiding the possibility of his final comeback. The arrival of Baragan might be a turning point, but Zeoloporo couldn't put all his hopes on him. Advertisement as a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande, he was powerless against a small Shinigami and might even end up in his own shame. This terrible thought was exactly what Zeoloporo was thinking at the time, and he didn't even doubt it. This is a desperate and humiliating thought. Zeoloporo gambled his last chance that the diversity of individuals could create a miracle born of the enemy's ignorance, rather than a Shinigami with almost the same body structure. However, no matter how much data he collected, he could not know that the mask on Ace's face was actually the source of his Zanpakuto. Through it, Ace could see his own Ryotsu. His efforts were doomed to be in vain. Filling the spine with a tapered sword was enough of a waste for a Shinigami, and even a sturdy Vasto Lord would be wary of such a seal. But Ace knew there was still a long way to go. Among the tentacles behind Zeoloporo, the Ryotsu was obviously still under the control of the master. These tentacles must also be dealt with, even if Ace's heart is actually very resistant to directly touching them, but the goddess of luck will not always be on his side. Of course, this idea also reflects Zeoloporo's mood at the time, however, it is a little different. Is this why Lady Luck is never on his side? To Zeoloporo's surprise, two conical swords pierced the tentacles behind him one by one. Why did this Shinigami go after his tentacles? The Ryotsu on the main torso was completely closed. Was it out of caution or some other reason? Chapter 503. A critical moment. This thought disappeared not long after it appeared. This was not because Zeoloporo came up with this idea, but because he had no time to think about it. In a moment, the two tentacles behind him were completely sealed, and no Ryotsu could be mobilized. Why hasn't that idiot Baragan come yet? How could he be so slow? How could he be so slow? 1. The decayed Ryotsu in the distance was getting closer and closer. In fact, the speed was not slow, but these two thoughts were still repeated in Zeoloporo's mind. Compared with this damn Shinigami, Baragan is too slow. Regarding Baragan's movements, Ace has been paying attention. This upcoming accident made Ace's heart fly a string. There are a total of 11 tentacles, and 6 are sealed. At this time, Zeoloporo also got rid of the temporary panic, stimulating the slave pressure in the body to resist in advance. There are only 6 3-locks outside, and a row of gunshot wounds. Although it slowed down Ace's speed a little, he will definitely be sealed before reaching Baragan. Stupid. Really stupid, Baragan. Zeoloporo kept cursing Baragan in his heart. At this moment, the best thing he could do was to come and save him. Instead of wandering around like an emperor patrolling, releasing Ryotsu-chan. Advertisement at the same time, he couldn't let the Shinigami laugh at them anymore. Zeoloporo could imagine the joke in the Shinigami's eyes, that this person who once occupied the supreme position ended up as a prisoner. Will they Manos Grande become a joke one day? Or in the eyes of the Shinigami who they regarded as humble? No, this is something Zeoloporo would never allow. The two tentacles on his back hadn't pierced into the all yet, and he was thinking about it, and the cold feeling of despair came again, followed by that damn stagnation feeling, which would not be numb no matter how many times he experienced it, and this feeling would either force him or make him fall into the abyss of Aosa. He let his pride make Zeoloporo never allow himself to become a Shinigami collection, the last tentacle, and also his last capital of resistance. On the back, Ace couldn't see it. At this moment, Zeoloporo's delicate face was full of hideousness. His facial features were obviously no different from those of humans, but they were more terrifying than the mask on Ace's face. Just when Ace was about to touch the last tentacle, the tentacle suddenly trembled violently. Dense red bubbles emerged on the surface and expanded rapidly, and then, when the tentacle burst, black and red liquid splashed everywhere, and it was not just Zeoloporo's blood. The explosion caused by this sudden outbreak of Ryotsu also made Ace avoid it immediately. Although he retreated in time, some liquid still splashed on him. What kind of liquid is this? What is it used for? Good Wang Zhao, Ace didn't know, and he didn't have time to figure it out. Baragan's Ryotsu was close at hand. There was still one tentacle that needed to be sealed, but Zeoloporo's self-destruction was equivalent to sealing the disguised tentacle. Now, all he had to do was to complete the last step of the seal. He stretched out his right hand and placed the conical sword scale in his hand on his left arm. The conical sword on his arm was like a vine wrapped around his body. Finally, it stopped on Ace's wrist and disappeared. Chapter 504. One word difference. As Ace murmured softly, the shadow of the chain on his left arm gradually solidified, and in the end, no one would doubt that the chain reflecting the deep light was real. Even the chain on Apollo's body changed, shrinking sharply while solidifying, colliding with each other and making a click sound. Locked. Ace raised his finger with his right hand, leaving a white line on his left arm. The channel that turned into a solid seemed to be integrated into Ace's skin little by little, leaving the same black pattern on Ace's skin. The other end of the chain on Zealoporo's body was also completed, approaching his body, merging into one end at his abdomen, and the other end was even in the palm of Ace's left hand. But Zealoporo saw this change and did not struggle, as if he had already submitted to this change, his eyes fixed on Ace's sliding right hand. Just as Ace was about to draw the last stroke, Zealoporo's pupils suddenly contracted violently, and only Ace's right hand was in his eyes. Bone and flesh blockade. Ace's right hand twitched under his gaze, and then the fingers of his right hand that had just touched the liquid sprayed by Apollo began to twist in different directions, and an ugly firework exploded. Severe pain appeared out of nowhere, and Ace's body suddenly froze. The muscles on the side of his nose twitched uncontrollably. No matter how strong his will was, he couldn't draw the last stroke, and at that moment, the fingers on his right hand had curled into a ball. Advertisement in midair, Zealoporo's eyes were full of undisguised joy, and his damaged throat issued a series of incomprehensible, hoarse, and unpleasant sounds. "You're done. Wait until I get out, I'll double the tribute." In order to make Ace feel the greatest degree of uneasiness, he insisted on the last step. Of course, Zealoporo, with his arrogance, would not admit that he was actually afraid of Shinigami, who seemed to have endless means to deal with it. And he can also maintain this bottom line of arrogance. The figure on the right is a little CHFB. Clear. Hueco Mundo Emperor Baragan finally arrived. "Are you the one who came to tease me?" With an old and heavy voice, Baragan slowly walked out from behind the tree, his deep eyes, although he had no eyes, but stared closely at Ace not far away. "Ants, are you ready to pay the price?" When Baragan spoke, Ace didn't even look back. Strands of white Ryotsu silk threads suddenly appeared on his right wrist, tightly wrapped around his right hand that had already condensed into a ball. Under the traction of these thin threads, the right hand without bones in the flesh actually restored its original shape bit by bit. Except for the blood all over the body at this moment, it is no different from the original appearance. Only Ace knows how emotional his situation is now. Although he used his powerful and delicate Ryotsu control ability to imitate the chaotic sky puppet of the Annihilation Master, allowing his right hand to move temporarily, the chaotic sky puppet was originally a means of forcing a fight, not to mention that he was an imitation of the chaotic sky puppet. The Quincy's Chaos Sky Puppet used a thin line of spirit particles, but he used a thin line of spiritual power. The difference brought about by the difference of one word is huge. Chapter 505, The Final Madness. In order to maintain these thin lines of Ryotsu, Ace had to maintain the output of Ryotsu at all times. More importantly, in order to maintain the shape of the thin lines of Ryotsu, he had to maintain an extremely high concentration of Ryotsu. In addition, he had to temporarily adjust the thin lines to allow his right hand to move. The continuous output of Ryotsu and the delicate and complex manipulation of Ryotsu made this imitation of the Ranjuang Tiangi, while increasing the consumption of Ryotsu, also put a huge burden on the releasing spirit. Every movement was accompanied by stinging pain, which was even more of a torture for him. But in order not to let his efforts go to waste, and to break the current adversity, Ace knew that these were all he had to bear. The current sealed Bakudo was released in conjunction with Ace's previous Bakudo. Before the sealing spell was completed, this dong was just a shackle. Once the rope was removed from his left hand, it no longer existed, and the tapered sword that pierced Zealoporo's body was no longer effective. There was enough time to seal Zealoporo and then prepare for the arrival of Baragan. And Zealoporo's sudden counterattack seemed to have only bowled his hand, but at the same time. Or give up the seal and try to solve the problem in a short time. If not, when Zealoporo relies on the healing liquid laid in the forest to recover, Ace will have to face two Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. Or, ignore the existence of Baragan and seal Zealoporo first, although if Baragan acts directly, the danger of forcing the seal is equally great. It's a choice, but Ace didn't think of other possibilities, only one step away, the last step anyway he didn't want to give up. In Zealoporo's view, the significance of this action is obvious. Shinigami didn't let him go, but at this time, he was still unwilling to let him go. Advertisement, crazy drama, bloody celebration. At the same time, Zealoporo made as much noise as possible, signaling Bailongong to stop talking nonsense. The Shinigami in front of him is not simple, especially in the present. He was very uneasy and even had a strange idea. That is, his ability may not be able to affect the other party. However, this idea of his is destined not to touch the heart of Baylor. Ask for flowers 0. When he heard the other party's nonsense, such as, the confidence of ants is just stupid stubbornness after all, Zealoporo was about to explode. At the same time, Ace suddenly felt his wrist tighten, as if an invisible hand was turning his wrist, and in his mind, Kenpachi's braided hair was like a pigtail. Point 0. Bankai. The black shadow flashed, and the dark robe moved without wind. Ace's wrist was still in its own rotation state, but because it was able to record statically, it would return to its original state in the next 10 seconds. This unknown ability must have been created by Zealoporo, although it was different from Ace's impression of the opponent's ability, so he suffered a heavy loss. But he would not give Zealoporo a second chance. The premonition came true again, and the following Shinigami seemed to have nothing beyond his expectations, except in his equals. Zealoporo uses the liquid released by his tentacles to stimulate and control the self-destructive nature of objects. This ability is called the body's madness. Chapter 506. The most powerful Bakudo. To destroy it, you must first make it crazy. Zealoporo is the master of madness. Those things that are already crazy, he can control them at any time, let them repel each other and kill each other. Ace's right hand twisted like this. At the same time, madness is contagious. Like a wounded beast, it is easier to anger him. If he wants to forcibly change the status quo, let this madness spread. 687. This is also called a bloody celebration. Ace's forearm should have gone crazy by now. Zealoporo knew that his ability was activated. However, the opponent's body seemed to be an infinite time loop, making Zealoporo unable to cause any real damage. Even if he wanted to spread madness, he couldn't do it. Seeing the blood dripping from the right hand pressed heavily on the left arm, and drew it down hard, the last circle of chains turned into black ink, turned into an arm full of ugly blood vessels. Zealoporo was in an unprecedented state of fear, and the loud chanting was somewhat inaudible, so it brought him endless pain like the whisper of death. As Ace chanted, the black lines on his arm quickly gathered on his palm, forming an oval, seed-like symbol, like the eye of a tree. Then, finally, Baragan realized in front of him that this Shinigami was going to deal with Zealoporo, or in front of him. He stretched his right hand back and grabbed it. A black double-edged axe appeared in his hand out of thin air. He leaned forward slightly, raised the axe in the blink of an eye, and appeared in front of Ace. Advertisement: it is an honor for an ant like you to see the profile of the king. If you turn a blind eye to me, then you don't even have the right to survive as an ant. Baragan taunted loudly, swinging the axe in his hand vertically. Ace did not hide. He raised his right hand and tightened his wide sleeves. His whole person turned into a giant sword, blocking the axe. Bakudo, seal. The giant axe fell from the sky and was held firmly in his hand. Ace swung his right arm vigorously to resist Baragan. Although he would not be injured by the axe due to the static recording, he continued to suffer the pain of broken bones and flesh due to the unique bankai of the ghost. He couldn't even numb it. Of course, it was all worth it. As the chain on the palm turned into black mist and drilled into Zealoporo's body, the sword seal was finally completed. Countless silver-gray thin lines fell off the conical sword and spread on Zealoporo's body, intertwining together to form a messy human-shaped grid. The chains on the surface of his body also turned into black vines, which were covered with roaring spikes. In front of the nails, the shell of the Vasto Lord-level Manos Grande was as fragile as a blank piece of paper, piercing into Zealoporo's body and then connecting to the grid in his body. SAR 1.4 Apollo did not feel the changes in his body. On the contrary, he knew the pain of being filled better than anyone else. He wanted to get rid of this predicament, but he resisted desperately, but failed. Before, the Ryotsu was just filled with dirt and mercury, but now, he couldn't feel the Ryotsu inside him anymore. Couldn't feel it at all. Chapter 507. The ability to age. Zealoporo let out bursts of desperate roars, desperately trying to release his power on the ground. Zealoporo had long forgotten the original intention of catching alive. At this moment, how much he longed for this moment to come. The Shinigami that shamed him was torn into pieces in the next second, turning into a pile of minced meat in front of his eyes. But it was useless. The ability that requires a certain amount of Ryotsu to be exerted, crazy drama, can't be used at all at this time. It turns out that I really don't have Ryotsu anymore. The fire of hope in Zealoporo's eyes gradually extinguished. As the vines grew on him, in Zealoporo's eyes, from Ace to Baragan to hope, everything was replaced by a deep dark abyss, a monotonous world, and whether the despair it brought would be numb forever. Looking at Zealoporo wrapped in vines, he was like a burnt tree, and Ace couldn't help but smile, even though he now had a troublesome enemy. At this time, the sealed Zealoporo has the root of the whiskers on the surface of his body. Advertisement: it will absorb the sealed Ryotsu, and the resistance from the inside will make the seal's absorption power stronger. Even if it is damaged from the outside, the vines will absorb the sealed person's Ryotsu to recover by themselves, unless the vines on the surface of the body and the grid inside the body are destroyed at the same time without hurting Zealoporo. Theoretically, there is no second way to unlock the seal, unless Ace unlocks it himself with the rune on his palm. Of course, this is just a theory. There is no such thing as absolute, Shinigami or hollow power in the world. There may be a second way to break the seal, however, these are not issues he should consider now. Ace looked at his sleeves, and the biggest problem he is facing now is definitely Baragan. There is a hole where he was just cut. This is the first time his Bankai has been cut, and it must be when the external Bankai ability is activated. Of course, this does not mean that he has not started to release the ability. When he was attacked, he did not receive any impact force. The Bankai ability also clearly recorded the power of this attack. Advertisement: as for why the Bankai was broken, Ace could only think of one answer, that is, Baragan's ability to age. This kind of thing he liberated when rescuing Luigia, testing whether it could ignore the Bankai ability, because Baragan's carelessness did not allow him to draw 10 accurate conclusions. However, Baragan is a dispensable existence for Ace. Investigating him is just a matter of caution. The result of the investigation is not important to him, so Ace did not force him. Aging, as described to Ryujin in the previous life, the so-called aging ability. Now it seems that this ability to accelerate time, the ability to make things age and decay quickly, also applies to Zanpakuto's Bankai. The Bankai of Sui Feng, the captain of the second team in the previous life, is like this, and now Ace's Bankai is also like this. Even Ace's Bankai is known as absolute defense. Of course, today's Ryujin is not the second Espada in the future, and his ability to age is far less powerful than that after he became a Rancor. First of all, the aging speed is not fast. According to the strength known to Ace in his previous life, his post-Bankai death armor will quickly rot once it comes into contact with the giant axe. Chapter 508. Arrogant Ryujin. Secondly, it is the degree of aging. You know, after facing Ryujin, anything that touches the smell released from him will be turned into nothingness by endless aging. The holes on Ace's sleeves are irregular, and the edges are even messier. This is enough to prove that Ryujin cannot allow this aging to continue indefinitely. Where Ryotsu is concentrated, aging will be stronger than where it is dispersed. This is good news, but it does not change that Ryujin is Ace's natural enemy. It is all the credit of the imprisoned Zale Aporo. First, he sealed another Zanpakuto with an ability that is not controlled by Ryotsu, and finally, by some unknown method, his right hand was crippled. Although Zale Aporo's carelessness got him sealed, his caution left Ace with a big problem. Think about what else you can do for Ryujin now. Keto? Or was it successfully sealed? The ghost can play a very small role in the impact of Ryujin's aging on his own abilities, and in theory, Ryujin's role is not a little bit. Yes, the reason why Ryujin looks like a skeleton is because he has the ability to age, which even he cannot avoid, and he himself would die of old age if it were not for the unique barrier-like substance covering his body. As for Bankai, the first ghost, either static records are the nemesis of aging, or aging is the nemesis of static records. Unfortunately, it is the latter. Ryujin can completely ignore the ability of the swastika to dissolve the fairy costume bit by bit. If there is no other way, even if Ace seals Apollo at this time, he cannot enjoy the fruits of his hard-earned victory. Now, which one do you choose? Advertisement taking away the sealed Zale Aporo. There is no need to fight Ryujin now with his limited situation. It is completely unnecessary. He has a plan to eliminate Ryujin and Zale Aporo in one fell swoop, but after cooperating with Louis' experiment, his right hand is destroyed by Zale Aporo's unknown ability. And having to be distracted by a fake golem, his already bad mental state is slowly reaching its limit. As the saying goes, if you stay in the Green Mountains, you will never have to worry about firewood. If you step back, you will have a vast sky. Going out now is not the best choice, but it is the safest style. However, can the current, famous, Emperor Hueco Mundo be easily let go? It's interesting that you can block my axe. Your bones should be harder to step on, it's nothing. Sure enough, why would someone who came for himself let himself get away? Ace sighed. It would be nice if, I'm sorry, could be replaced by, it's okay, but this is obviously impossible. My name is Ryujin. Ryujin raised the giant axe in his hand and pointed at Ace, his voice full of command. You deserve to know your name, Shinigami. Ryujin looked at Ace with a spacey look. But you don't deserve to know my name. Ace said calmly, as if it was just an ordinary thing in his eyes. Huh? Dong. At this moment, without waiting for Ryujin to react, Ace walked behind him, clenched his left hand into a fist, and hit Ryujin's skull directly.